Yo, what's going on, everybody? Welcome back to another episode of what is technically the Morning Yankee Show, but obviously this is the trade deadline special. We're going to be live all day long. There's nowhere else you have to go. Right here, we will have every single piece of Yankees-related news for the trade deadline, which is at 6 o'clock tonight. We are heavily on Adley Rutschman watch. We'll discuss the Luis Garcia Jr. trade. We have a bunch to break down already, and things are starting to finally get moving across baseball. It's been a pretty active morning, not so much for the Yankees, not at all for the Yankees. I do really like that Luis Garcia trade, which we will talk about in depth in just a moment. But this is going to be full trade deadline coverage, radio style. We're even going to have live callers later, probably an hour or two. But this is going to be very much, I grew up on Mike Francesa and WFAN. This is my 12 to 6 program. This is our program to carry you into the Yankee game later tonight. We're going to be live all day long, chat. So I hope you're ready. Hopefully it's going to be a good day. Fingers crossed. We know what the Yankees' needs are, which they already addressed part of that offensively with Luis Garcia. We'll break down how that fits in just a moment. But we're expected to acquire a catcher today. And last night, and obviously all throughout the stream, I'm going to have to be checking my phone. I got my iPad right here. I got my phone right here. I got supplies before. I got a couple energy drinks. I got a protein shake. I'm locked in. I ain't leaving my seat. But anyways, last night, there was some Adley watch. Obviously did not end up happening, but we know the Yankees want a catcher. As of right now, they still remain connected on a possible deal for Adley Rutschman. Got to keep in mind, though, that the Rays are also interested in acquiring a catcher, as are the Boston Red Sox. But that right now is probably the number one deal that I'm looking forward as a possibility for today. And I'll tell you right now, if we do go out and get Adley Rutschman, I will be hyped. We'll talk about that in a little bit. But anyways, before we break down the Luis Garcia trade, because we got so much time here, click like in the stream if you have not already. Some of you guys may be at work. Some of you may be, home chilling, whatever it may be, whether you come and go. This is the place to be. Kick back, relax, or keep working away, grinding, whatever you're doing. And we'll be here when trades do go down. But the way this show is going to work, again, we're live through the trade deadline, which is at 6 o'clock today. When I say radio style, I very much mean it like that. We'll have live callers. Get into that later on. We're also going to have, because we're live for so long, we'll have commercial breaks that'll be about like 3 minutes long. So every 30 minutes that we're on here, then we'll go to break. Just like you're listening to WFAN or ESPN New York radio, we'll have those breaks. But otherwise, same as always. We're just going to be on here talking Yankee baseball. So with that, chat, let me do a quick little roll call, actually, just to say hello to you guys really quick. Or I guess my audio is working. We'll do this really quick because then I want to get into the Luis Garcia trade because there's much to discuss there. Hold on, where are you guys at? Alrighty, really quick on this, because we might have a bigger crowd today. Oh, we do, which makes me nervous. Anyways, we got Aaron, we got Yanks. First things first, shout out to the mods. We got intern Tim in the chat. We got, I'm sure we got Luna in here. I'm sure we got Morgan here, Smelly as well. But we got Nick, we got Vortec, we got Gavin, we got Mike, we got John. Oh yeah, we got Smelly in the chat. We got Luna. The Red Sox Barstool guy says the Sox are getting Adley. What we got to try to do, and I'm not saying this towards you, I'm reminding myself, is same with the Adley reports last night. We really got to stick to the main beat reporters because there was also a lot of Barstool people last night, or just people on my level of being a Yankees or like a person that covers baseball. Like I technically do that. I'm not a source, so my tier of fan, we got to try to ignore that. Although Mark Fontaine does now just say Red Sox and Orioles are talking about an Adley Rutschman trade per sources, and there's a feeling that a deal could be completed at some point today. I swear to heavens. Chat, how we doing, yo? We got a lot of people in here, so I think we're just going to skip past the roll call, but I do all see you guys in there. So, Mark Feinstein does report that the Red Sox are... No deal is done or nothing, but the exact tweet is that the Red Sox and Orioles are talking about Adley Rutschman per sources, and there's a feeling that a deal could be completed at some point today. I'll tell you right now, that would be very unfortunate. Let's let this play out here. But we know the Yankees need a catcher. I maybe did get a little bit married to the idea of Adley Rutschman. I want him bad. Now, there's still Ryan Jeffers out there. The Twins are starting to fall off a little bit. But I've become very much on board with the idea of making a trade for Adley. If it ends up being where the Red Sox get him, I will be pretty pissed. So we'll continue to monitor that situation. Again, it's just that's basically to the level of report that we heard about the Yankees, that they're talking about Adley Rutschman with the Orioles. Now, in this case, it's the Red Sox. What is scary is that Feinstein says there's a feeling that a deal could be completed at some point today. We'll continue to monitor that situation. But anyways, while we do that, the good news was the Luis Garcia Jr. trade yesterday. And with that, let's break that down a little bit while we continue to monitor the Adley situation. I have all my notifications on, so Jules Sherman, keep hearing that the Red Sox are working hard on a trade with the Orioles for Adley Rutschman. Rutschman currently has a sprained wrist and something else, so we know that. Okay, there's a lot of smoke towards a potential deal for the Red Sox and Adley Rutschman. I'll keep refreshing. If you guys see anything else, let me know. And hey, shout out to the Barstool guys. I guess they were on it, or on that deal. We'll see if that actually happens. It's hard to just go away from that, but I want to talk about the Luis Garcia Jr. trade because the Yankees, we know, needed to add offense, and they did indeed do that. Now, let's get to the obvious here in how does he fit? Well, first things first, if you're not aware about Garcia, this dude leads the National League in slugging percentage, 23 home runs. He's hit 873 OPS, hitting 283 with just a K rate of around 16%. So he does not strike out, but he also hits for a lot of power. Offensively, while fit as a lefty bat first baseman, you may wonder how exactly does this work? It works quite simply for the Yankees. They acquired possibly the best hitter available at this trade deadline, and you'll see on the screen here his splits. 918 OPS versus right-handed pitching, 627 OPS versus left-handed pitching. Jack Curry reported yesterday, as we kind of expected, that Garcia is expected to play first base and DH a little bit. How will this work? It's very, very simple. Paul Goldschmidt has been a godsend for the Yankees so far this year. Age is clearly starting to get to him, as it did last year. He wasn't supposed to play this much, and that's one of the consequences of Giancarlo Stanton being out for so long, and the other injuries as well. I mean, the DH insurance to Stanton going down was Goldschmidt, which they clearly had to use, but also Jason Dominguez. But then other guys got hurt, like Judge and Bellinger. Jason's had to play a lot of outfield. Goldschmidt against right-handed pitching this year. Let me pull up the exact numbers. He's hitting 201 versus righties. Paul Goldschmidt with a 581 OPS. He's still raking against lefties. How this will work is Luis Garcia Jr. will be the first baseman against right-handed pitching. Paul Goldschmidt will be the first baseman against left-handed pitching. Ben Rice will remain in the lineup every single day as the DH/first base. And when I say everyday first baseman for Garcia, that could mean like one day he's DHing and Rice is playing first. But against righties, you will have both Luis Garcia Jr., who rakes, again, 283 batting average, 23 homers, 560 slugging percentage, leads all the National League. He's now in the American League. Against righties, Rice and Garcia will play. Against lefties, Goldschmidt and Rice will play. And this is a really good move. A really good move. Because of the fact the offense is struggling so much right now, this will help bridge you over to the return of Judge, who is expected to come back, Bellinger, and then Stanton we'll see. So very much could help you win the American League East, but also come the postseason, we now no longer have to rely on the return of Giancarlo Stanton, which in that case, listen, one may say, like, what do you do when Stanton comes back? Well, what would we have done if we did have to bank on that? If we did have to bank on the fact of, not the fact, but the possibility that Giancarlo Stanton could return, which I do believe that he will. He may return before Judge and Bellinger do. But before this deal, we were relying on Giancarlo, especially with Goldschmidt starting to teeter down a little bit. We were relying on Giancarlo to come back. Now we don't have to do that. And if he does come back, well, Giancarlo Stanton will be a pinch hitter off the bench, and that's something he's been pretty damn good at over the last couple of years. So Garcia, I like this move a lot. And the return they gave up to do so, as I continue to monitor Twitter here, John Heyman also mentions that the Red Sox and Orioles are talking seriously about Adley Rutschman. I swear, man, I'm going to be pretty bummed. If we don't get Adley, we better get Jeffers. And we'll see if he's even available. I mean, we're here now. Like, obviously, this is the deadline day, so we're gonna have our answers today. The Yankees get a catcher or not? They probably will, at the very least, get a catcher. I really hope, fingers crossed, it's not Tyler Stevenson. And the reason being, he's not a good defender, and not to the level of, like, he's average, below average. The Yankees can bump him up a tier, which they are capable of doing. He's, like, really bad. And that I could maybe get over, but we're trying to bring in a righty bat here, in large part by, the floor of this conversation being to hit against lefties. Tyler Stephenson's a right-handed bat. He does not hit lefties. So if that's what this ends up being after, and maybe this is my fault a little bit, getting hyped up for Adley Rutschman, if it ends up being, instead of Adley and instead of Jeffers, Tyler Stephenson, just telling you guys right now, I will be pretty bummed. More on Luis Garcia Jr., though. I am a big fan of this deal. And you look at his swing, we just played the video. This dude should rake in Yankee Stadium. I mean, the swing will play quite well. Quite well. I mean, you see some of the swings that you're about to watch here on this video, if you weren't just watching the exact same video. 23 homers, 134 WRC plus. This is very much a breakout year for him, but the underlying metrics back up that breakout year. And again, a 16.3% K rate. So it's not a thing where Yankees bring in another slugger, he's home run or bust. Not at all. Not at all. Hitting 283. He doesn't get on base all that much, and he is very much a free swinger. But a 16.3% K rate, that's quite low. For most players that have, 23 home runs at this point in the year, they're going to be at like a 25% clip or higher. Garcia does not have that. So the Yankees add contact. They also add offense in general. Again, how will this work? Quite simply, he will play first base against righties. Goldschmidt will play against lefties. Ben Rice will be in the lineup every day as the DH. DH/first baseman. Stanton, now he's just a luxury, which is a good luxury to have. We want Giancarlo to come back. So for this being the first move of the deadline, it's a good one. I like this move a lot. Now, at first, I was a little bit like, make sure there's no news. At first, I was a little bit hesitant about the Garcia deal because his defensive numbers stood out to me and everybody else, but that's viewing him as a second baseman. You look at his defensive metrics at second base, they're so bad to where he's not a second baseman anymore. So at first, when I posted on my story on Yanks Ave, like, he's a horrible defender, that's in regards to him defensively at second, where he was like minus 17 defensive runs saved. Now he's a first baseman. He's right around league average. So he actually might be, granted, it's just the 1 year sample size, but he's like 0 DRS, -1 outs above average. So right around a league average first baseman defensively. He theoretically then should be an upgrade over Ben Rice. So as long as he's not playing second base, which he won't, and of course Luis Ariz was sent to the Phillies today. We talked about him a lot. That's not going to happen now. And you kind of figured it would once they acquired Garcia because Yankees need right-handed bats, and Garcia's a lefty. Him as a first baseman makes sense. And everything that we just talked about, how good of a hitter that he is, and ultimately, when you're that good, and the Yankees offense is struggling as much as it is, it's a deal that makes sense. So I give this very move in itself, Luis Garcia Jr., and yeah, I made that with AI. Is that a problem? I mean, who gives a damn? You know what I'm saying? I'm dating a graphic designer. I told her, I was like, I'm making an image with AI right now. Nobody's being put out of a job. It looks pretty good. This move in itself, I do consider to be an A. Right now, and we have a lot of time to go, I'm a little bit irritated and perturbed here in this first hour, in the first 15 minutes, just because it seems like the Red Sox might get Adley Rutschman. And full transparency, I already had the graphic made, which maybe that's, part of my fault. But as of right now, which we'll do this throughout the entire show today, remember, if you're just joining, we are live through the 6 o'clock hour, all throughout the trade deadline. As of right now, while this move in itself, I will give an A, because it makes a lot of sense. A lot of sense. We'll evaluate the trade deadline success meter as a whole. Right now, we're right around like a C. Because the Yankees just added the best offensive hitter available. The best bat available. That was redundant. The best bat available at the trade deadline. Most likely that in Luis Garcia Jr. They added him, and they needed offense. And the fit, contrary to initial surface-level thoughts, which I understand, the fit does make sense. Right now, though, we're at a C, because we still need a catcher. What is this? Fingers crossed. No, nothing. I really don't want the Red Sox to get Adley, yo. I really, really don't. I don't want anybody to get Adley. And it seems like us, the Red Sox, who are the favorite right now, and the Rays are also involved as well. Anyways, right now we're at a C. If we were to say, let's put Adley to the side for a second, but say instead of Adley we get, say Ryan Jeffers is still a possibility, which I would love Ryan Jeffers. I would love Ryan Jeffers, especially with the idea of we maybe headed towards Tyler Stephenson. If the pivot from no Adley to Stevenson, instead of that is, all right, we actually are going to get Ryan Jeffers after all, then I'm chilling. If that were to happen, we go from a C to a B plus, I would say. Maybe C to a B. Nah, B plus. If we get Ryan Jeffers on top of Luis Garcia, that'll bump us up to a B plus. Then it goes to what relievers do we get? If Brian Cashman does pull off a deal for Adrian Morejon, which, by the way, the reports about the Yankees apparently being, the reports were that they offered the Padres Will Warren for a half a year of Adrian Morejon. That was a Bob Nightingale report. That has been shut down by a couple of Yankee beat reporters, and that makes sense. I was even talking to Ryan Cohen last night. I'm like, listen, we always BS about things, and he continued to BS. But my perspective was like, listen, that is a ballsy move by the Padres if they indeed turn down whatever it is, 5 years of control on Will Warren for a half year of Adrian Morejon. They are looking for a starting pitcher. I cannot imagine that was true, that the Padres turned down Will Warren for Adrian Morejon. And a lot of Yankee beat reporters and people come out and said that is not true. And perhaps, for all we know, it may have been the other way around, where the Padres were asking for Will Warren and the Yankees said no. Notification, don't destroy my life, please. No, catcher did get moved, though. The Dodgers acquired Ben Rourke. Again, for those just tuning in, Red Sox are moving towards, it sounds like, a possible deal for Adley Rutschman, so we'll continue to monitor that. But that could throw a wrench in some plans, obviously. Luis Garcia Jr., good move. Need a catcher still. Remains to be seen who that's going to be. Need relievers. I still believe, if I had to guess right now, an Adrian Morejon deal will get done. But we'll see what else is in store here. But if that were to be the case, say they do add Jeffers, we're up to a B plus, from a C to a B plus. Add on somebody like Morejon or like a couple elite relievers, then we get into like A minus, A territory. The only A plus that will come out of this deadline, if it's one of those deals where after all is said and done, say, all right, Garcia's already done, we know that, and then they do get like Ryan Jeffers, all right, word, and then you get like a good reliever that's like, all right, that's a good deal as well. And then, like, within an hour towards the end of the deadline, or whenever, there's an unexpected, like, over-the-top move that we're feeling like, oh, Ward, Cashman's not playing around. That is the ultimate A-plus deadline. I'm going to reserve A-plus for that hypothetical. Whereas there's that final move. I mean, it can come in whatever order, but, like, Ward, like, we're going all-in sort of move. But as of right now, while Luis Garcia, that trade I fully support, and we can continue to talk about that, that move is an A as far as I'm concerned. It just is. And people will talk about with Garcia that, like, the Yankees, like, they're just bringing in a bat and they're going to figure out the positional side of things later. Really not like that at all, honestly. To a degree, it actually almost reminds me a little bit of the trade for Rizzo. Now, the big difference here is Rizzo, better defender at the time, although Garcia is pretty decent at first base, where it was like, all right, Luke Voigt's coming back from injury. Luke Voigt is not having a down year, but he's been really good in the past. We're not going to bank on that being the case. We're just going to go out and get Anthony Rizzo. And heck, if Voigt turns out to be something, which they later on, traded him, I'm pretty sure, or that was in 2022, which if it does work out, and in this case, it's Giancarlo Stanton does return, all right, that's good. Stan can pinch hit, or maybe, God forbid, like somebody else gets hurt, and then we have Stanton waiting to take over. Say, God forbid, knock on wood, something happens to Goldschmidt or somebody else. We want Stanton to come back because, worst case, he's a pinch hitter off the bench. And he's been really good at pinch hitting over the last couple of years. And I'd rather them operate on that side of things, where instead of, an example we'll often give is like 2019, instead of going out and acquiring an ace, 2019, it's like, well, we don't need to do that because Luis Severino is expected to come back, and he should pitch like an ace when he returns. Or stuff like that. I didn't want to leave this up to chance. And the Yankees, in the case of acquiring Luis Garcia, aren't doing that. The pushback of what happens when Stanton returns, I think is a good problem to have. If Stanton returns, which he should, I do believe Stanton will return, by the way, that is a good situation. In the meantime, or nonetheless, your first baseman versus right-handed pitching is Luis Garcia Jr. And that'll play. So that move in itself, A. We are still waiting on any more word for a potential deal with the Red Sox and Adley Rutschman. John Heyman reporting that Joe Adell is going to the Guardians. So that was a potential Yankee name. That is now off the board. And he wouldn't have been like a crazy needle mover or nothing, but he was at the very least, like he hit lefties pretty well. Adell does. That's interesting. I mean, I didn't see the Yankees going out and getting him, but they are going to have to add at least probably, I don't know. I mean, I would assume another right-handed bat is going to be added in general, but that could just come via the catcher. We heard yesterday that they were attached to the name Helio Ramos from the Giants, who I'm kind of good off of. I mean, like if they were to acquire him in part of a larger deadline, like along with, say, they did get Adley and they got Morhone and they got Jeffers, like it's a great deadline. Like, oh, you add Helio Ramos on top of that? That'd be cool with me, but like in the end, he's hitting like 260. I don't know how great his defense is, and he's all right against lefties, but like he's not so much a needle mover, and I don't know exactly who he would play over. He's not a good defender in center field. I think he's a right fielder now. It's slipping my mind how exactly good he is defensively in right. But we know the Yankees, as of last night, are still attached to right-handed hitting outfielders in general. My guess right now is we'll acquire a catcher by the end of today, and we will indeed acquire some sort of right-handed hitting outfielder. But now one is off the board with Joe Adell going to the Guardians. Another report. Let's see. What do we got? Yes, the Guardians are acquiring Joe Adell from... Oh, come on, man. John Heyman's reporting that the Red Sox are moving closer to a deal for Adley Rutschman. Not done yet, but very good chance. All right, so I'm kind of operating on the assumption that that is going to happen, which is very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Now, for those who don't know much about the current state of Adley Rutschman, which I planned on talking about this regarding potential deal with the Yankees, he is hurt right now, but he's expected to begin a rehab assignment probably this week. He had wrist inflammation. He had a couple down years offensively, but he's back to it this year, solid 764 OPS. He's one of the best defenders in the game. Year and a half's worth of control. We'll see what the potential return is, or what the return would be with either the Red Sox or us. Seems like it's going to be the Red Sox right now. He would fit so nicely on the Yankees. Switch hitting catcher. He's hitting again. His arm is incredible. The Yankees better end up getting Ryan Jeffers, man, I'll tell you. Because if not, it's just Tyler Stevenson. Which, Chad, I'm good. Let's see. Breaking from passing, Mariners are acquiring outfielder Taylor Ward in a trade with the Orioles. He's somebody else that had been linked to the Yankees because, right-handed hitting outfielder. I didn't expect that to happen. Not that they wouldn't be interested, but I felt like if the Yankees were to make a deal with the Orioles, it would be for Adley, and I never really bought into the idea that it would be Adley and Ward. Now we're probably not getting neither, but the Mariners acquire Taylor Ward. So teams are improving, and obviously yesterday the Rays acquired Freddie Peralta, which Freddie Peralta, the Yankees have handled him in the past before. He's having a really bad year, although I would expect Peralta to get better with Tampa Bay. He doesn't concern me all that much, but what is clearly happening here, and this is, how the trade deadline works, teams are getting better. Teams are getting a lot better. The Mariners just got better acquiring Taylor Ward. The Rays are getting better. The Red Sox are getting better, and they are starting to be a little bit of concern because obviously they continue to win. And last night, you can't ignore the fact that they did just sweep the Los Angeles Dodgers while we lost 2 out of 3. Now, the true talent Yankees come October, and we'll see how good that team actually is going to be with how this trade deadline goes or not. The true talent team come October, I think, is more than capable of beating the Dodgers in the series. But you can't ignore the fact that the Red Sox just swept them, the Dodgers. And a couple weeks ago, the Dodgers took 2 out of 3 from you. The Red Sox are only 5.5 back from the Rays for first place. They're only, 3 back from us, 4 back from us in the AL East. Latest moves is that the Mariners are acquiring Taylor Ward. The Guardians are acquiring Joe Adell. And I think since we've come on here, that's the only trades to go down. But obviously the largest rumor right now is that the Red Sox are in serious talks with the Orioles to acquire Adley Rutschman. Let me just throw this on the news ticker really quick because I update it manually. So I want to make sure we're all accurate here. The Mariners are acquiring Taylor Ward from the Orioles, which Taylor Ward would have been a nice get, but I didn't expect that to happen. My main worry of business here, or order of business, whatever I'm trying to say, is what catcher are the Yankees getting? Because we know to a degree that is happening. As in, they will acquire a catcher who is alive and breathing. Hopefully. Bang. And then what was the other trade? It was Joe Adele. Yes. Joe Adele. And we'll pull up the chat soon. We're going to get to live callers probably in hour 2. We're going to go to a commercial break soon. Again, if you're just joining, this is going to be a very traditional radio-style broadcast. We're live through the trade deadline. Classic old, like, Mike Francesa type show. I want to get an intro, by the way. I really do want to get an intro where it's, like, not exactly like Dan's on, he's ready to go on the Fan New York Sports Radio, but, like, something along those lines. Like an old-fashioned... I grew up on Sports Talk Radio, OGWFAN. So that's what this is going to model. But anyways, we'll be having a commercial break soon. They're only going to be, like, 3-minute-long commercial breaks every half hour. So that's kind of a better deal than, radio these days. These days it kind of feels like you get like 15 minutes worth of sports talk and then it's like 8 minutes of Cars for Kids commercials. But all right, 1 sec here. Sorry, chat. Just want to update the news ticker. Bang. Also, by the way, Yankees are playing the Cardinals tonight. They begin a 9-game homestand. Cardinals, what is it? Cardinals, Braves, Mariners, 9-game homestand. I believe Cam is on the bump tonight, which we won't be live for that game, by the way. We won't be live with a watch party tonight. We'll be back with those tomorrow. Because to be honest, after this stream, I'm probably going to be pretty pooped. And like hopefully in like a nice like, what a day. Or I might be pretty pissed. Cam versus the righty Michael McGreevy for the Cardinals tonight. Tomorrow, the rest of the series is TBD for the Cardinals. But for tomorrow for the Yankees, Ryan Weathers, who's pitching well again lately. ERA is back down under 4. And then for the Yankees on Thursday, all 3 of these night games, Will Warren is scheduled to start. Now again, that report has been heavily disputed amongst a couple beat reporters that the Yankees or the Padres turned down an offer for Adrian Morejon for Will Warren. It most likely was the other way around because I can't see the Padres who are looking for a starter turning down 5.5 years of control for Will Warren. I also can't really see the Yankees making that deal. I would make that deal, but there might be another way they can get that deal done. I wonder, we heard that the Yankees were getting interest being generated with the Yankees in a possible deal for Clark Schmidt. Doesn't mean the Yankees are shopping Clark Schmidt, but we had heard teams are interested in him, who, of course, coming back from Tommy John surgery, set to return in September and is under control through next year. Could there be a team that's looking for a starter that looks at Clark Schmidt as a viable option to acquire for this year's postseason race, and then, of course, next year as a regular built-up starter? Could he intrigue the Padres? We'll see. I do want Adrian Morejon very bad, and at this point, it definitely seems like, barring some new report, Mason Miller is not going to be moved, which is a shame. The bottom line is, like, we do need to get some deals going here. Now, we also have to understand, and I'm saying this to myself as well, that while you see other teams make deals, especially as the day goes on, but I especially want to remind myself of this right now while it's 12:30, like, until the next deal is announced, like, we are going to be like, yo, Cashman, let's get to work. And then all of a sudden, if a deal does happen, it's like, all right, we're chilling. For all we know, we're going to get breaking news that's good news for us in 5 minutes that has us feeling good. What'll really be a stressor is when you get closer and closer to 6, and it's like, if the only deals we have made are Luis Garcia and some, like, whatever reliever, run-in-the-mill reliever, even if it is, like, Adrian Morejon, if it's just Garcia and Morejon, like, if it's 5:45 and that's the only 2 moves, heck, maybe by then, like, I'll take that as a best-case scenario because we may not get Morejon, but, like, there's a world where I mentioned the 5 o'clock hour with Garcia and 1 reliever, and I'm pretty concerned here. Wouldn't be a bad deadline, but again, for right now, our only trade being Garcia Jr., which is an A in itself, in my opinion, we're kind of at a C right now. If we were to get Adley, which it seems like the Red Sox are going to, we'll see. That's just a report. They're moving towards a deal, or it's getting close, whatever, gaining traction. A catcher like Adley would easily bump us up into the B territory for a grade of this trade deadline. Ryan Jeffers, which I still think is possible, that would bump us up into like the B category. Then you add, we'll go on as we go here. But anyways, so trade since we've gone live here. Joe Adele to the Joe Adele to the Guardians, Taylor Ward to the Mariners, and that's the main one since we went live here at 12 o'clock. And obviously, Red Sox working on a deal for Adley Rutschman. If you're just joining, we're covering the trade deadline all day long here. We're going to be live through the 6 p.m. deadline, probably till like right around 6:30, because we'll have to give up our, wrap our thoughts up and all that. Hopefully we'll be in a good mood by then. I'm not even in a bad mood right now. Like, I came on here very hyped, and I'm having a blast doing this. Click like on the stream if you haven't already. But like within the first 10 minutes, while I have Adley Rutschman graphics, this is my fault, ready to go, within the first 10 minutes of being live, it's like all of a sudden there's traction with the Red Sox, and Adley's like, come on, bro. So I am a little bit perturbed right now. Word. Anyways, yeah, we're live all day long. Commercial breaks every 30 minutes. 3-minute commercial breaks, and then another 30 minutes of trade deadline coverage, talk, and all of that. We'll get to live callers in the 1 o'clock hour. This is just like Sports Talk Radio. This is freaking sick. Anyways, we'll be right back after this break. I'll see you guys in a little bit. Grab something to drink, and we'll be back in right around 2.5 to 3 minutes. Fantasy football meets the stock market on GameStock. How does it work? It's incredibly simple. You pick 2 to 4 stocks, compete on a live leaderboard, and top players win real cash from the prize pool. It's completely free to join and takes less than 20 seconds to sign up. We also just launched our own Yankees Avenue tournament with a $300 prize pool, and as always, it's completely free to enter. So download GameStock, enter a tournament, pick your stocks, win real cash. GameStock is available on iOS and Android. Use promo code JOHNBOY for $20 in bonus credits and get in on the Yankees Avenue tournament. Link in description. Yankees fans, whatever happens today, Slashline has you covered. Shop officially licensed MLB Yankees shirts like our brand new Flowers shirt, which is selling out very fast, as well as our stamp, outline, and retro diamond t-shirts. The Yankees glitch design, by the way, is also restocking soon. And if they do pull off a trade today, fingers crossed, Slashline plans to have the merch for the newest Yankee live by tonight. Don't forget to check out bestsellers like our New York Schlitty, the Ben Rice jersey, and the Captain shirt. Get your officially licensed MLB Yankees merch at slashline.co/NYY. Link in description. Quick reminder that we are also available on Instagram and Facebook. Follow Yankees Avenue on Instagram and Facebook for up-to-the-minute Yankees coverage, including breaking news, in-game highlights, as well as pre- and post-game coverage every single day. We post the Yankees lineup the second it is given to us, so give Yankees Avenue a follow on Instagram or Facebook to know who's playing that night hours ahead of game time. We also have many in-game highlights, breaking news, some opinion-based stuff, and a bunch more. Yankees Avenue on Instagram and Facebook. Hope to see you there. Looking for an everyday Yankee podcast? We'll start your day with a brand new episode of The Morning Yankee Show. Live every single day, Monday through Friday, here on the Yankees Avenue YouTube channel. We break down the previous night's games. We discuss all the latest news and storylines involving the team. And we are now adding live callers. Many of you will know that I grew up on old school WFAN, Boomer and Carton in the morning, Joe and Evan in the midday, and then Mike would carry over to the Yankee game that night. My goal is for the Morning Yankee Show to very much have that everyday feel. No pointless hot takes or anything like that. We'll always keep it to baseball. But we're live every single day, Monday through Friday. Consume the show live on YouTube or just watch it later on whenever you feel like it. The Morning Yankee Show is also available on all podcast platforms. Hope to see you there. Alrighty, and just like that, that's our commercial break. We are back here, 12:35, less than 6 hours to go until the trade deadline. Just went over all the latest deals. You know, the Yankees acquired Luis Garcia Jr. yesterday, which by now you're well aware. Haven't joined in already, but that was a good trade. There's much more to do. Red Sox are currently progressing towards a deal for Adley Rutschman. It is not yet done, but it seems like it could get done, which would be very unfortunate. Taylor Ward to the Mariners, Joe Adell to the Guardians. In the meantime, while we continue to monitor the trade deadline, everything with the Yankees, we'll touch some more on Luis Garcia Jr. because I know people are going to be coming in here throughout the day. But one thing before we do that I do want to talk about is George Lombard Jr., who continues with last night's performance to rake since returning from the injured list a few weeks ago, and now at AAA. First of all, for the season in the minor leagues, George Lombard Jr., 78 games, hitting .284 with a .411 on base, .909 OPS. Now in AAA, remember, he got off to a really bad start the first few weeks, as it often will be with him, like where, AA last year, he got up to that level, struggled at first, and then eventually did conquer it. Well, AAA at first, he was, stats-wise, quite abysmal in the first couple weeks. He now is up to an .845 OPS in 56 games at AAA. 6 home runs, 21 RBIs on-base percentage of .405. Now, we heard a couple weeks ago that, from John Heyman, but we heard a couple weeks ago that George Lombard Jr. was expected to be called up within the next couple weeks or at some point in August. As he continues to hit here, it's hard not to wonder about like when that could happen. And whatever goes down with the Yankees trade deadline today, I'm curious if just like the Yankees' second half plans or like their August, September, long-term plans for this season, like looking at what we always refer to as the true talent team come October, is George Lombard the shortstop? As of right now, I would say certainly he is. Because, listen, I mean, unless the Yankees were to go out and get Otto Lopez from the Miami Marlins, which if you guys have been watching me, you know I am very much down for that idea. And the Marlins are apparently willing to listen on Trade Talks Forum. There's also Xavier Edwards as well. But barring the acquisition of a shortstop, if I were to guess right now, I mean, yeah, I do believe Lombard would be the shortstop not only in October, but in August and September. We know, well, obviously by then, you know, he would be called up. But what I'm saying is October shortstop, you'd probably want to do that soon. So if he's going to be indeed the shortstop at some point this year, you figure it would be relatively soon. For also the reason, probably mainly the reason that, you know, at first of every level he goes to, he struggles early on, which many prospects do. Judge did the same thing. But you'd want to get him up here soon if that's your plan for October. Defensively, you know, he's totally good there. And IQ-wise, apparently off the charts. Fundamentals and everything regarding just like him as a baseball player, as an athlete, and everything that he's about. Scouts, we've heard it a million times, like he's big league ready, and he's been big league ready. Offensively, though, do the Yankees look at him as, and this may sound like a ridiculous question, but do the Yankees look at Lombard as potentially an offensive upgrade at shortstop as well? Or what could they see him being this year with him, somebody push back on this, I think conquering AAA, because at what point is he going to fall down from this level of production? When I say conquering AAA, I don't mean like, you know, he can't get better and better and better, but at this point, he's not going to get worse, and he's already at an 845 OPS at AAA. As far as I'm concerned, he has conquered that level. He has shown that he can perform at a level that's worthy of AAA, therefore worthy of, at this point, with his prospect status and who he is defensively, potential call to the big leagues. If that were to happen, the bar is not that high for him to succeed offensively in comparison to Volpe and Caballero, who are right around like a mid-600s OPS right now, the both of them. And here's a Twitter notification. Let's see. Anything? Nothing. Just that the Guardians will send catching prospect Jacob Kozar to the Angels. Nobody cares. And shout out Caballero yesterday with a 2-run shot. That was a big home run. And the pitching this past little bit, I mean, the entire season has been terrific. But the Yankees taking 2 out of 3 against the Cubs, despite not scoring anything offensively, was very nice. And shout out to Caballero for that. But obviously, ultimately here, both Volpe and Caballero, in different ways, Caballero a little more slug, Volpe a little more on base, they've been right around like 650 OPSs now. Would anybody be shocked, and this may still be considered like disappointing to a degree, which it shouldn't, and I think we're all probably in the right headspace, hopefully going into Lombard's tenure about what to expect offensively after Volpe, but like, what I'm saying here is, you know defensively he's not going to be worse than those guys, and it sounds like he'd be almost certainly an upgrade, and then some. Is it impossible for George Lombard Jr., who has a 909 OPS in the minors this year, 845 at AAA, to put up like a 710 OPS at the big league level? Which would still be, I'd have to check, but that's probably like right around like a 95 WRC plus. So we're still talking like a below league average hitter here. But just acknowledging what Caballero and Volpe have been, you replace that with Lombard, which should certainly be an improvement defensively. Although I don't really have much issue defensively with those two guys. I mean, Caballero is better at turning double plays. Volpe has better range. Volpe has technically graded out as a good defender this year at shortstop, and I think the eye test does go along with that. But Lombard, you know, is more defensively sound than those guys. Like that's his bread and butter, is his defense. The question was always, is he going to hit? Well, right now he's hitting enough in AAA to warrant the Yankees at the least being comfortable with calling him up. The ultimate grand team come October, if he's at shortstop, as well as you acquired Luis Garcia Jr., hopefully there's another move coming. You have to assume there's another move coming. I mean, there has to be. And I think there will be. I mean, let's acknowledge it is very early here. Point is, though, the team should look very different come the postseason. Possibly Lombard at short. Obviously, we know guys coming back from injury. Bellinger's expected to come back some point mid-September. Judge is expected to come back. He says he feels 10 times better. He says he's definitely coming back. And the Yankees, apparently within, Joel Sherman was talking about this. John Heyman was talking about this. like behind closed doors, they are operating on the assumption like they feel pretty confident Judge will come back, which makes total sense. I mean, what's he going to do? Like sit out the postseason, even if he's not fully healed? Well, I acknowledge there's a world where Judge comes back at 80%, 100%, but whatever. Yes. But you are probably going to get Judge back to a degree. He's your right fielder. Center field, it's hard to have the conversation about Spencer Jones and Jason Dominguez right now, which my perception of those two might be flipped. I did, have Jason above Spencer after this series, especially for the fact of he's a center fielder, and Grisham is likely gone after this year, so you would, need somebody to play there next year. I might favor Jones now more than I do Jason Dominguez. But just talking about this year, some may say, well, the Yankees should play Jones in center over Grisham in center field. For those who don't know, I am a Grisham supporter. He has not been playing well lately, though, so I'll be completely honest about that. Is this a worthwhile conversation? I think it's fair. And especially now that we saw Jones go deep against the lefty Imanaga on Friday. If he's not traded, could there be a world where Spencer Jones starts postseason games for the Yankees? I don't see it, but I could understand why one would want it. And part of the reason why I don't see it is because I do think the Yankees really like Grisham, and for good reason when things are especially going well. And even right now when things aren't going well, he is still putting together long at-bats, which he always does. The problem with Grisham is he's not getting on base. He's really not. Early on in the year when he was struggling, his OBP was still in like the 330 to 340 range. And then he had that really good stretch before the IL, came back, had some big hits, and was looking all right. OBP like a 340 type thing. And it was like, all right, maybe he's not a 30-something homer bat, but he is like a guy that can hit, maybe 15 to 20 homers, works good at bats, and still gets on base. That's the upside of Trent Grisham, and that still is there. Defensively in center field, I know the metrics don't love him, but I do trust him out there. Why am I not getting a sound on my notifications, by the way? It's annoying. What I will say, though, is I forget what I was going to say about Grisham. What the hell was I going to say, chat? It slipped my mind. Long term, though, what could definitely keep Jones here is the fact of he plays center field and Jason doesn't. You look at the two, like the comparison. I always believed in Jason's bat more than I did Spencer Jones, but now maybe that's changing a little bit. What also heavily goes towards Spencer's advantage is the fact of he's a true center fielder, whereas Jason, while that's the position he came up with, obviously is not. Granted, has looked pretty good defensively in right field, so credit where it's due. But if you're looking at next year and planning the team around next year, if you were to think about Jason playing every single day, well, then you'd have to look at him at DH. With the acquisition of Garcia, I think only brings down because of the fact that he very well, whether it's first base / platooning with Ben Rice in terms of where he's playing, not playing every day. They both will play every day against righties at least. Rice against lefties as well. But you'll have Garcia at first, Rice at DH, or vice versa. Both those two will be in the lineup against right-handed pitching. With Judge healthy, where is Jason Dominguez playing? Unless it's center field, which the Yankees, we know, are not going to be doing that. I wonder if one of those two could get moved. It would almost be shocking, at least going into this year, if Jason and Spencer stuck through another deadline. We were talking a lot this past week about if you were to guess, do one of these three on the big league roster, just talking about players on the big league roster that could be moved by today's deadline at 6 o'clock, Warren, Jones, or Jason, will one of those three be moved? And I was of the firm belief, yes. And the only reason right now that I won't be is because as time goes on, you just get a natural, feeling of pessimism. I'm an optimistic fan, but, as the day goes on, you just kind of feel like, oh, nothing's going to happen. This guy ain't going to go. We ain't going to do nothing. I get that a little bit myself, too. Now it just feels like, and this is the wrong way of thinking, but you naturally, will get this line of thought where it's like, they ain't going to do, Mike Jones ain't going to go, Jason ain't going to go. And I'm not saying those guys should go, but maybe I am, because if Will Warren is traded, that means you're getting something good in return. If you're trading Spencer Jones or Jason Dominguez, while their value wasn't what it once was, you're getting something good. And that is a very good, I keep saying the word good. That is something that's been nice about the last week or so, whether it be Will Warren's start against the Cubs or Jones and what he's been doing. If the Yankees did have interest in trading those guys, which if you don't believe in a player, one good week shouldn't really, change your thinking all that much. Their trade value certainly did go up with how great Warren looked against the Cubs and then what Jones did as well against them, we were talking about the possibility of a Seiya Suzuki trade, which I think would have been, and still would be, a perfect fit for the Yankees. Remember, Jeff Passan had him at like a 15% chance of getting traded because the Cubs apparently were looking to possibly get creative with looking to acquire pitching, and they might be willing to trade Seiya Suzuki to get that. That 15% chance that Passan had it at probably decreased with their acquisition of Kevin Gausman. What was that, last night? So, don't think so much that Suzuki's going to happen. The players to really watch for the Yankees right now, as we still currently wait on some more news regarding Adley Rutschman, which, for those just joining, the Red Sox and Orioles seemingly are progressing towards a possible deal being done today, which would be very unfortunate. But that aside, the players to watch for this day in particular are Ryan Jeffers of the Twins still. And the Yankees may even get more aggressive now that Adley could go somewhere else. And it makes you think a little bit, maybe they were playing a little bit with the Adley thing just to like use that as leverage in Jeffers negotiations. If Adley doesn't go to the Yankees, fingers crossed that Ryan Jeffers is still available and that they can get him. Because if not, you're looking at Tyler Stevenson. But some sort of a catcher. Adley's, I think, are number one, if that can still happen. Then right under him, if not equivalent, is Ryan Jeffers. And then there's, like Tyler Stevenson, which some may like Tyler Stevenson, but again, like he's a righty bat that doesn't hit lefties, and he's a brutal defender. Like that really wouldn't do much for me at all, unless it's like ultimately, all right, we brought in Garcia, yeah, we brought in Tyler Stevenson, but then also, by the way, we got out of Lopez. Like that, I can deal with a deadline that involves Tyler Stevenson. I just need to see what the rest of it is. But just talking catcher on its own, I am very much good off that idea. Relievers. I mean, the main one to watch is Adrian Morejon with the Padres. And maybe they don't trade him at all. If we were to get him, though, I mean, that would be pretty awesome. I mean, he's legit. Let me see if I think I have video of him on here. Yeah, so Morejon, I mean, his ERA is above 3, which is fine. Reliever ERA really is nothing, but like, he's a rental, lefty. He would automatically become pretty much the Yankees, not pretty much, he would be the Yankees' number one option behind David Bednar. Bednar would still be your ninth inning guy. He would get still remain the closer. And then right after that, in terms of pecking order, it would go Bednar in the ninth, and then you're right to Morejon. And then after that, you have Cruz, Blackburn. Obviously, Tim Hill would still be a part of this as well. Who am I forgetting right now? Cruz, Blackburn, Hedrick. My goodness. So Hedrick would be after Morejon. You'd have a lot of lefties. I don't see the Yankees moving on from Tim Hill, though. So what would probably happen here is the casualty, if you will, if the Yankees were to bring in a lefty reliever like Morejon, is Ryan Yarbrough probably would end up getting the boot. And if it's Morejon, you'd be looking at Bednar in the ninth, then Morejon, then Hedrick, and then you have Cruz, then you have Blackburn. And I would not be surprised if the Yankees acquire 2 relievers today, which one could argue we probably do need. And, it's not a diss on the bullpen at all to be like, yo, they've been great, but they're also probably pitching way above their heads right now. And whether you want to look like bullpen ERA or whatever it may be, like bullpen ERA is so, and reliever ERA in general is pretty tough. Just watching this pen, and even watching a guy like Paul Blackburn, who's been great, I don't know if Paul Blackburn is a true like 2.1 ERA guy. And even if he is, that's who he is right now. Relievers are very volatile. Like they switch very quickly, whether it be year over year or even just overuse, which the Yankees bullpen has certainly dealt with that a lot. Like, watching Paul Blackburn, although lately, I got to say, like, his fastball's getting up. The stuff truly is looking like, wow. But like, I think he's probably more of like a true 3 ERA guy than like a 2.1. Brent Hedrick, I fully believe him, but at some point, he's due for a bad outing or like a bad week. His ERA is like, he might have an ERA in the 0 points at some point. So they want to get a reliever. We know that. How many will they get? I would guess, I feel like they're going to end up getting 2 relievers today, in part because that was already a need, and all these deals that they now have made, or I should say the 2 deals that they made, almost the entire return has been pitching and relievers. Obviously, Duvall gone to the Pirates. Yankees get 2 prospects back. And then in yesterday's deal with Garcia, you trade away a couple kids, which, by the way, the one pitcher, like, he's all right. Respectfully, though, like, who cares? Like, Ben Grable, 24-year-old in Double-A, he goes to Washington. Yankees number 25 prospect. He's had a really good year, 56 Ks and 36 in the third innings pitched, and 2.45 ERA, 162 batting average against. Like Jack Siebert, who's Yankees number 14 prospect. Ultimately, like, in my opinion, y'all, I'm not saying this, like, I know people get attached to prospects, and, like, you can have a certain guy that, like, you looked into and you feel like you discovered him and all that, and it's like, oh, they shouldn't trade this guy. With all due respect, like, who cares? With that said, though, Duvall's gone, and then Giovanni Cruz gone in that deal as well, which I think is totally fine. And then Jake Bird. Not those guys, besides Cruz, I know some people might lose some sleep over that, but, like, ultimately, we don't know how good Cruz is. If the Yankees really believed in Giovanni Cruz that much, trust me, he would be up. But he hardly was. They've lost a few now, like depth relievers in Duvall, Bird, and Cruz. So you're probably looking at, I think, another guy like that brought in. Ideally, say it's Morahone, Word, and then you have somebody that's like off the scrap heap a little bit that they can, more often than not, turn into like a viable reliever. White Sox are acquiring center fielder Brenton Doyle from the Rockies, per Ken Rosenthal. But yeah, anyways, we're going to pull up the chat soon. We're also going to do some live callers on here as well. I'll once we get to that point of the show, which will probably be after our next commercial break in a little bit. Once we do that, then we will. I'll drop the link in the chat for you guys to be able to call in. We'll only take like a couple calls because sometimes like I'll be listening to Sports Talk Radio, and I think like sometimes callers can be the worst part of the show. But obviously, as we wait for deals to go down here, and as we wait for a further update on Adley Rutschman, we have, I don't say time to kill, but yeah, we got time to kill. We're going to be live throughout the entire afternoon, all day until 6:30. The only gap we might have would be like I might take like a good, and have a highlight compilation for when this does happen, like later on, maybe like in the 3 o'clock hour or something really quick, 10 to 15 minute break for me to go heat up a Factor meal and scarf that down. But otherwise, yeah, we currently sit here waiting for the Yankees to make their next move. So far, Luis Garcia Jr. from the Nationals, good trade. They shipped Camilo Duvall to the Pirates, good trade. What is next, though? That is the question. And yeah, I mean, dude, listen, I've been excited all day long, and I'm still in a position of excitement. I am very much on a. I want to see what the hell's going on with this Adley Rutschman deal. Is he going to the Red Sox or not? And they are now above where we were last night, where there was seemingly a lot of smoke between like the Yankees and the Orioles for Adley. But the names that were putting it out there, it was very much just like Yankees Twitter talk. This today with the Red Sox smoke, you have, I mean, it's actual reports. It's like Heyman, it's Feinsand, like it's actual reporters saying that the Red Sox are moving towards a deal for Adley Rutschman. I need to see what happens there. And maybe the Yankees do too. I'm so curious what the return would be. And I hope they're not. I mean, I don't know. Like, what are the Orioles asking for in an Adley Rutschman deal? It's a year and a half worth of control, which does throw a slight caveat on this because we know there's possibly not baseball next year. So that being the case, like no matter what, you still have to give up a year and a half worth of value, but are you truly getting a year and a half back? So like that's where I hope the Yankees aren't being, when it comes to prospects and hugging those prospects, cheap. But I also will make sure I'm fair here when I see like what the return is to the Red Sox, because while I do want Adley Rutschman, or from the Red Sox, I do want Adley Rutschman very bad. I'm not going to pretend like Adley Rutschman is who he was in the first couple years of that deal, but he is one of the best catchers in baseball. He's hitting again offensively. His arm is terrific. No news. That was just the White Sox acquired Brenton Doyle from the Rockies. But yeah, so we're on Adley watch right now, and in this case, not in a great way. But how will the Yankees pivot from that if that indeed happens? Ideally, it's Ryan Jeffers, which we have heard lately over the last couple of days. Really, no smoke regarding that. There's been speculation that the Twins, who are starting to lose some games again, are possibly going to trade him. But it's not really like a thing where it's. We haven't heard like this team is talking to the Twins about Ryan Jeffers. We haven't heard anything like this team is checking in on Ryan Jeffers. It's very quiet on his front. Maybe that would pick up or not, I don't know, once the Adley deal is done, wherever he ends up going. And again, the Rays are also apparently in the mix for Adley Rutschman, at the very least interested in that deal. The Red Sox are starting to concern me a little bit. Yeah, they definitely are starting to concern me a little bit. They're 5.5 back of first place as of right now. They're 3.5 back of us, I believe. We're 1.5 back of the Rays. And they just swept the Dodgers, and they might get Adley Rutschman. If that deal goes down, both from I wanted him, that sucks, but instead of him going to us, he goes to the Red Sox, who are surging, obviously. That would be kind of like, oh, shit, man. We might be bugging out, chat. We might be bugging out. But then, you don't know how it could work. The Yankees could get Ryan Jeffers, and then they can go out and get Adrian Morejon, and then Otto Lopez, too, and we're cooking. I didn't get my gallon of water today, by the way. All I have are these bottles, which is fine. Anyways, y'all, I'm going to pull the chat soon, I think. We'll get to the live callers soon. I really wanted to do that in hour 2. Reminder, y'all, if you have not already, please do leave a like on the stream. It helps out a great deal. And, yo, we got a couple super chats. Luke with a $2 super chat says, any new signings, or in this case, trades? Nothing new as of right now. Nothing that's all that interesting or pertains to us. Again, we're just waiting on whatever the outcome's going to be with the Adley Rutschman deal. And the Clo Dog with a super chat says, the background looks awesome. Chloe, thanks to you, yo, because you freaking helped me set it up. Yeah, I didn't even mention this, by the way. How do you guys like the new backdrop? Me and the Clo Dog all yesterday were setting this up. Got my Spider-Man poster there, got the A-Rod thing, got my play button, got all that. Anyways, I'm a big fan of it. I got some new lights and all that. But yeah, as of right now, we're just currently waiting on the latest. What up, Meeks? Yo, let's do a little roll call. We got quick roll call because there's going to be a lot of people in here. But yo, we got Meeks, we got intern Tim, we got Smelly in the chat. I'm sure we got Morg as well. Chat, any thoughts? How are we feeling? I haven't really put it over to you guys just yet. But what's the vibes at? Well, where's our head and all that? Yankees 1 says, on the contrary to Stevenson, he is number 1 in blocks above average, and his career average hitter career above average hitter versus lefties. Still has a 373 OBP this year versus lefties. I believe you. I'm going to check on that. And the reason I say this is because that is good information to pass along. I did not know his OBP was good against lefties. I just see what his OPS is against lefties. Let me see. Versus lefties. So he does have a 377 OBP versus lefties, which is quite odd. Because he's slugging just 245, hitting 189. But he does indeed have a 377 OBP. Which, you'll get those, like, ratios or whatever. But that's a very high OBP with a 189 batting average. Still in a pretty small sample size. 2025 versus lefties. He did have an 821 OPS in 61 at-bats, so the sample size is pretty small. But point taken, I mean, I will acknowledge that Tyler Stevenson does have a career of hitting lefties. He's just not so much doing it this year. I think I would need to see what the rest of the deadline looks like if the catch that we get is Tyler Stevenson. Like, honestly, at the time, only tweeted Adley. What did only tweet? Come on, man. All right, yeah, Buster only does say that the Red Sox and O's have a deal arranged for Adley Rutschman. Prospects, medical set. Red Sox just need to say yay or nay. What? So the deal is done or no? Why do you say Red Sox just need to say yay or nay? But it sounds like, anyways, it sounds like Adley is going to be headed to Boston. How do the Yankees react? How do the Yankees counter that? That's the question. Red Sox just need to say yay or nay. That's a very weird line by Buster Only put in there. Again, his tweet just now, 12:56, said the Red Sox and O's have a deal arranged for Adley Rutschman. Prospects and medicals set. Red Sox just need to say yay or nay. So is a deal arranged or not? But I guess it's, it sounds like this is going to happen, it seems, which is very unfortunate. Cashman is finished. Listen, we always said, just like we do with the season, like the season's not over, I'll react at the end. Just, I can say season's over, I'll just do it in October. I can say Cashman failed, I can do that after the deadline. We always kind of said we will grade Cashman's season after the deadline. And just because he doesn't get Adley doesn't mean it's bad, because he might counter that with, if he gets Ryan Jeffers, all right, we're fine. What's next? But as of right now, letting Adley, who you apparently wanted, go to Boston, which is not done yet, but it's heading that way, would be a massive L. A massive L. Do I think Otto Lopez is still possible after picking up Garcia? I do think he's still possible, yes. I do think he's still possible. Which I need to move like that, yo. Jeffers isn't moving. Then it's probably going to be Stevenson, Munger Lord. We'll see. Defense is really similar to Jeffers, but I would love Ivan Herrera. Well, Jeffers' defense, I feel like, is above Herrera. Jeffers' defense isn't all that bad. And also another thing that's important is we have, obviously, Tanner Swanson, who has good rapport with Jeffers when Swanson was with the Twins. And obviously, Tanner Swanson's our catching coordinator And the Yankees probably would be able to, I think, bring everybody a tier up, whichever catcher that they get. Herrera does interest me. We'll see, though, because it seems like, the Yankees are probably, once this deal with the Red Sox and the Orioles becomes official, whenever that is, for Adley, Yankees will obviously have to pivot to a different catcher. But yeah, let's see. We have a super chat in here. Hale, what up, Hale? With a $5 super chat. Appreciate it, brother. Says, any postseason lineup that has any two of Wells, Volpe, Rosario, and McMahon should be considered a failure. These are problems entering the season. And I just don't see that being the case, though, Hale. I know what you're saying, but there shouldn't be a world where Wells is in the starting lineup. Volpe, I don't see how he's really on the postseason roster, honestly. Rosario, against lefties, that very well could happen. But to your point, that has any two of, the only one of those would be Rosario / McMahon. Looking at like McMahon and Rosario as one person, which there's a concern there because Rosario's defense, but just talking about what you painted here with any two of Wells, Volpe, Rosario, and McMahon, well, only one of those four should be in the lineup. And I'm looking at McMahon and Rosario kind of as the same person. McMahon versus righties, obviously. Rosario versus lefties. Wells shouldn't be in the lineup come October, assuming we get a catcher. Rosario should not be in the lineup, or Volpe should not be in the lineup, let alone probably even the postseason roster. It doesn't really make much sense how he would be. We'll see, though. Though with Wells, man, listen, I mean, if they were to get Stevenson, I guess that's kind of what bums me out about it, too, the possibility of that, where it's like, if you get Tyler Stevenson, then you're looking at, like, all right, sure, let's just say Tyler Stevenson, like, he's actually pretty decent against lefties. Let's just say that. Which, for his career, to that point in the chat, he has been. You are looking at a platoon where it's like Wells against righties, Stevenson against lefties. Whereas if you acquire Ryan Jeffers, he's such a good hitter that he's going to be playing pretty much, at least come October and come like big games. Like obviously catchers have days off, but like come October and like those sort of games, like Jeffers would play every single day and he hits both righties and lefties. That would be a legitimate upgrade. If you get Tyler Stevenson, Austin Wells is still very much a part of this, more than just being like the backup catcher. Whereas if you get Jeffers, he's in your lineup pretty much every single day. So if it's Stevenson, like then there is very much a world where you have Wells and McMahon in the lineup at the same time, which would certainly not be ideal. But we got to continue to monitor the show. Again, whether it be the Adley deal with Boston falling through, which I wouldn't bank on that, or just like how the Yankees react. Like, let's all remember here that there is a good what do we got now? Just under 5 hours left of this deadline, so much can happen. Stop talking about Stevenson. Well, I can't blame me for talking about him. Smiley, he's definitely a possibility. Dog, what happened to Goodman? What up, Jalen? Goodman just doesn't seem like it's a realistic possibility to get dealt. Now, the Rockies have apparently listened to offers on him, but it's been like for something, a crazy return, which makes sense. I don't see the Yankees going that route. If they were to, hey, word. But there's not really any smoke around that for us to talk about it. Again, the catching front right now, if Adley does get moved to Boston, then you're looking at Tyler Stevenson or maybe a still possible chance for Ryan Jeffers. What up, Steven? Nothing much really has gone down since, I don't know when the last time you were here, but yeah, it's the Red Sox are moving towards acquiring Adley Rutschman, we think. Wyatt Langford thoughts? Let me do a check-in on Wyatt Langford. Let's see. Wyatt Langford. I'd be down. Is he available? He has an 819 OPS this year, right-handed bat, outfielder. If Wyatt Langford could be traded, which it sounds like the Rangers are all of a sudden like selling a little bit, if he's involved in those possible talks, I'm very much down. I'll tell you, if it is, and I'm not trying to be annoying to keep talking Stevenson here, but we're going to talk Tyler Stevenson when like he's very much a possibility to be the catcher that we acquire. If it's Tyler Stevenson, then it's like, you definitely have to get another bat on top of him. Whereas if it's like, all right, you got Garcia, and then you add Jeffers on top of that, I'd want more, but I wouldn't like, I'm not jumping off the GWB if that's what our offensive acquisitions are, because that would make a big difference, especially with the return of healthy guys come October. But if it's Tyler Stevenson and Garcia, there better be another move offensively. But yeah, it's odd that there's been so much smoke for Adley to the Sox, but nothing has happened yet. Listen, I don't like in-game ever being like pessimistic or like lowering my expectations so I don't get hurt type of vibes. But like naturally, last night when all the smoke was going around, it did just kind of feel like, we are getting way too high on this. And like I was very excited for the idea of the Yankees getting Adley. And like as it goes on, it just doesn't happen. It's like, this feels like it's just not going to happen. on the flip of that, to your point, it does seem like, why hasn't this deal happened yet? Like, what's going on? And the medicals are apparently like all good. And a reminder, for those who don't know, Adley is on the IL right now with wrist inflammation, but he's set to begin, like, he was hitting this past weekend. He's set to begin a rehab assignment any second. Boston just got Adele. No, the Guardians got Adele. Joe Adele. Yeah, the Guardians got Adele, not the Red Sox. Dan, check the split. Stevenson is good versus righties. Let me see here. Well, if you get Stevenson, then he is good against righties, yes. But he hasn't been against lefties this year. I mean, that's a small sample size, I guess. So if we were just looking at it, like, if Jeffers is going to play against righties and lefties, I think it's more so a thing where you acquire Stevenson. Did I say if you acquire Stevenson, Austin Wells is going to be playing still a lot. And especially because of his defense, which we always got to be fair to Wells. Like, his defense is very good. And he's started to hit a little bit offensively. Like, I don't even want to talk myself into the idea that I want Jeffers. I'm so good off of a. I don't want to keep bashing on Stevenson because maybe he'll be a Yankee in a few minutes. But any thoughts on Ezekiel Duran from the Rangers if they're selling? Ezekiel Duran, former Yankee farmhand. We sent him over to Texas in the Joey Gallo deal. Since we're talking so many Rangers, if anybody in the chat could just let me know, like, do we see players specifically that the Rangers might be willing to listen on? Like, if you could just list all the guys that could possibly get traded. Duran, I mean, I wouldn't mind Duran. I don't know how great a defender he is, but he's an infielder, 757 OPS. Like, he'd be a nice little get. I'm not against it. Is Fangraphs down? Oh, no, they just want to verify if I'm a human or not. I am. Let's see. Defensively, Ezekiel Duran. Oh, shit. He has 10 outs above average at shortstop. I mean, I'd be down. I know the Yankees still do like Duran, so if that's a possibility, I am certainly for it. My number one target infield-wise would be Otto Lopez, which I still have some hope for. Brendan Doyle to the Rockies. Morahone isn't moving, says Nightingale. Is that right, Ivan? I believe you. I always want to just see the wording exactly for myself. Do I not have Nightingale's notifications on? By the way, I'm really going to be ready soon to turn off a lot of notifications after this deadline is over, and that includes some Yankee beat reporters. We do not need Yankee beat reporters doing play-by-play tweets on Twitter. It's very irritating when you have notifications on for them. I haven't heard the Morahone thing about Nightingale saying he's not moving. We did have that report from Nightingale about how the Yankees apparently, and this has been since shot down, but the Yankees apparently offered Will Warren to the Padres for Morahone, and the Padres said no. That report has been refuted by a couple people by now. And that would make sense that it's not true because 5 years of Will Warren is a lot to give up for half a year of Adrian Morahone, which I would probably do. I can't see the Padres turning that down. I'm not so sure I could see the Yankees offering that. And reports have shut that down. So that's all I've heard on the Morahone front. The Rangers said they don't mind listening to offers of anyone. Interesting. Brandon with the super chat says, Leverage Channel Dan. Appreciate you, Brandon. Thank you, dude. Our pitching staff is World Series caliber. Yes, and that's why our floor with this is always the default of this team is going to be hard to beat in October because of how good our starting rotation is. But there's obviously, holes to fill. But this year is so above other years. If we were to match with the Dodgers again, we always say it, like the gap is much closer than it was in 2024 because of how good our starting rotation is. Anyway, says our big boys will return. Yes, they will. At least Judge and Bellinger will, and then Stan probably should too. And if Stan does return, it'll be before those two. More moves are on the way, and Luis Garcia Jr. has been as an above 300 batting average with runners in scoring position this year. That is a good thing to mention, Brendan. I like that. Let's do some more on Garcia while we wait, because I do want to, for those just joining, go over again why this does make a lot of sense. This deal in itself, Luis Garcia Jr. First of all, the return back to Washington, really nothing you should lose sleep over, so no issues there. But what's fascinating about Garcia is that he, let's pull up his stats. I have so many Garcia videos. He's hitting 283 with 23 homers, 873 OPS. He leads the National League in slugging percentage, but he does hit for contact. Well, you want to look at the average of 283, or just the fact that his K rate, as you see on the screen, is just 16.3%. That's real. I mean, that's good, period. I mean, that's like, like when Bellinger, before he was striking out a little bit towards the last month or two before he got hurt, like that's where a guy like Bellinger's around. That's where a guy like, at least when he's normal, Rosario usually puts the ball in play, or I'm trying to think of other examples. A lot of guys in the Yankees are pretty strikeout prone, but especially in baseball, if you're somebody that's hit 23 home runs, leading the National League in slugging percentage, you would probably have a K rate at least in the 20%. Most power hitters are around like 25 to 30%. Like OG Aaron Judge, like 2017 to 2019 Judge was around like 30% K rate. As the years went on, and like he turned into like this version of Judge, it was more sort of like 23, 24%, which K rate is fine given the offensive production that you get to make up for it. But in the case of Garcia, you have that offensive production, but not at the cost of a high K rate. He does not strike out. And as you put in the chat here, yes, a batting average over 300 with runners in scoring position. Again, he's probably the best bat available at this trade deadline, and the Yankees picked him up, and they needed offense. So that's good. How does he fit again? That is going to simply be, as I pull up his Savant here if you're interested, he will play first base against righties, because against righties, he rakes. 918 OPS versus right-handed pitching, 627 OPS versus left-handed pitching. So how this will work is Garcia will be your first baseman against right-handed pitching. Both Garcia and Rice will be in the lineup against righties. Goldschmidt will remain the first baseman against lefties. Rice will be in the lineup against lefties. So to put it simply, versus righties, Garcia and Rice will play. Versus lefties, Goldschmidt and Rice will play. And he's under control through next year. 26 years old, lefty hitting first baseman. I totally understand the idea of like, oh, it's not a great fit. But like once you actually process how this will work, it's quite easy to figure out like how it will indeed work. And it does. Yankees all added a phenomenal bat who doesn't strike out a lot, leads the National League in slug percentage, which I'll keep saying that second. That's like pretty freaking awesome. And they didn't give up much to get him. And it will very easily work out playing time-wise. Initially, you would think it wouldn't for a couple of different reasons. One of them being like, you also know that like in past years, he's been a second baseman. So bad at second base, though, that he was moved off that position. And we have heard that the Yankees aren't moving on from Jazz. So it does seem like it's certainly happening, in part with this, but also this because once they made this deal, you figured they weren't going to get a rise, and now you know a rise is going to the Phillies. Jazz will be the Yankees' second baseman come October. We don't got to break this down like we always do, but there's highs with Jazz and there's lows with Jazz. We'll see which Jazz we get this postseason. And the good Jazz very well could help you win a World Series. The bad Jazz could have you bounce in the first round because of a silly mental mistake or whatever it may be. He's so talented, he can be so much better than he is. But what it does certainly sound like now is confirmed. What we thought we were headed for anyways is that Jazz will be the Yankees' second baseman come October. And if you just go positionally around the diamond, like I would anticipate, like, let's assume all three are coming back. Judge, Bellinger, Stanton. And that is the expectation, by the way. Like, I know we don't want to, get our hopes up. Like, just if we want to talk facts here, that is the expectation. That's what the Yankees actually do believe, not blindly believing that. They actually do believe that. At least Judge and Bellinger. But let's just say all three of those guys are back. Catcher, ideally we have a new one by the end of today. First base against righties will be Garcia / Ben Rice. But if Ben Rice is playing first, then Garcia would DH. So look at first base and DH against right-handed pitching as two players, Garcia and Rice, both of them will play every single day. So first base / DH, Rice and Garcia. Notification, what do we got? Marlins have set a high price for Kyle Stowers, not especially motivated to move him. Astros are on the team that are trying. I didn't even know Stowers was available. Sounds like he might not be. Second base will be Jazz. Third base, you probably, we'll have Ryan McMahon at third base against lefties. No, excuse me, against righties. Now what's interesting there could be Rosario, obviously we know, has not hit lefties this year. He's the third baseman against lefties, but he hasn't hit lefties. Did take Imanaga to the deep the other day. Would the Yankees, for defensive reasons, prefer Jose Caballero at third against lefties while still having McMahon versus righties? Which in the postseason, even if McMahon isn't hitting, which remember, he went deep in the game against the Blue Jays last year, the elimination game, which tied it up at the time. The defense is worth it in the postseason, especially if you upgrade elsewhere offensively and you have Judge back. Like, you can afford what can sometimes often be a black hole with McMahon offensively because of his defense at third base. Shortstop, I do believe firmly that it'll be George Lombard Jr. at shortstop. I do believe that. Right field, Judge. Left field, Bellinger. Center field, I think it's a 85% chance it's Trent Grisham. I don't see the Yankees rolling out Spencer Jones in center field, although I can understand why one would want that to happen. It also is a thing where I still believe Spencer Jones could get traded by the end of today, so it's hard to really project that far forward. But just going around the diamond, like, our true talent team should be pretty damn good. It really should be, particularly because those guys are coming back, but especially because, I should say, the starting rotation. We'll see what the rest of the bullpen looks like at the end of today. The bullpen we know has been really good, probably pitching a little bit above their heads. But, yeah, I like what this team could and should be. And the floor of it is a team that's going to be very hard to beat with their pitching rotation. Again, like, your four-man staff of, depending on what order you go in, if it's Cole game one or Cam game one, but like Cole, Fried, Cam, Rodon is such a good postseason rotation that even when you're reacting initially to the Skubal deal to the Dodgers, which you haven't even talked about, but like that obviously sucks. But, you know, contrary to what I said about a month ago, and this certainly is not ideal, don't get me wrong, but it's like, I always just describe it like if the Dodgers get Skubal, it's game over. And in a way, it does feel that way, but like, one, it's baseball, so that's never the case. Two, like, the Yankees should be in every single game. And that is a factor when our offense is even as bad as it is right now. Look at what we just did against the Cubs. And some very much so winning teams over this road trip. The Yankees pitching was so exceptional that even though they weren't scoring, they were still in games and winning them. And that's with our offense at the worst possible state that it could be. Right now, you talk about the same pitching staff, but better with bullpen acquisitions, and then you'll get Rodon back, which I'm sorry, Rodon is a good number 4 starter. I know the postseason stats, he needs an A-Rod 09, but I do believe in Rodon as a 4 starter. Upgraded bullpen, guys back offensively. Like, the team should be so much better no matter what happens today come October. But then also, again, what are we doing? We be banking on this to work out, that to work out. Like, what if Rodon has a setback? What if, I don't even want to put this out there because I don't want even people like to just talk like this. It's like, oh, we don't even know if Judge is coming back. Well, like, no, he is going to be back. Like Judge is on the right timeline. We knew he would not be fully healed by this point. We knew come this point in August, Giancarlo Stanton probably would be nowhere to be found. He's beginning his running. Bellinger, that injury is relatively new. He's probably back mid-September. But by the time we get to around that point, mid-September, after Labor Day, if Judge is at 80%, do you think he's going to be like, nah, I'm good, I'm not playing, going into next year, which possibly there won't be baseball, and the Yankees have a chance to do something in October this year, he's just going to sit out? No. He says he's definitely playing. He says he feels 10 times better than he initially did when he had the injury and all that. The Yankees themselves believe he's going to come back. But if that weren't to happen, let's say, or say, God forbid, there's a setback or something happens to Bellinger or whatever it may be, or like one of these trade actions you get like gets hurt, knock on wood, or some awful shit, like, you don't want to have to leave that up to chance. And that's why I like the Garcia move, because that's a move where it's, hey, they're not relying on Stanton to certainly come back, or they're not relying on, you know, this thing that has to go right. It's like, yo, if Stanton comes back, now it's really just more so a luxury. Whereas, like, they've filled the DH spot. Stanton's position has essentially been replaced. That could obviously change with other injuries, or say, I don't know, something doesn't work out, or like Goldschmidt gets hurt, whatever it may be. No matter what, like, it's a good thing. You got Stanton off the bench as a pinch hitter. That works out. But it'd be worse if they didn't acquire Garcia because of, we think Stanton is going to come back and we're banking on that. Like, that's not what I want to do. So, like, what you always talk about here is the floor of this team should be pretty damn good no matter what come October. Sometimes things can go south, guys can get hurt, or, I don't know, setbacks, whatever it may be. You don't want to bank on what the team could be. You want to, like, as much as you possibly can, check every single box. Which, speaking of, any news? Nothing yet. But all right, yo, I got to use the restroom really quick. So we're going to take a quick break here. Reminder, we're doing this as very much a sports talk radio type broadcast where we'll be 30 or so minutes to talk, and then we'll do a 2.5 minute commercial break right around every 30 minutes. So I'm going to use the bathroom really quick. You guys can too. We'll be here all day long, live through the trade deadline. We'll be live till right around 6:30. We'll do some live callers soon as well. I really want to figure out what's going on with this Adley Rutschman situation. We still have not heard an update on whether or not he's actually getting traded to Boston. Seems like it's headed that way, but no update as of yet. Anyways, we will be right back after this break. Grab something to drink, use the bathroom. We'll be back in about 2.5-3 minutes to continue our trade deadline coverage. Be right back. Looking for an everyday Yankee podcast? We'll start your day with a brand new episode of The Morning Yankee Show. Live every single day, Monday through Friday, here on the Yankees Avenue YouTube channel. We break down the previous night's games. We discuss all the latest news and storylines involving the team. And we are now adding live callers. Many of you will know that I grew up on old school WFAN, Boomer and Carton in the morning, Joe and Evan in the midday, and then Mike would carry over to the Yankee game that night. My goal is for the Morning Yankee Show to very much have that everyday feel. No pointless hot takes or anything like that. We'll always keep it to baseball, But we're live every single day, Monday through Friday. Consume the show live on YouTube or just watch it later on whenever you feel like it. The Morning Yankee Show is also available on all podcast platforms. Hope to see you there. Fantasy football meets the stock market on GameStock. How does it work? It's incredibly simple. You pick 2 to 4 stocks, compete on a live leaderboard, and top players win real cash from the prize pool. It's completely free to join and takes less than 20 seconds to sign up. We also just launched our own Yankees Avenue tournament with a $300 prize pool, and as always, it's completely free to enter. So download GameStock, enter a tournament, pick your stocks, win real cash. GameStock is available on iOS and Android. Use promo code JOHNBOY for $20 in bonus credits and get in on the Yankees Avenue tournament. Link in description. Quick reminder that we are also available on Instagram and Facebook. Follow Yankees Avenue on Instagram and Facebook for up-to-the-minute Yankees coverage, including breaking news, in-game highlights, as well as pre- and post-game coverage every single day. We post the Yankees lineup the second it is given to us, so give Yankees Avenue a follow on Instagram or Facebook to know who's playing that night hours ahead of game time. We also have many in-game highlights, breaking news, some opinion-based stuff, and a bunch more. Yankees Avenue on Instagram and Facebook. Hope to see you there. Yankees fans, whatever happens today, Slashline has you covered. Shop officially licensed MLB Yankees shirts like our brand new Flowers shirt, which is selling out very fast, as well as our stamp, outline, and retro diamond t-shirts. The Yankees glitch design, by the way, is also restocking soon. And if they do pull off a trade today, fingers crossed, Slashline plans to have the merch for the newest Yankee live by tonight. Don't forget to check out bestsellers like our New York Schlitty, the Ben Rice jersey, and the Captain shirt. Get your officially licensed MLB Yankees merch at slashline.co/NYY. Link in description. All right, we are back with our all-day trade deadline show. Let's see. Oh, Mr. Legiu was texting me asking, do me a favor, can you please vacuum the floor? I will. He's away. Yo, I think we're going to do some call-ins soon. So how this is going to work, I'm just going to throw a link in the description of this video. If you want to call in, what you'll do is click on this link that'll soon be in the description. And make sure you enter the passcode YANKSAVE. All caps. So there should be a room for you guys if you want to file in there. Not sure how many calls we'll do. Probably at least just a couple while we pass some time here. Because, yeah, we're still waiting on the Adley Rutschman thing, yo. I don't know what to do with that. We're still waiting on the Adley Rutschman deal. Which they say he's going to the Red Sox. But the wording on Buster Olney's tweet was very weird. It was like, the deal is arranged. Medicals are all done. Now it's just ready for the Red Sox to say yay or nay. So is the deal arranged or not? So we got to figure out what's going on there. But then from there, we'll see if he actually is traded. I would still guess that right now he is going to be. But then also, how do the Yankees pivot? Is it going to be Tyler Stevenson? Is it going to be Ryan Jeffers? There's also the reliever market as well. So yeah, we're still waiting on all of that. Tyler Barbaris says, Adley Rutschman's physical has got to be extremely concerning at this point. Adley's official per ESPN. Is that right? Did they say that? Who, me, Tom? I'm not sourcing. Tom Reed 5658. You have no credibility. What am I doing here, bro? I'm reading Twitter. I'm reading Twitter, bro. So what are you talking about? I have no credibility. No credibility what? To read words? What about Xavier Edwards and Bender for the Marlins and move Jazz back to third? Bender I like. Xavier Edwards is interesting. I don't know if the Yankees want to put Jazz at third base. Dan, look at Latz, Rangers closer. He's great. I like Latz. Yeah, and please no lying in the chat. Dan, background looking great. Thank you, yo. Thank you. Yeah, no, we set this all up yesterday. Yeah, so that was a BS report. There's nothing about Adley being official yet or anything, at least from what I have seen. Do I think Garcia's in the lineup tonight versus the righty? I was wondering the same thing, KJ. I was wondering the same thing. Which I just realized I did not prep a pregame, so I may have to do that live on here. Maybe we'll do that during the lunch break. Get a source. So that's what we're trying to do here, Tom. What do you think this is, pal? What do you think this is? We're browsing Twitter. We're covering the deadline via live on Twitter. Tom, I'm sure needs to take a shower, if I had to guess, Chad. He's probably quite greasy. Yeah, you're in timeout just for 24 hours. We'll see you again soon, bro, I'm sure. Oh, word. Oh, damn, we got that many people in here? Don't make me nervous. Yanks have too many DH-type players. Not necessarily, though, Anthony, because think about it. I mean, when we're talking about all the things surrounding this team, the true conversation is about what this team looks like in October. Same way when, like, they're playing well in early April, it's like, oh, what will they look like in October? Or the optimist, when they're playing poorly, would be like, well, how will it look in October? Jason Dominguez is not a starting player on this team in the postseason. Giancarlo Stanton is a bat off the bench. Something he's been really good now at last couple of years as a pinch hitter. Garcia is going to play first. Ben Rice is going to DH. Those two might interchange. Rice at first, Garcia at DH. But Garcia is actually a pretty decent first baseman. Those two will play every single day against righties. Paul Goldschmidt will play against lefties. And in that case, Garcia will not play. So when it comes to too many DHs, I mean, who's really a DH? Stanton, yes. Garcia, no. I don't look at Rice as a DH, but it's like you want to get his bat in the lineup. And if the alternative with him is Garcia, who's probably a better defender, you would want to DH Rice. Same way when you're playing both Rice and Goldschmidt against lefties, you want to play Goldschmidt first because he's the much better defender than them all. But it's not a thing where, like, you know, you have Willie Calhoun, Stanton, Voit all on the roster, like all this and that. It's like the Yankees acquired Luis Garcia because it makes sense for their team and it makes them better offensively. Put Rice at catcher. It seems like that's not going to happen. So, yeah, I don't know. It feels like that's just not in the cards. And I think there were some reports yesterday confirming that. But, yeah, Dan, thoughts on Liam Hicks? He interests me for sure, Viper. He's another guy that the Marlins are apparently willing to listen on. Now, this report does stem back from a few days ago now, where it was like initially, what was it, like on what we talked about, like Tuesday or Wednesday report came out that the Marlins were willing to listen to Xavier Edwards, Otto Lopez, Liam Hicks, and the outfielder Hernandez. He intrigues me. I mean, any catcher that can hit pretty much intrigues me. No Rice at catcher, he can't hit when he catches. I don't even know about that, Stephen. You may not be wrong. I just think if the Yankees believed in Rice's defense behind the plate, like they would put him there. And I'm sorry, like we cannot judge a week or two or whatever it was. Like he caught a little bit last year, but even so, like if you thought Rice passed the eye test defensively last year, it's like even if that is true, you can't base 3 weeks of looking good behind the plate as like, oh, this guy's good enough to catch. And one thing we do always have to be fair with the Austin Wells, and this doesn't buy him out of the awful year he's had offensively, is that defensively he is pretty damn good. And that also applies to the whole entire team, yo. Like, listen, if we were to, I don't think it's going to happen, but like C.J. Abrams, a lot of Yankee fans have talked about C.J. Abrams, like him offensively I think is awesome. I really do. Like, obviously, who wouldn't? But like, I do think we've learned a little bit that like good defense is important, and the Yankees come October should have a pretty solid defense. You know, that does aid in the idea of McMahon often doesn't hit, but his defense at third base is probably worth it. Now, because of that, you also have to make sure the rest of your team is able to carry the boats, like offensively carry the boats. I'm David Goggins now. I didn't even go to the gym today. I probably won't. How am I going to go to the gym? I'm live till 6:30, and then the Yankees play at 7. But no, like, that's why if it is Tyler Stevenson, for example, like, I don't hate Tyler Stevenson, but like, I need another move on top of that, because then it's like, all right, you're platooning Wells and Stevenson. Like, that's nothing that crazy. Yeah, you added Garcia, but like, at least until Judge and all them come back, like, there's still going to be a lot of holes in this offense. Could Boston be backing out of the Adley trade? I'm seeing Boston isn't giving a yes. It is taking a long time, Matthew. It really is taking a long time. Wells has nerve damage. Is that still going on, John? Like in his hands? We should trade for Ichiro like it's 2012 all over again. That was my first real trade deadline like deal that I remember was Ichiro. I remember asking my dad if we can go to Modell's to get me an Ichiro shirt. They didn't have them, and that is a case where, you put somebody in pinstripes, whether it be a player of old age that's on the decline, put them in pinstripes, it reinvigorates them, or just any player, you put them in a Yankee uniform or in a pennant race, but seems to be, what's the word? Extra, it gives them a jolt being put in a Yankee uniform. So a player that, we heard Sherman mention this when he talked to somebody with the Angels. Like, if the Yankees were to want to acquire Zach Neto, yeah, his defense isn't great, but the Angels scouts said, like, you put him on the Yankees, like, this guy will be a good defender. Like, if you have him in a playoff race, he's locked in. Like, he'll be an even better player. Ichiro was nuts, at least in the second half of 2012 when we acquired him. And that was one of those cases where We were playing the Mariners at the time, and he just switched dugouts. Calci has the Yanks at no trades today. Bet now. That is pretty crazy that's what they're doing. Hey, Dan, though, we have had some history with Rosarena when he was in the Rays. Would you like that move? I would like a Rosarena. I would definitely be down for that. Let me see here. Still no updates in general, by the way, with just like the recent... Obviously nothing on Adley Rutschman. I'll tell you guys right away when there is. And if you guys see something, tell me. But also just like with trades across baseball, there's really not all that much yet. What was I doing? Randy Arozarena. I certainly would be down for Arozarena. And he's somebody where it's like, how would he fit in October? I mean, if you were to acquire him, no matter what, it bridges you over to Stanton or Judge, Stanton, all those guys, all three coming back, Bellinger, Stanton, Judge coming back. And that could go a long way in us possibly like winning the AL East instead of being a wild card team. But let's just say, all right, everybody is healthy and you have Randy Arozarena. He hits both lefties and righties pretty decently. He's much better against righties. 863 OPS against righties this year. 745 OPS versus lefties. I feel like in the past it's been the opposite. No, he's pretty much always been able to hit lefties and righties equally all right. In past years, yes, had been better against lefties. Anyways, what I'm saying here is, obviously you acquire Randy Arozarena, which I haven't heard many rumors around that, but I would love it. He becomes your starting left fielder while Bellinger's out. And then come October, barring Trent Grisham turning it up, if you acquire somebody like Randy, well, then you might see Bellinger possibly play center field in the postseason against righties. And definitely against lefties. I mean, Grisham really shouldn't start in October against lefties, period. But, yes, Randy Arozarena does intrigue me a little bit. I haven't seen many rumors about that. Give me a little bit of a rumor right now. That's what I want. Give me a little something. Give me a little something. So Adley is done. I keep saying, seeing things where it's not done. No, it is not done, Shay. No, it is not done. Again, it feels like we're headed that way, but as time goes on, it is kind of like, yo, what's taking so long? Cash has been historically very good at the deadline. He always does make moves, Yanks. He always does make moves. So the fact that we've only made, in terms of bringing in players, like one addition, like that's it, like you would figure there's a lot more to come. And there are going to be more trades to come. There is going to be a lot more trades to come. My hair's all freaking messy. But yeah, what are your thoughts on platooning Volpe at second with Jazz? I don't think that's going to happen because Volpe, I mean, he's done some work at second base. Would the Yankees be interested in possibly platooning somebody at second base? Like maybe, like Caballero the other day we saw, granted it was the day after Jazz was a little hurt or whatever, but boom, said prior to the game that Jazz was a full player, just a day off, and that happened to be against Imanaga, the lefty. Jazz has been abysmal versus lefties this year. Would they maybe like, I don't think when the postseason starts, but like as the season goes on, let's say the playoffs, you're in the ALCS, and like Jazz has not looked good at all against lefties. Would they maybe consider playing like Caballero at second then? Maybe. I really do believe there's a chance because of Rosario's defense is so bad that we could see Caballero play third base against lefties. Yikes, this is really bad. Well, man, it's too early for that, though. It's too early for that. We just got to let this play out. For right now, it's not even torturous. The only reason this is like slightly torturous, more so, is because of the fact like we're just waiting on the Adley Rutschman thing. Bullpen arm or two guaranteed today. I agree, Brandon. At the very least, they're going to get a bullpen arm, and they're going to get a catcher. We just got to see who those guys are going to be. Can Garcia play shortstop? Garcia. Oh, Luis Garcia? No, he can't. He's a first baseman. He's a first baseman. Dangerous join, big fan of the new background. Oh, I appreciate it, Commander. Appreciate it, man. What up, Gavin? Says, Dan, what kind of fan pressure would there be if Cashman has a lackluster deadline? I mean, dude, like, there'll be pressure from me. Now, like, what exactly does that mean, though, yo? It's like pressure from me, like, in the end, like, who gives a damn? Like, what is Cashman? Like, oh, Dan Rourke's pissed. Like, what are we going to do now? First of all, after the deadline, there's something you can do. But also, like, in the end, like, Cashman either makes moves or he doesn't. So, like, all the pressure already exists on him, yo. Like, we're going 17 years on, and we know all the deal, yo. Like, we know the whole deal. Like, next year there may not be baseball. Judge is getting older. Cole is getting older. You have a great rotation right now. The AL is very weak. That point always does irritate me a little bit, but I get it. Like, the pathway to the World Series should be quite easy-ish, to a degree. I mean, honestly, Boston, now that they might get Adley, we'll see. Who knows? And the Rays just got Peralta. Like, maybe it's not going to be that easy, but, like, even so, if you get to the World Series and lose it, like, nobody gives a damn. Like, the only thing good about getting to the World Series is that you have a chance to win it. And if we go another year without that, in the end, yo, it's like, what actually is going to happen, though? And by the way, I do want to remind ourselves, like, Yankees could still have a great deadline, by the way. Like, it's very early, actually, for us to be, like, borderline, like, panicking. It's just like, we want to move. That's all this is. Like, we want to move. I'm not tearing up over it. A little bit stuffy in here. What ultimately happens, like, if the Yankees, we're supposed to be pissed. Like, at some point, we either win or we don't. And I always say this, like, yo, all I want is just, like, Cashman, give me one, yo. Give me one ring. And I'll say it to Hal, too, in the office. And by say it, I mean to this video camera. But, like, just give me one ring. You give me one ring, yo. Like, you make 28-time World Series champion. Like, I know expectations will reset and all that. Like, you know, we win it this year, let's say, which would be awesome. Like, next year, like, we'll be looking for 29. We'll be just as pissed once the actual season starts. Like, I think a great example of that would be, like Knicks fans, like, are very happy. But also, like, come next year, like, you're going to want to win it again. Like, I understand that exists. But also, it's like, if you just get me this one, like, us this one, get us 28, get it, for a lot of Yankee fans, would be, like, our first World Series title. Cashman would be, like, it would change the way he is viewed among us, obviously, but also just, yes, is he a pretty good GM? Yeah, like, there is something to be said about how we're competitive every single year. I think there's a lot of advantages to who Cashman is as GM. But ultimately, it's like, again, what we were just saying before, like, if you get to the World Series but don't win it, like, nobody gives a damn. If you get to the playoffs and don't win it, nobody gives a damn. Like, ultimately, like, if he were to just add a World Series in this regime, this core, like, this part of his tenure as GM to his resume, then it's like, Cashman, you go from being a very respected and good GM that, yes, many other teams want to have, to you go to being like, if Cashman gets us this one, I would look at him as like a dog. I'd be like, yo, Cashman, like, you're a G, yo. Because ultimately, once you do get that 28th ring, I will be able to look back on the fact of, well, the last few years were torturous and this Judge era has been disappointing. Once it's not, a.k.a. you win the World Series, then I will appreciate a little more the fact that, like, yo, we're in it every single year. And I will have a lot more admiration for, like, Brian Cashman and all that. So it's like, that's why, for once, I want to really just, like, go all in. Cashman does have great deadlines. By great deadlines, I mean, like, he does address holes. But also, you need to finally win. And sometimes you have to go all in to win, like the Dodgers did with Scoob. Although that deal was BS. I mean, that's been well covered by now and then some. But Brad with the $5 super chat doesn't say nothing, just sends in a super chat. Yeah, what's a terrible take, folk? Tell me. Yeah, click like on the stream if you have not already. We could talk ball, bro. We'll be here all day long. So whatever you think is a terrible take, we can go back and forth. Is it confirmed yet? Foul territory says it's close, but no. The Adley deal, for anybody just joining, there's nothing yet on that I have seen. Once Adley trade goes through or doesn't do the physical. See, what only said, though, Jalen, is that, and I'll read the rest of the message, but, like, only said that the physical was good. Like, the medicals were all good. It just matter of the Red Sox saying yay or nay. Dude, I think more trades are going to fall through. This happens every deadline where we wait for one move before a plethora of moves are made. And yeah, this may be holding up a lot. You know, I'll let you hear your take on this. Since Joe Girardi left, it has been a downward spiral. I mean, listen, though, so it's like, I like Joe Girardi a lot, but I also remember, you know, all the time people will call for his job. Like, I don't think there'll be revisionist history the way there was with Girardi, to a degree, and a lot of it's fair because he won a World Series. But remember, like, Binder Joe is what he was called in 2017. Like, on Sports Talk Radio all the time, people are calling for Girardi to be fired. I don't think people ever, like, look back on Boone and be like, oh, we didn't realize how good we had or nothing like that. But, you know, like, ultimately, I don't know, there's a middle ground to be found, I think, between the importance of a manager and also it just falling on the players and not performing. The example I bring up a lot is, I mean, there's many, and you can also always point to, you know, Tim Hill in Game 1, but I can also point to, like, is it Boone's fault that Judge dropped the ball in Game 5? But more so what I'll say is, like, is it Boone's fault, or could Girardi, if he was managing, done anything different to make Max Fried not give up 7 runs in Toronto last year? Like, or the bullpen being as bad as it was against Toronto last year, or guys not hitting. Like, I get managerial decisions, which I disagree with Girardi on those almost every single day, the same way I do with Boone, but I'm very much players have to perform. And if this year, no matter who's managing, I mean, obviously it's Boone, but, like, if, not to keep calling him out, but, like, it's just a perfect example. Like, Max Fried last year crapped himself in Toronto. He was also really good against Boston in the Wild Card Series, but he gave up 7 runs against Toronto. Like, is that on Boone? And if that happens again this year, like, we'll probably be screwed. So, like, all this talk, all this everything, in the end, players have to perform. And under Girardi in 2009, they did that. I will say this. I would be, and I do criticize Boone. I do. I disagree with him a lot. But, like, I would be relentlessly harder on Boone if he had the 2009 Yankees World Series roster, had that roster and did not win the World Series. I mean, you look at the team that Girardi won with, and then look at what Boone has had to deal with, like, there's a big difference. Obviously, there's a big difference. And ultimately, I think that's what it comes down to. Like, did Girardi have better teams? I know the one year he did, and that's the year that he won it all, you know? And even 2017, that year had different vibes because, you know, we weren't expected to go where we did, but we did get to the ALCS. Let's keep in mind, we did not win that year. Odd circumstance with the Astros cheating and all that, but I don't know, man. It's in the end, it's like players have to perform is the way I see it. Have we gone downhill since Santa Girardi? Technically, yes. But why is that? Don't necessarily know. How that hair staying like that in this humidity. Dude, you think this hair's in a good spot? I almost want to adjust it because it's like, it's all freaking, it's all messy. And I'm stuffy as heck. I don't know why. We're chilling now. Appreciate you guys being here. Reminder, we're live through 6:30. What did Passenger tweet? Something about the Blue Jays? Blue Jays are acquiring Josh Smith, another former Yankee that was traded in the Joey Gallo deal. Blue Jays are acquiring Josh Smith from the Rangers. That's interesting. Josh Smith. He's a pretty solid ball player. I'm going to finish that super chat in just a minute. There's a couple of them. But I do just want to pull this up. So Josh Smith acquired by the Blue Jays from the Rangers. He's having a really down year. He's a lefty bat. I'm just seeing if he would have been a fit with us. Probably not, because we weren't going to look to add another lefty at this point after Garcia. He's had good years. Honestly, he's nothing that crazy. I mean, he is a utility bat. He's a nice little player having a down year. That's really not that big a deal. Hence why Jeff Passan did not put breaking in all caps. He didn't even put breaking. So, John Heyman tweets, Braves have checked on DeGrom. Rangers are listening on everyone. So that is something you guys have been saying in the chat. That seems to be very much true. The Rangers are selling. Like, they are listening on everybody. So the reliever Latz would be quite interesting. I would like him. Jacob Latz. And he pitched against us, too, didn't he? And he was pretty nasty. Yeah, he's been great this year. 1.8 ERA. Oh, yeah, he's been insane. Jacob Latz, the lefty. He might be a nice alternative to Morahone if the Yankees can't get that deal done. And I believe Latz has got to be headed towards... He's not going to be a free agent after this year. But he might just be a year-and-a-half guy. Which those players are so weird for this deadline because you don't know if there's going to be baseball next year. It sounds like at the very least like we're probably headed for a couple months missed. Latz is under control. Oh, he's a Super 2 guy, right? So he's under control through 2028, so it'd be 2.5 years of control. He very well could get moved, Jacob Latz, and that would cost a lot, but that'd be something worth giving up a nice little return for. So yeah, the Rangers, we got to keep an eye out on them. It seems like they are very much open for business. Let's see. Brex with the $5 super chat says, "Hey Dan, if you could have an ideal few hours of the deadline, who would that be, and how realistic would that be?" How realistic? I have to close that blind soon, but I still am going to be holding out hope for Adley until that deal is not going to happen. If he does indeed go to the Red Sox, I would want, because we know we're getting some sort of a catcher, so it's like I want Adley, and if we can't get Adley, I want Ryan Jeffers, and if we get Jeffers, that'd be awesome. So one of those two, and I'll still hold out hope for some sort of like massive deal that involves somebody like a deal that sends Dax Kilby and others somewhere would get me very hyped because that means the return is something like really worthwhile, whether it be Otto Lopez. Like, if the Yankees were ever going to get Otto Lopez, like a deal like that is still very much on the table. I think Seiya Suzuki is probably off the board now because, you know, the Cubs did address their pitching, at least with Gausman. And that was never that high of a chance of happening anyways. But one of those two catchers, Adley and Jeffers, and then Otto Lopez, would still love him. And then what is the tier of reliever that we will get? And I would think it would have to be at least one of like the Morehones or Jacob Latz from the Rangers. So I would say that is where I'm at with this deadline. And then maybe like some sort of a surprise move. Suzuki has a no-trade clause. Well, we'll just have Matsui call him, Tim. That's what we'll do. They have to call up Lombard. I have absolutely no idea why they didn't call this kid up. He's hot right now. He is very hot right now. Dan, would you give Lombard for Otto? No, I would not. No, I wouldn't. And I'm very much all for... What up, Meeks? I'm very much for not prospect hugging, but I'm cool with always one untouchable guy. Like, if you want to put Lombard to the side, where that's cool, but everybody else has to then be on the table. So with Lombard, him off to the side, all right, fine. The Yankees do still have whatever it takes to get pretty much any deal that they want done. It's a matter of, are they willing to get that deal done? Like with Adley, for example, not that he would cost Lombard anyways, but in the case of him, that would just be the Yankees not being comfortable with whatever their term would have to be. But they certainly do have the assets to get pretty much whatever deal they want done. In the case of Lopez, like, they should be able to get that deal finished with, I want to say finished. We don't know anything about the Yankees Marlins talks or nothing, but like Dax Kilby, Carlos Agranhan, like Will Warren should be able to get that deal done. So, Dan, the trade's going to be for Victor Caratini. Mark it down. Victor Caratini. Where did I put Luis Garcia in the lineup? That's an interesting question, Rob. I thought about it, and it's tough before we get the next move or whatever, because it's like right now I'm writing out lineups with Austin Wells at catcher. You know, I'm also writing out lineups. We got to figure out what the deal is with Lombard, but at first I thought about leading off Garcia, which he's only had a 313 on base, so like that wouldn't make that much sense. But same with like when the Yankees lead off Trent Grisham. I acknowledge Trent Grisham's not a great leadoff hitter. But like who should lead off at this point? Like when the Yankees are at least at this current stage of the season where everybody's hurt, who should lead off? So like I think honestly anything's at play here. I could see them probably, at the very least, you want Garcia in the top 3, and you want Rice probably at 2. Honestly, I could see them leading off Luis Garcia for right now. Not come the playoffs, or maybe come the playoffs. But also, it's like, if Grisham is leading off still, well then, if Garcia's in the top 3, that's 3 straight lefties, so you'll bat Rice too. I think at the very least, you will certainly, for right now, you will certainly see Rice and Garcia back to back. And there's not really like a right. The Yankees lineup is going to be very left-handed heavy. And it's not a thing where you can like really split them up, because like who would you be wanting to split them up with? Like, because when Rice and Garcia are both playing, which they will against righties, Goldschmidt's not. So like what right-handed bat is there to really break them up with? What are we going to do? Like lead off Garcia, bat Caballero second? Like no. We're going to be so left-handed heavy, yo. But that's fine, because come, you know, the playoffs, it won't look as much that way. You'll have Judge and Stanton back, and then when Ballinger comes back, he hits lefties all right. In this case, though, like, you would just come against a lefty in that lane. I imagine the Yankees would probably just pinch hit Goldschmidt pretty quickly for Garcia. Or maybe that remains to be seen, actually. That may be more of a postseason thing, but like, we might see the Yankees allow Garcia to get a little bit of run against lefties in the meantime. We'll see, though. I would guess, certainly, though, not even guess, this has to be definitive, that Garcia will be batting in the top 3 of the order. He might even lead off despite a low on-base percentage. Again, that was a good deal. I like the Garcia move. It's a matter of what is next. But yeah. Let's see in here. Where do you guys go? Close out my tab. Leave Garcia at 2. I'm down for that. Maybe they would even consider leading off Rice. I like how it went from we needed lefty hitters bad to now we need more righties in the span of a couple years. Oh, JS, yeah. It used to be, Yankees were so right-handed heavy. I mean, the only lefty that we had in those like OG days were like, we had Hicks, who was a switch hitter, basically. You go around the diamond, and when it was like Gary at first, Gary at catcher, Voit at first, Glaber at second, Gio was righty at third. But when you had Didi through 17, he was lefty. But otherwise, it was like obviously Judge. You had Stanton. We used to be so right-handed heavy. Not anymore. Gardner. Yeah, Gardner. Philip, what are you bugging out for? Are we going to get a catcher or what? That's the expectation, Chloe. The Yankees will. This is like my opinion, but it's. I say it because I don't want to like steer anybody wrong, thinking like what is and what isn't. Right now, they haven't acquired a catcher. They are going to acquire a catcher, though. Check Cotillo's tweet on Adley just now. Sure. Cotillo. Is that Chris Cotillo? What is that? Chris Cotillo. Let's see. 2 minutes ago from Chris Cotillo, who's the Red Sox beat writer for MassLive.com, says, just over 4 hours to go, assuming Red Sox are being careful with Adley Rutschman's medicals, they'll want to give themselves time to pivot if they're not to their liking. Again, total radio silence. They are hunkered down. So, yeah, it still remains to be seen, will the Red Sox get Adley Rutschman or not? And, yeah, it sounds like, per this tweet from Cotillo, that the Red Sox are being a little bit hesitant on Adley's medicals. Now, that could mean they just don't want to do the deal, or they don't want to give up as much as they're going to have to in the initial arrangement of the deal. But they don't want to give up maybe as much as they initially were going to because of what the medicals say. Cotillo finishes saying, again, total radio silence. They're hunkered down. I don't know if that means radio silence on their end in talks with Baltimore, or the beat reporters and like Cotillo are not hearing anything from Boston, so like they don't know what's going on. But as of right now, and again, that's Chris Cotillo of MassLive.com. As of right now, Adley Rutschman is not a Boston Red Sox. He's still a Baltimore Oriole. Dan will shave his head live if we don't get a catcher. Did I agree to that, John? Did I agree to that? I feel like we did talk about that today. Is a Luke Weaver reunion realistic? I don't think so. I really don't think so. This is my opinion, but I don't see the Yankees giving up all the assets it would take to get Weaver, who's been great, and he will have a year and a half of control because he's signed through next year. They could have just signed him to that contract, and they didn't. So now they would, to get that contract, they could have just signed him to give up a boatload of assets to get him. I would want him back. I'm sure the Yankees would want him back. I don't see that being the direction that they go. They have technically showed interest, though, I believe. Who's the most mid-catcher you can think of? That's who they're going to get. I mean, I won't say Tyler Stevenson is mid, but I think he would be it'd be a bummer if that's who we end up getting catcher-wise. But also, again, if the deadline is Tyler Stevenson, I keep forgetting if I'm saying Jeffers or Stevenson. Tyler Stevenson. If it's Stevenson and then you also get like Otto Lopez and like Adrian Morejon or Jacob Latz of the Rangers, like the overall deadline is ultimately what's going to matter here. Like again, Luis Garcia Jr., that trade, I certainly have as like, that's a good A. That's a good trade. But the overall deadline right now, as we currently stand, which is before 2 o'clock, is at a C. Stevenson and Jeffers are both mid. Now, Jeffers has been one of the best hitting catchers in baseball over the last few years, Michael. That is flat out not true. He has like you go by his OPS since 2023, he's the third best hitting catcher in baseball. So that's flat out not true. But yeah, we're still waiting on any updates here. So far, the Yankees deadline, they acquire Luis Garcia from the Nats. And they they sent Camilo Duvall, obviously, the other day to the Pirates. By the way, you see Duvall at his first game give up a solo shot. From Nightingale, this is nothing, but he says, the D-backs badly needing another starter are among the teams pursuing Tiger starter Casey Mize, who's expected to be moved by the 6 p.m. deadline. So Casey Mize is expected to get traded. And I wouldn't see the Yankees pursuing him, which may sound obvious, but we did hear the Yankees might be looking for like a depth starter. You hear that? Somebody's buzzing my door. I didn't order nothing. We did hear the Yankees are looking for a depth starter and also could be looking at Clay Holmes, apparently. There could be a reunion with Clay Holmes, which he can start for you. He can obviously be a reliever. I don't know why this guy's buzzing my door. I didn't order nothing. I'm not letting him in. I'm live on the air. What am I going to do? Evan, now we will get somebody. Bring back Augustine Ramirez. You don't want him, Rambone. Not trust me. You don't want him. I don't think Marlins fans even like him. Let's see. Yeah, Bo Naylor was traded to the. Where did Bo Naylor go? He went to where'd he go? Like the Brewers, I believe. Man, it's awfully quiet on the Yankees. Sorry for the buzzing, yo. I'm not letting that guy in. I didn't order nothing, as far as I'm concerned. Dan, I look how the Red Sox were raking off the Dodgers. Max, I'm not gonna lie to you. I didn't like that either. They swept them. That was kind of a. I don't want to say surprising because it's baseball, but also it's like, if it wasn't clear already, like the Red Sox are a team like to be taken seriously, not because of that 4-game sweep. That sucked on our end, and in hindsight, because it really got them going, obviously. But like, you can lose to bad teams, you can get swept by teams that you are better than. Like that's baseball. But now just seeing what they were doing, and especially if they do get Adley, which it almost feels wrong to keep saying like, oh, if this, if that. I saw a weird ass video. Because for right now, it almost seems like it's the Adley talks to Boston are at like a stalemate right now as we currently sit. But yeah. Anyways, let's try to do a live caller in here. I see Mike. I'm gonna try to bring you in here, brother. We'll do a live call in. See how this goes. Hopefully, technically, we're gonna be all good here. I'm gonna have to put my AirPods in now because there's no echo. Let's see. So what I'm going to do here is we're going to bring in a live caller. This is Mike. Mike, you should be on the air. You got me, brother? You hear me? Let's see. I don't got you just yet. Oh, you know what? Let me try this. Once I put you in here, then we should be good. I forgot to do something. How about now, Mike? You there?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear. What you got?
How's it going, buddy? So, I'm just saying, with the way the trade deadline is going right now, I have this sick feeling that JT Brubaker or something like that's going to end up being who we end up getting for the bullpen. Someone mediocre as hell. But the worst case scenario, and I mean this with every bit of my being, is if we get to the playoffs and we have McMahon, Volpe, Wells starting. If that is the case, I'm going to be as honest as I can here. I will take my nutsack and slam it in the car door. Like, Mike, I cannot do it.
Mike, that is good stuff. I'm going to respond. I think that is a very fair concern to have. Now, listen, here's the way I see it, though. And thanks so much for the call, Mike. Appreciate it. This is awesome. This is like full-on sports talk radio. Appreciate you, brother. Anyways, it really should not be a thing where you said if McMahon, Wells, or Volpe are starting in the playoffs. I don't see a world, at least on Volpe's end of things, where he's starting at shortstop, let alone the playoff roster. Now, if the Yankees weren't to call up Lombard, that still very much should be the case because we've seen in their games that they already be taking like seriously against Tampa Bay, or more often than not, when we've seen them somewhat healthy, like Caballero has been the guy at shortstop. So I think worst case, Caballero will be at short. I think best case is Yankees acquire somebody like Otto Lopez or another shortstop, Xavier Edwards, and he's starting at short. If not, though, it's either Caballero or trade. If not, though, I think it certainly is going to be George Lombard Jr. So at the very least, I think shortstop, you don't have to worry about Volpe being there. You said McMahon and Wells. What concerns me with the Wells thing is if we acquire Tyler Stevenson, it's going to be very much like a straight platoon. It really is going to be. Where Wells, well, no matter who you get, even if it's Adley or if it's Jeffers, Wells will be the backup, fine. But if you get Stevenson, it's not going to be so much like, oh, backup. It's going to be, he's just the platoon catcher with him. And you will see Austin Wells starting games in the postseason. So that is very much a fair concern. McMahon is interesting because I really do. I like McMahon when he is a competent at bat, which over the last couple months he kind of has been, but lately he's been struggling again. But more so what I'm trying to say here is there is obviously value to his defense at third base. So I'm cool personally with McMahon at third, but more so if the other things are addressed. Like say we do get Adley, speak of the devil, no, I'm just kidding. Let's see. Oh my God! Sorry. The Rays are acquiring Liam Hicks in a trade with the Marlins. So, Mike, going to end that conversation there. But that was a good call, brother. Good first call. Very good first call. And again, shortstop, Volpe definitely shouldn't be starting. McMahon cool with his defense at third. And I can deal with the offense, but especially if we add more to the lineup and if it's just Tyler Stevenson and Garcia, that would not be great. But anyways, catcher off the board. Rays are acquiring Liam Hicks in a trade with the Marlins. So that is obviously a big deal for a couple of different reasons. One, the Rays just got better. Two, a catcher is off the market. We got to see what the return is going to be to the Marlins because that will, instead of Adley setting the market for catchers, now it's probably going to be like Liam Hicks setting the market for catchers. Granted, he has more control than Jeffers, who's a rental, and Adley, who's a year and a half of control. We got to see what the return is going to be. But now we have confirmation essentially that Liam Hicks, who we had heard the Marlins would listen to, we have now obviously clear confirmation because he's going. Liam Hicks was available. That is a catcher that really the first instance now of a catcher being available that the Yankees would want. Granted, he's a lefty, so maybe they wouldn't want to do that, but like Austin Wells is lefty too. We knew the Yankees wanted to get a right-handed hitting catcher, but just to keep it general, that all things equal, catchers that are available, catchers that are good, catchers that the Yankees theoretically would check in and want, we now actually have one off the board, and he goes to the first place AL East, first place in the AL East, Tampa Bay Rays. Liam Hicks to the Rays. All right, so this is certainly not ideal. And let's see here. We'll do another couple calls in a little bit, but for anybody that's waiting in the waiting room, it may just be a little while here because now this just broke. But Liam Hicks this year to the Rays, 101 games, hitting 282, 363 on base, 119 WRC plus, 14 homers, 62 RBIs. I don't know if he's a great defender behind the plate, but make no mistake here, this is a big deal, and the Rays just got a heck of a lot better. Now, with this, the positive here, if you can allow me, is that the Rays just got better, obviously. That's not the positive. They acquired Liam Hicks. who they did not acquire is Adley Rutschman. Who they did not acquire is Ryan Jeffers, which we got to see if Jeffers is even available, I know. But the Yankees are still very much capable of getting a deal done for a catcher that we'd be quite excited about. So this doesn't necessarily mean the Yankees are folding. This could be the conversation come 6 o'clock when this deadline is over. We'll see who they indeed get. And if it is, even more so now with them getting Liam Hicks, the Rays, if it is, the Yankees end up getting Tyler Stevenson, like that would be a dud. But the Rays were also involved in trying to get Adley Rutschman. They were also involved, if Ryan Jeffers is available, trying to get him. So in terms of those two guys possibly being an option for the Yankees, that almost increases now because of that. But this obviously is not ideal. A big catcher's off the market in Liam Hicks. He goes to the Rays. That's pretty substantial right there. I don't know if he's a great defender or not. Anyways, so that's obviously not ideal. That's the latest there. From Joel Sherman, nothing crazy, but the Padres are attempting to finalize a deal with the Giants for Robbie Ray. Oh, that could have an impact on us because we know that they were looking for starting pitching. So with that, that could affect our chances of maybe getting Adrian Morejon. I'm kind of moving on to Jacob Latz of the Rangers. But anyways, yeah, what do we think about that, chat? And by the way, Brax with the Super Chat says, I honestly don't think Stevenson would be bad at all. Guy's a very solid hitter. His defense is mixed, but he's a great blocker and is sick at ABS. The blocking is good. Yeah, very solid hitter. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Compared to Wells, he certainly would be, 100%. Maybe this is also just like, he's not a needle mover, and it's like I did get married to the idea slightly of, at least as of last night, like Adley Rutschman, or I still want Ryan Jeffers bad if that's a possibility. Tyler Stevenson just wouldn't really move the needle for me. I guess maybe I'm thinking about it like if that's the next move and like only move offensively that's left. But yeah, anyways, I appreciate you. Yes, Robbie Ray to the Padres. Hicks, AC says Hicks is a horrible defender. He's mainly played DH. And I do see, I could pull up his Savant, but on Fangraphs, I do have him listed as a catcher/DH. But yeah, Hunter Goodman. I would love Hunter Goodman. I just don't think that's going to happen. Then how can people call in? Yeah, we can get back to a couple calls now. Just go to the link in the chat, or in the description, rather. There's a link in the description that will have a link. Just click on that, enter code YANKSAVE. There'll be a waiting room, and we'll be able to get some people in here. Which, speaking of, let's go to another one. Let's see. Make sure I can do it a little bit smoother this time. Let's do a caller. This is going to be, who's this? I believe this is Benny. I want to say like Benny from Tom's River. No, Benny. What up, brother?
What's up, Dan?
How you doing, man?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
I'm a huge fan. I've been following for a while.
Appreciate
I just kind of wanted to talk like postseason roster because, I mean, the way I'm projecting it is like if we go 4-man rotation, 9-man bullpen, 4-man bench, if that's like what you're expecting, right? There's no room for an outfielder. If you were to put it all together, there's just like with the way that we put the bench together, there's just no room for an outfielder. So I'm thinking it's going to be only a catcher. I just wanted to see what you thought on that.
Let me think here. So 4-man rotation. Honestly, we could probably like build out the bullpen and the bench here so I can fully get the
That's what I'm saying.
thought process. Like let's see, if we did a 4-man rotation, I'm going to do 26 minus 4. And then in the bullpen, if we had a 9-man bullpen, minus 9, 4-man bench. On the bench, yeah, so at the very least, a backup catcher. And that's a very good question. Backup catcher. What's going to be really interesting is, and this may lead to your question, is how does Stanton impact this? Because if he's going to be on the bench, and then you also will have some sort of backup infielder, whether that's Schumann or Volpe. Caballero, yeah, word. Also, depending on if Lombard is called up or not. That's certainly, to me, leads to what I think is going to be Volpe won't be on the roster. Now, what they could do is, if you have Lombard starting at shortstop, and your catcher, backup catcher, Stanton, and on the bench with Lombard at short would be Caballero and Rosario, and Goldschmidt as well. We may have to carry a 5-man bench.
Yes, then I guess you go to an 8-man bullpen, which I don't see.
Yes, we would have to carry a 5-man bench, which is not the worst thing in the world. But what I was going to say is, like, with Caballero and Rosario, they're technically capable of playing the outfield as, like, in a pinch.
I don't see Rosario making the postseason roster.
I do, though, but I understand why you think that way, but also it's going to come down to who the Yankees want starting at third base against lefties. Really? Like, is it going to be a thing where...
I think Caballero.
I think that could happen, too, but also, like, do the Yankees believe Rosario is now just incapable of hitting lefties? Which, even if they do think that, and I know what you're saying, I think you're technically right here, at least, like, in thinking it, I still think it's a possibility because that technically was like the role he was brought on to fulfill. But for me, and I'm sure you feel the same way, and many other people too, it's not even so much that. It's like his defense at third base.
Defense, yeah, you can't start that in the playoffs.
I'm totally good in October. So him not on the playoff roster, I would say it's a possibility. It's a good thought. But at the very least, just thinking about like, or an earlier thing that we were talking about, Volpe on the playoff roster is basically an impossibility because of where we're already at. Like, it just can't happen. Because like, not only is the thing where he's not starting at shortstop because either it's going to be Lombard or it's going to be Caballero, he shouldn't even be on the bench that's already loaded. That's a very good question. We also got to see, how it comes out with the, the deadline and who else we get. But
or catcher. It's probably going to be Stevenson or, I guess Jeffers. I don't know if they're going to get rid of him.
If it's Jeffers, I would be hyped. But yeah, no, I don't want to get my hopes up too much for that. I feel like it is probably going to be Stevenson. We'll see though. We'll see. Maybe Adley can still happen. Anyways, good call though, Benny. That was good stuff. Appreciate you, brother.
Thanks.
Word up. All right. I like this call-in business, Chad. This is cool. That was a very good question, yo. We're gonna have to carry a 5-man bench though, but it also comes down to like the Rosario thing is very interesting. I just feel like gut feeling that the Yankees would include Rosario in the playoff roster. But then also, is he just in as a pinch hitter? It also goes to like what players in the lineup come October would you want to pinch hit for? But then also, if we have Stanton on the bench, how quickly you're really going to go to Rosario, especially if it's a thing against righties where, in this case now with Luis Garcia, this is actually that's very true, who's that, Benny, about if now that we have Garcia, against righties, you will theoretically have Stanton and Goldschmidt on the bench. So in a situation that arises versus a lefty, are you pinch hitting Ahmed Rosario before you pinch hit Goldschmidt and Stanton? No. So I had not thought about that. That is many people say like DFA Rosario like that. I don't think that certainly isn't going to happen. But with the playoff roster, there is a world where Rosario is not on it. That is very true. That is very true. We got to see what happens the rest of this deadline. Again, still nothing new on Adley Rutschman, by the way. We don't have any update regarding like the latest we heard was from Chris Cotillo of MassLive.com, the Red Sox beat writer, who said that they're waiting on medicals, and it seems like the Red Sox are not holding off, but they're at least being a little bit hesitant to make that deal happen. So for all we know, Adley Rutschman still will be available. Here's this from Mark Fine saying, and we now know that Liam Hicks went to the Rays, and that's a massive deal. He says, with the Rays acquiring Liam Hicks, this is from Feinstein, with the Rays acquiring Liam Hicks and the Red Sox seemingly on the verge of trading for Adley Rutschman, the Yankees may turn to the Reds for catching help in Tyler Stevenson. Listen, I won't hate Tyler Stevenson, but for while we are here right now, and the only other move is Luis Garcia Jr., if it's Luis Garcia Jr. and Tyler Stevenson, it's very much like, all right, what's next? Because I don't want to pretend like Tyler Stevenson is the worst player of all time. He's a solid hitter and like whatever, but I'm still, that would be disappointing if the Yankees, all year long we're looking at Ryan Jeffers, who I get it may not be available, but then you let Adley Rutschman possibly go to the Red Sox, which is still not confirmed, and then you end up coming out with Tyler Stevenson. Like, I will just admittedly be bummed. It doesn't mean Tyler Stevenson is not, he would improve this team, but not to the level that we wanted to a catcher. Hunter Goodman. I want Goodman bad too. I just, smell it. I don't think this is awful just yet. I need to see what the hell is going on with Adley Rutschman. We got to figure out what the hell is going on. Yo, chat, I want Hunter Goodman too. Why are you saying in all caps? Are you just saying to you may think of come on, Dan, be critical. Gavin, I think I'm being quite critical, but also I got to understand too that like Adley may not get moved to the Red Sox. So I want to make sure like I react when that happens. I don't think this is awful just yet. It could be awful, and I'll react when it is. But trust me, I will give you exactly the way I feel. Right now it's 210. Adley is not traded yet. Jeffers is not traded. Maybe he won't go at all. If the Yankees end up getting Tyler Stevenson, and that's part of their deadline, and that's pretty much it with some like bum reliever, trust me, we will be very critical of that. For right now, we do have to see it through while acknowledging that like right now, I'm not feeling great, especially because the Rays just got Liam Hicks. So yeah, how do we not get a rise? Look at the Phillies. Well, with the Phillies, with the rise, he was not going to be a fit anymore once we got Garcia. And I'll tell you, Garcia is the better option than Arise. I wasn't really looking at Garcia during all those times where we were talking about Arise, in large part because I didn't know if he was available, and also, Arise as second baseman, I was talking about replacing Jazz. Once we got Garcia, though, like we're already so left-handed, getting Arise would not make much sense. They're going to have to add some sort of a righty bat, and you figure at the very least that'll come via catcher, which is probably why Liam Hicks didn't make that much sense. But it still sucks because the Rays just got better. But Liam Hicks is a lefty. I guess not a great defender behind the plate. So maybe the Yankees weren't all that interested in Liam Hicks. But he certainly does hit. They're going to have to add some sort of righty bat. Who will that be? And it might just be via the catcher. We'll see, though. We'll see. We're still waiting on some more updates here. Fine Sand, Padres close to acquiring Robbie Ray from the Giants. Again, that could have an impact on a potential deal if the Yankees are still interested in Adrian Morejon, because the Padres are looking for pitching. They seemingly are getting it now with Robbie Ray. Adley's a switch hitter, yes, yeah. So when I say righty, I more so just mean like he's not just solely a lefty. Do I think Kilby gets traded? I hope so, Rupert, because if Kilby gets traded, that means we're making a good deal. Good deal is in like something big's coming back in return. Will Francisco Alvarez get moved? I don't think so, but also I don't think the Yankees are going to make that deal anyways, because he's not a great defender either. He can hit, though. Braden Taylor, this is for the Liam Hicks return from the Rays to the Marlins. Braden Taylor, Adrian Santana, Jacob Kisting going from the Rays to the Marlins. Chat, let me know if you're a prospect person. Braden Taylor, Adrian Santana, and Jacob Kisting. What kind of deal is that for the Marlins in return? First comment I see is from somebody random on Twitter saying, well, somebody said that's a big price, and then some people are saying that's a steal. Dan, imagine we get Seager. I don't see that happening, but I'd be hyped. Again, for obvious reasons, but also like he's a lefty. Like the Yankees, I don't see how they would ever really, at this point, add another lefty bat to this lineup. All top 30 for the Rays. What's the top one? What's the highest one? Is there any like Braden is he the highest one, Braden? Braden is the number 17 prospect. I used to be a prospect person. Now I say trade them all. They told us Dominguez was the next Mickey Mantle. Yeah, I'm cool with if they want to keep Lombard untouchable. Word. I don't want to operate on the assumption always now that like because Volpe was a bust, everybody else is going to be a bust too. Have your one guy to put to the side. Like fine, you don't want to trade Lombard. Cool. Everybody else has to be on the table too. All right. So Braden Taylor. This is per MLB Pipeline. Braden Taylor is the Rays' number 16 prospect. And then Kisting is a number 26. Santana is a number 27. So, I mean, it seems like a nice little return. Doesn't seem like anything that, like, it doesn't seem like it's insane. But they gave up something for him. I mean, Liam Hicks is also under control for a good little bit, too. I heard that they might sign Glaber. Well, Glaber's probably going to get traded. I'm not sure if he gets brought in here. I don't know where he would play. I mean, I guess you could put him at, like, second. Or maybe these days he'd want to play third. Ward was a good option. Yeah, he was. He was. Yeah, don't be spamming in the chat or nothing. Jacob with a super chat says, Otto or X Edwards now that Hicks is gone. Yeah, you guys know I'm very much on board for Otto Lopez. And Xavier Edwards would be really cool too. Lopez is my number one, though, for sure. Justin says, Dan, I'm scared Austin Wells will still catch with less than 4 hours left. We need a relief pitcher too. What the hell, Cash? Yeah, I think I'm not so much worried about the reliever side of things. I mean, that remains to be seen, obviously. But also, with Wells, 100%. 100%. Because if they get Tyler Stevenson, say what you will about him, but that doesn't really mean... Like, if the Yankees were to get Adley, then it's... Yo, word, Adley's our starting catcher. Ryan Jeffers, they might say, like, oh, he's going to platoon with Wells. Like, no, Ryan Jeffers hits so much that he would be the everyday starting catcher. You get Stevenson, he's platooning with Wells. So, yeah. Dan, I wonder if the Sox are worried about Adley's wrist. Yeah, I think they definitely are, Slimmy. Especially since the Sox just lost Curtis Mead. They probably want to go 2 for 2 on trades, getting injured. Yeah, that is very fair. That is very fair. And I hope they are. I hope they are worried about it, which they seemingly have to be, because if not, why hasn't the trade with Boston gone through yet? Angel Frank, or Angel Frank, one of the two, apologize for mispronouncing, sends in a $5 super chat. I appreciate it. What do we even do at this point? Like, it's the same team for 3 years straight. That's something we do got to chill on, though, a little bit. Like, and I'm saying this to myself, too. Like, we got to make sure we see this deadline through. Like, the Yankees, when it happens, it'll be very quickly where all of a sudden it's like, yo, you get the notification. The Yankees are acquiring this catcher, and maybe it's somebody that we like. And then the Yankees are acquiring this guy, that guy. Like, things happen very quickly. Here's from Joel Sherman. The Yankees were very much, he says were in past tense, the Yankees were very much trying for Adley Rutschman. Elmer Rodriguez was being discussed as a key to the trade. With Liam Hicks off the market now, too, NY has to pivot elsewhere for catcher. Tyler Stevenson? So this is what he said. This is the Joel Sherman tweet. So what's interesting here is that Joel Sherman is referring to Adley Rutschman in the past tense. So is that deal happening with Boston or not? And then he mentions Liam Hicks off the market now, too. Mentions the Yankees now having to pivot elsewhere for a catcher. Is it Tyler Stevenson? He does not mention at all Ryan Jeffers, which I know it's likely that he's not being moved, but I still would want to hear something like that confirms that the Yankees like found out he's just not available, which I imagine they are doing. And we got to remember, too, like the Yankees are obviously working the phones right now. We just want to find something out and make a deal happen. There is going to be at least another move coming, if not 2, if not 3, if not 4. Who the heck knows? Things happen very quickly. For right now, obviously all they've done is Luis Garcia Jr. In terms of bringing in. From passing, Dodgers acquiring lefty Chris Bubich in a trade with the Royals. I feel like that's kind of a nothing burger. But yeah. All right, so we're still waiting, yo. We're still waiting. But obviously the news is that Liam Hicks goes to the Rays from the Marlins. And yeah, now we keep on waiting, yo. Then Joel Sherman and Yanks with Adley. It's a bidding war. Well, he didn't say that. He didn't say it's a bidding war. He referred to Adley in the past tense. He goes, the Yankees were very much trying for Adley Rutschman. So it sounds like, which I don't know if Joel knows something, but otherwise it's like everything that we are hearing, and by hearing I mean reading Twitter, is that yes, the Red Sox and Orioles, like there's a deal kind of happening or was happening, but it has not happened yet because of medicals. And it very well still could happen. I guess it probably will. But everything that we've heard is that deal is not done yet. But Joel Sherman is talking about it like it is, which is interesting. Let's see. What role does a potential lockout play of next season play in the trade deadline? I think it's pretty huge, especially for the fact of like take a player like Adley or anybody that has like a year and a half of control. Like you have to give up value that is aligned with a year and a half worth of control, but you may just get him for half a year. So that very much plays a role. But yeah. Let's see. Let's do another call in here. We're going to do it with my guy, Meegs. Meegs, I'm pulling you up on here. You ready to go, yo? Let's bring on the Meegs. Yo, Meegs, you there? Meegs.
Hold up.
Hey, you're chilling. Just dealing with possibly some connection issues. I'm not sure. Meegs is our guy, though, for anybody just joining. Is Meegs Jr. there? Hola, Meegs Jr.
Oh, dude, he is chilling downstairs. Here we go. Can you see me? What's up, bro?
Got you. What up, brother?
Living the dream, brother. How are you?
Good. You know, just waiting on some news. I want Adley so
Yeah,
bad,
man.
but
I've been checking everything like a maniac. I'm about ready for the day to be over so I can stop checking ESPN every 20 minutes.
I know. I want to like fast forward an hour just to see if like, am I happy or am I not?
Yeah, right?
Because the last hour of the deadline is usually pretty fun. But then also there's an alternative where we really do come out of this where it's Luis Garcia Jr., Tyler Stevenson, some whatever reliever. I want the chat to know, by the way, I'm still feeling pretty optimistic, but just because we got to see it through. But as of right now, this is assuming Adley does indeed go to Boston.
Yeah.
I am at the very moment, Meeks, I am pretty bummed. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I can't lie. The thing that bums me out the most is the possibility of Adley going to Boston because I thought that would have been a really good move for us. We haven't had a switch hitting catcher that's been like a guy since Posada, so that would have been kind of sick.
Yeah, great defender too. You got me still?
Okay, can you hear me a little bit better?
Yeah, I got you.
Sick. Cool. So yeah, it's just that would be a tough one because I feel like the Yankees do have like the means to make it happen. I think right now like they're in a better like spot than ever really in terms of like the farm to really make things happen, and they have the proof to kind of show like, hey, our farm system produces. Like look at Ben Rice, look at Cam Schiller. Not saying that obviously like they're going to be guaranteeing teams these sort of like really good players per se, but they have a farm system that's starting to prove itself at the big league level. So I don't know why teams aren't like, hey, let's maybe take a chance, let's make it happen. But hey, who knows?
Meeks, that is a fantastic point by you, and I have many thoughts on that. You're the freaking man, by the way. Shout out to Meeks. Everybody follow Meeks on Meeks. What's your Instagram handle, by the way? What do you do? You do post game reactions every single day and all that.
Yeah,
he follows.
brother. So I do. I appreciate you, man. You're the absolute guy. Love your page, bro. Love your channel. Everybody follow Dan. Leave a like on the stream if you haven't already, because Dan's the absolute man for all the watch parties and everything too. Just a good freaking dude as well. Just a great guy.
Says you, Meeks.
So yeah, I'm Coach Meeks CF on Instagram. Coach Meeks on YouTube. Coach Meeks on TikTok as well. We do immediate reactions to all 162. Just a one-take Jake video of how I'm feeling about the game. I go outside because the kids and the wife are sleeping, so I'm not trying to wake up anybody in the house. So we just pump out the video, throw it up on the online web, and then we just interact with all the great Yankee fans that are out there. So, dude, I appreciate you having me on and everything. I've been, again, a huge fan of what you do.
Meeks, you're the freaking best. Yeah, yo, everybody follow Meeks, Instagram, YouTube, all that. I do have some thoughts on what you said, so let me. I'm technically booting you out of here, but don't be offended. It's just the way it goes. I have to
totally
click my other button here.
You.
But you're the man. Everybody follow Meeks. So in regards to what he said about the Yankees do have assets to pretty much get essentially everybody that they want, or anybody that they want, I should say. And that's even with Lombard off the table. Would be frustrating about the possibility of Adley going to Boston, besides the obvious, is that it would not be a thing where you see the return like you do in past years where it's, oh, the Yankees could not have done that. Well, whatever the return is going to be for Adley Rutschman is a deal they are capable of doing. It's if do they choose to do that deal or not do that deal. And in the case, again, of Adley, there's not going to be a return that we see, whatever it ends up being, if he does go to Boston and we get the terms back and it's this, and that. A year and a half of Adley Rutschman, no matter what, even if Lombard were available, wouldn't cost Lombard. The Yankees have the assets they have, whether it be with prospects, Dax Kilby, the pitching on the big league team, starters, whatever, have what it takes to get pretty much any deal they want to get done. So it would be very much just their decision to not do that deal. And it could be maybe the medicals, who knows, or whatever deal we're talking about. But again, with Adley, it's like that would have made a lot of sense, especially given what the alternative is. And I'm not trying to hate on Tyler Stevenson all that much, but unless they are still able to pivot to Ryan Jeffers, losing out on Adley, knowing you could do that deal, and then getting Tyler Stevenson would be very disappointing. And I'd have to see what the rest of the deadline is, obviously. I want to make sure I keep saying that, but like, I really also I want to figure out what the hell's going on with Adley, yo. Stefano says, yeah, so we read that report from Joel Sherman, and what's interesting is he said in past tense where, is Adley confirmed in Boston? Not yet, unless somebody sees some new tweet. Slimmy says, Dan, can you explain why the Adley tweet was in past tense? Slimmy, we got to ask Joel Sherman that, because I'm wondering the same thing. He's the only person referring to it in that way. How the Dodgers add another pitcher and why? Yeah, I mean, they added Chris Bubich, which I believe that is indeed how you say it. It's not Bubic. How is Bubich doing? We destroyed him. He's not that great. He's nothing special. He's had a couple good years in the past, but this year, 4.11 ERA. He's all right. He's a lefty. Yeah, that's you don't look at that and be like, oh, we're screwed. Like that's just all right. Dodgers acquired a pitcher. That's kind of whatever. But yeah. What up, Cheese It? Nothing. You haven't missed nothing yet, at least on the Yankees end of things. No new deals yet to report today. What we're very much waiting on here is, well, by the way, the Rays got Liam Hicks from the Marlins, lefty hitting catcher who can hit pretty well. Defense isn't great. He may be more of a DH, but that's a big deal. Catcher off the board. But the big one we're waiting on here is, it's been talked about all day long that the Red Sox are like close / like have a deal in place, the framework to get Adley Rutschman from the Baltimore Orioles. That hasn't officially happened yet. It sounds like it's going to happen. We're sitting now on a couple hours where it sounded like that deal was going to get done, and it has not gotten done. The Yankees have been very interested in Adley and have been talking to Baltimore. Joel Sherman, though, just put out like that the Yankees were very interested in Adley Rutschman. Let's see, is this it? No, nothing. So yeah, we're just kind of waiting on that. But otherwise, on the Yankees end of things, no new trades to report. And let's see, another notification. Anyways, I think we might take a quick commercial break here, chat. We, for those who don't know, we're live through the entire trade deadline. We'll be live through 6:30, very much radio-style broadcast. We'll get to some more call-ins later on. By the way, side note, but Luis Garcia Jr. Is expected to wear number 26 as a Yankee. He previously wore 2 with the Nationals. And it sounds like Max Schumann is going to be sent down to AAA as a corresponding move. Interesting. Alrighty, gonna take a quick break. Remember, I think we went way past 30 minutes, but every 30 minutes or so, we'll run like a 2.5, 3 minute long commercial break, and then we will be back. But hopefully by the time we are, in a couple minutes, we'll have some news, good or bad, on Adley Rutschman, because I'm over it. Yeah, I want to figure out what the hell's going on here. But yeah, much more to do. We still have a while left in the trade deadline, 3.5 hours to go. It's 2:25 Eastern, and yeah, we'll be here all afternoon. So be right back after this break. Grab something to drink, use the bathroom. I'll see you guys in a few minutes. Yankees fans, whatever happens today, Slashline has you covered. Shop officially licensed MLB Yankees shirts like our brand new Flowers shirt, which is selling out very fast, as well as our stamp, outline, and retro diamond t-shirts. The Yankees glitch design, by the way, is also restocking soon. And if they do pull off a trade today, fingers crossed, Slashline plans to have the merch for the newest Yankee live by tonight. Don't forget to check out bestsellers like our New York Schlitty, the Ben Rice jersey, and the Captain shirt. Get your officially licensed MLB Yankees merch at slashline.co/NYY. Link in description. Quick reminder that we are also available on Instagram and Facebook. Follow Yankees Avenue on Instagram and Facebook for up-to-the-minute Yankees coverage, including breaking news, in-game highlights, as well as pre- and post-game coverage every single day. We post the Yankees lineup the second it is given to us, so give Yankees Avenue a follow on Instagram or Facebook to know who's playing that night hours ahead of game time. We also have many in-game highlights, breaking news, some opinion-based stuff, and a bunch more. Yankees Avenue on Instagram and Facebook. Hope to see you there. Looking for an everyday Yankee podcast? We'll start your day with a brand new episode of The Morning Yankee Show. Live every single day, Monday through Friday, here on the Yankees Avenue YouTube channel. We break down the previous night's games. We discuss all the latest news and storylines involving the team. And we are now adding live callers. Many of you will know that I grew up on old school WFAN, Boomer and Carton in the morning, Joe and Evan in the midday, and then Mike would carry over to the Yankee game that night. My goal is for the Morning Yankee Show to very much have that everyday feel. No pointless hot takes or anything like that. We'll always keep it to baseball. But we're live every single day, Monday through Friday. Consume the show live on YouTube or just watch it later on whenever you feel like it. The Morning Yankee Show is also available on all podcast platforms. Hope to see you there. Fantasy football meets the stock market on GameStock. How does it work? It's incredibly simple. You pick 2 to 4 stocks, compete on a live leaderboard, and top players win real cash from the prize pool. It's completely free to join and takes less than 20 seconds to sign up. We also just launched our own Yankees Avenue tournament with a $300 prize pool, and as always, it's completely free to enter. So download GameStock, enter a tournament, pick your stocks, win real cash. GameStock is available on iOS and Android. Use promo code JOHNBOY for $20 in bonus credits and get in on the Yankees Avenue tournament. Link in description. Alrighty, chat. We are back from that commercial break. Again, we are live throughout the entire day through at least the 6 o'clock deadline, probably through 6:30 to do a recap and all that. And yeah, we're still sitting here waiting on updates. Not to, keep harping on Adley Rutschman, but we kind of have to until he gets moved officially to Boston, which it sounds like that's where he's been headed towards all day long. We do have to keep talking about it because that's the main story here, because that determines, you would assume, unless it's like known to the Yankees that he's not available and he is indeed going to Boston. We don't know, but maybe they know. But otherwise, you figure that's kind of a domino that has to fall for the Yankees to see exactly where they're going to pivot to catcher-wise. Hunter Goodman, do I think that's going to happen? I really don't. My guess right now is the Yankees are going to end up acquiring Tyler Stevenson from the Reds. But, yeah. How we doing, though, chat? Let's we can chop it up. We'll do a few more callers in a little bit, probably once we get to the 3 o'clock hour. But, yeah. Let me pull up Tyler Stevenson's Savant. Also, I just cracked open a Grape Rush Celsius. Oh, the sun's starting to shine. Word. Let me see here, because with Tyler Stevenson, and I might have some video of Stevenson somewhere. Don't I have some Tyler Stevenson video? Let's see. Let's see if I got some Tyler Stevenson video. Hold up. One moment, chat. Bear with me while we look up some numbers and get acclimated with what could be our new catcher soon. So this is Tyler Stevenson of the Reds, and he is a decent little hitter. I mean, like he's not terrible. He used to be way better back in the past, and he does have a history of hitting against left-handed pitching. So I do want to make sure I mention that. Somebody did kind of correct me in the chat before when I mentioned, how bad he's been against lefties this year. His OPS is, I think below 600 versus lefties, but he somehow has a 377 on base against them. So in fairness, he is a pretty decent hitter, even when you consider the fact that his average is so low against lefties. You look at the career numbers versus lefties, he has been pretty good. And against righties, he's been pretty good. He is not a good defender, though. You go by, he ranks in the 17th percentile in caught stealing above average, 2nd percentile in pitch framing. Now, with all this, the Yankees can improve a little bit. They can make Tyler Stevenson better at pitch framing. And he is in the 97th percentile in blocks above average, so that's a good thing. I mean, he can hit a little bit. Maybe I'm too hard on him, but again, it would just be a disappointing result after we've talked all year long about Ryan Jeffers, and then we're getting excited about Adley Rutschman. If it ends up being Tyler Stevenson, I guess I can live with it, but we'll just have to see, yo. We'll have to see. But so far this year, if you look at his just regular stats, he has a 759 OPS, which is good. Like that is good. Last year, 737 OPS, 782 OPS. So like, let's be clear here. Like he can hit a little bit. He would certainly. This doesn't take much. He would certainly be an improvement offensively over Austin Wells. The thing with him though is, like, he probably would still be paired with Austin Wells, not so much a replacement of Wells where he becomes the backup catcher Wells does. It's like they would platoon with each other. So how much of an actual upgrade would this be? And if in the grand scheme of things it's just Luis Garcia Jr. and Tyler Stevenson, as a whole, that does not feel like a big-time like needle mover deadline. So we got to see what the rest of this all holds. But the main thing is obviously waiting on what is the deal going to be with Adley Rutschman, first and foremost. So the Yankees have officially added Luis Garcia Jr. to the roster. He'll wear number 26. Kervin Castro is up, and Max Schumann has been optioned to AAA. So Giovanni Cruz, who went to the Nationals, he was up at the time yesterday. So that's a roster spot was already open. So it's basically for Giovanni Cruz, Kervin Castro comes in. And then for Garcia, who's been added to the roster, Max Schumann sent down. So that is now official. I'm going to have to make a pregame at some point, too. I did not plan ahead well there. But, yeah, that's kind of where we're at. Maybe we'll do another caller soon, but we're kind of just waiting. Giants receive. Oh, who cares? But, yeah, so the Padres officially do get Robbie Ray. Oh, I want some news. What are you thinking, Chad? How we feeling? What's the vibes? 2:32. So the lineup. What time's the game tonight? 7:05. So the lineup will probably be out by 3:45, most likely. Dan, who do you think we'll get? I'm losing hope. I really just want to see it through now, y'all. Man, that kind of goes against the purpose of a show like this. But at this point, it's like I feel such like in a weird spot with Adley because I want to know if he's going or if he's not, and then if that is the case, if he goes to Boston, I will be pissed at the Yankees if they let that happen. Then like what happens afterwards? We'll just wait and see. Per Brian Hoke, the Yankees are still among the teams trying for Tyler Stevenson. So I expect that. That's exactly what I expect. Vibes are down, Dan, I'll be honest, still have some hope. I think the vibes are a little bit down. And I'm trying to feel exactly within myself why exactly that is. Like, not because we haven't acquired anybody else today yet. Because, again, it's 2:33. But if it's a fact that we may, after apparently being pretty damn interested in Adley Rutschman, let him go to Boston. Like, that would suck. Mariners going for Miller. Have you heard that, Vincent? Is Adley through Sox a done deal? It is not, Adam. It is not. And I want it to just be a done deal if it's going to be, you know? I used to be such a hypochondriac. My mom would get so pissed at me because I'd be like, I just want to know I have it by now. And she'd be like, shut up. And I was like, I sometimes just want to know, you know? I used to be such a hypochondriac. You know, you get like a weird headache. You look up on Google, all of a sudden you have like lymphoma. And I would say to my mom, like, I was so convinced I had it. And I'd be like, I'd rather have it than be unknown. Like, that's how I'm at with Adley. I want to know if he's going to freaking Boston or not. Not that it's to that level of catastrophicness, but more so just saying, like, you want to know what you're dealing with here. Is Adley Rutschman available or is he not? But yes, as of right now, it is not official. Angel Frank, our Angel Frank, another super chat says, I would like Seager. I don't see the Yankees getting Seager. It'd be another lefty bat. And obviously, you know, they already have a lot of lefties as it is. I understand why you want him, though. Joel Sherman says, teams are calling the Angels on Jose Soriano, and I've heard that has not stopped, as now some are calling the Blue Jays. The trade deadline might get weirder. So teams are now calling the Blue Jays about Jose Soriano, who the Blue Jays acquired from the Angels this morning. So that's pretty interesting. But yeah, you know what I'm saying, Yanks? Where would you pivot if we can't get Stevenson either? I mean, I doubt the Yankees wouldn't be able to get Tyler Stevenson. You know what I mean? Let me see, by the way, how many years of control he has. You want to know why Tyler Stevenson would be like a big-time bummer? Not because he's the worst player in the world. He would be an upgrade. It'd be because like then we're getting the third option. Or at the very least, the second option. Like, Adley, let's say Adley is 1, Jeffers is 2. Jeffers, if he's just not available, nothing you can do there. But like Adley, all right, you wanted him more than Stevenson, you assume, but you let him go to Boston. If Jeffers is truly unavailable, that's whatever. Tyler, like, it'd be it'd be the vibe of settling. I think that's what bothers me so much with the idea of getting Tyler Stevenson. But if we can't get him, I mean, then we're then that's an insane situation if so. But yeah. Let's see, 6.8 million he's making this year. Nobody cares about that. So Stevenson's a rental. Let's see, with Ray, the Padres still won. All right, Joel Sherman. Like, I want you to just tweet about Yankee stuff. Just kidding. I love Joel Sherman. He's a GOAT. Let's see. Another notification. What do we got? Why am I getting so many Padres notifications? This deadline is a joke. I wouldn't go that far yet, Smelly. Like, let's see this through. Let's see this. It's a little early for that, but in terms of across MLB, I mean, shit is going down. Yes, Schumann is indeed being sent down. For me, it feels that like the Yanks always settle for the number 2 or 3 option and never go get the guy. When was the last time? I mean, besides like Soto, like even last year, like Bednar was a great move, and I'm glad we got him. But like you could say the guy was Miller. They didn't do that, which is like fine. But when it's year over year, again, yeah, I'm kind of with you on that. Like it would just be like I said, getting Stevenson would feel like we're settling, and I don't want to have to do that. Sebastian with the $5 super chat says, Dan, I think Cashman is secretly cooking up a blockbuster deal that would break at 3:53 p.m. Eastern on August 3rd. That's what I want, yo. Like, and that could easily make up for if we don't get Adley and we do get Stevenson, but then afterwards we find out we're getting Otto Lopez. Like, word. We got to raise the vibes up a little bit, and that's ultimately not up to us. I know, like we just got to, but like there is very much a possibility as we sit here at 2:37 Eastern that we'll get a notification, bang, it's like, oh shit, breaking, Yankees acquire this player. Like that can very much happen at any point. You subscriber, love what you do, so I'm talking Yankees. Oh, thank you, B-Mark. Pleasure to have you. Welcome. I love the deadline because it's the entire offseason one day, but man, it's been underwhelming for us so far. It is fun, Cheese. Like even last night, like when it felt like for a minute like there was some smoke towards Adley and the Yanks, and I was like, not should I stay up? Like I want to stay, but I was getting so tired at late, and I was like, all right, it's probably not going to happen. And like I had to remind myself, like this ain't the offseason where, you know, like you'll hear something, a rumor, and like you're kind of on like trade watch for this player, but like for all you know, it's going to be nothing. Or if it is going to be something, it may not be for another couple weeks. It's like, if this player is going to get moved, though, like today, it's like it will happen today. So it's no like, oh, this ain't going to happen. It's either going to happen or it's not. And obviously, you guys know how the trade deadline works, but it is still exciting. Like, even as I'm kind of like relatively bummed right now, obviously not going to lie about the whole Adley thing. I am still naturally going to be optimistic because at any second here, like there are going to be more trades that go down, and you would assume whether they're good ones or not, the Yankees are going to be making deals. So, yeah, it is still fun, but we need another move here. Like I would not have expected, honestly, at this point, that there wouldn't be one more move after Garcia yesterday just yet. Like give me even like a little reliever right now or something to check in on. Let's see. Dude, the Padres, there's so many tweets about the Padres. If Lombard is that good, Cashman will keep on the farm until he destroys his confidence. I mean, Lombard should be up pretty damn soon, Joe Long, but we'll see. Dan, when do I think Lombard is coming up? Assuming, let's just say we don't get a shortstop. Like, say we don't get Lopez, we don't get Edwards from the Marlins. I think Lombard is up within the next couple weeks. Or in August, at the very least in August. We have too many lefty bats. Yeah, so we're probably not acquiring another lefty, you would assume. We need to catch him more than anything. And they're going to get one, Connor. They're going to get one. It's just a matter of who it is. What's the floor below? Migs did call in, Smelly. What's the floor below Tyler Stevenson? Is it like Jonah Heim? I don't even know if Jonah Heim's going to get traded. Like, imagine they got like Higgy, bro. Like, did you see that Sherman tweet about teams calling the Blue Jays about Soriano? I did see that, Jeremy. That's interesting. So yeah, the Blue Jays who just acquired Soriano today, who knows, may flip him. That's like, remember when we got Jaime Garcia in 2017? We didn't do that, but when we acquired him, it was I forget who he was with, but like he was traded to I think the Twins right after the All-Star break. Traded right after the All-Star break, was with the Twins for like a week, and then we acquired him. So like he was traded with that new team for just a week, and then traded again to us. Jaime Garcia. Francisco Alvarez. I would like Francisco Alvarez, but that's just, I don't think it's going to happen because the defense isn't great. Mike Francesa is always saying too, he's like, Cole and Free, they're not pitching Alvarez. They're not pitching Alvarez. And he's probably right. Like, you know, what are the odds we get Hunter Goodman? I'm bad with odds, percentage chance. I'd say 5%. Right now, I would say, let's just, again, we got to keep Adley off to the side because he's probably, it seems like headed to Boston, but who knows. But just keep him off to the side. I would say 70% chance we're getting Tyler Stevenson. 5% chance we're getting Hunter Goodman. Jeffers is so weird because it's like, is he available or is he not? I know it's like he probably isn't available. But like, has anybody heard, like, what are the reports on Jeffers? We got to find that out. Like, can we get a report that like the Yankees have had it confirmed to them that he is not available? Because if he is available, then I'll put his percentage chance of getting acquired above Stevenson. Astros are in on Trevor Larnach. Is Trevor Larnach still with the Twins? Because that's interesting. Is Trevor Larnach still with the Twins? Because if the Astros are interested in him, does that mean the Twins could sell off Larnach, who's a free agent to be, I believe? Now, that just says, John Heyman says the Astros are in on Trevor Larnach. And that is interesting because he's a Twin, and we don't know what their end of things would be. He's not a free agent to be. He's a year and a half of control. But the Twins, if that could be something that possibly happens, then that would be their first inclination of, they are going to sell a little bit. So if Trevor Larnach gets moved, that is a nod towards a possibility that maybe Jeffers could still get moved. And if Jeffers, it could allow you to believe that maybe Jeffers is indeed available. I don't know why we haven't gotten reports on Dan. I know, like, good name, by the way, but he's like, Twins are cute, they'll miss the playoffs. And they might even make it, Dan, but I keep joking all the time. I'm like, we'll either beat you with Jeffers or without Jeffers. So, like, what do you want? You want some prospects in the meantime? You know? Yeah, both. I haven't heard anything on Jefferson. I'm asking to hear something like that he's just not available. Like, nobody's even saying that. Like, I want to know, is he officially not available? Would I give up Elmer for Adley? I would, Quigs. And Joel Sherman reported that, in his kind of like weirdly worded tweet, one of the things he said was that the deal that the Yankees offered, or like were offering, whatever it is, to the Orioles for Adley involved Elmer Rodriguez as a centerpiece, which I'd be so down for. Rosenthal said he won't rule out a Jeffers trade. That was like 40 minutes ago. Okay, so that's important. Vincent says that Rosenthal said he will not rule out a Jeffers trade. Okay, so let's get Ryan Jeffers then, bro. Get me Ryan Jeffers. Third Gen says Twins should trade Jeffers. They won't get anything without him walk, so why not get something for him now? Yeah, I mean, they would get if they qualifying offer him, which I don't know if they would actually. They probably wouldn't do that, but yeah, no, you're right. They should trade Jeffers. And let me tell you, if Quick says Jeffers over Goodman, I just don't think Goodman's going to happen. And honestly, somebody could make an argument for Jeffers over Goodman because Goodman's not a good defender, and how much it would take to give up. But I want Goodman. Don't get me wrong. I'd be stoked about it. I just don't think that's going to happen. I'm talking so fast, the fucking Celsius. Now I'm cursing too. That's great. Let me make this very clear. If the Yankees can still pull off a trade for Ryan Jeffers, and if that were to happen, that would be hype. Jeffers would be fantastic. I'm not getting hopes. I just feel like this is going to be an awful deadline. We'll see, Smelly. Hopefully not. Tyler Stevenson sucks, by the way. Nobody except pathetic move. It gets made. I mean, relax, Aiden, but yeah, I would not be happy with Tyler Stevenson. It would feel like the Yankees are settling. Honestly, F. Cashman at this point, bro. I mean, Luna, let's wait till 6. Let's wait till 6:01 to say that, then you're well within your rights. Jeffers or Adley? I think Adley would be my number one, but again, who the hell knows what's going on with Adley? Percentage for Adley? I don't know. It just seems like he's going to the Red Sox. So why is it taking so long? How did the Rays land Hicks? They gave up, what did you guys say, 3 top 30 prospects, with the top one being like their 16th? That's a big deal for them. I get why the Yankees weren't involved in that, because he's a lefty bat, not a good defender apparently. But at the very least, he is a catcher it's a good hitter that's on the board. All right, breaking news from Passan. The Red Sox are acquiring Adley Rutschman. That sucks. All right, so it's official. Jeff Passan, Red Sox are acquiring Adley Rutschman from the Orioles. So another catcher off the board. Question is quite simple. How will the Yankees pivot? But yes, official. So there you go. Breaking news. Red Sox are acquiring Adley Rutschman from the Orioles. So that is done. That is now done. That is a big move, and that's very unfortunate, because the Yankees, we know, had interest in Adley Rutschman, and they, I guess, weren't willing to give up what it would take. And with that, he now is being sent to the Boston Red Sox. So not only do they not get a player that they clearly wanted, they let him go to their rival in the Boston Red Sox, and now, obviously, another catcher is off the board. So what is left? There's the possibility still that Ryan Jeffers gets traded, and then there's what is probably most likely, as of right now, Tyler Stevenson. So who will the Yankees get? Jeffers or Tyler Stevenson? That's now the question. I'm quite displeased about the Yankees letting that happen. Quite displeased about that. So what the hell do we do now? If it's Ryan Jeffers, word. The thing with Stevenson is, again, it would feel like the Yankees are settling. And not even just feel, it would be a fact because they wanted Adley Rutschman. They were not willing to get what it would take to get Adley, and by doing so, they let him go to the Boston Red Sox. So they wanted this guy, weren't willing to give up what it would take to get him, let him go to your rival, and because of that, they had to pivot somewhere else, and now they go to Tyler Stevenson. Tyler Stevenson is a fine, he'd be an upgrade offensively, he would be. That's an L on them, yo. Honestly, Cheese, it is very much for me, like, in terms of principle and the player, like, Jeffers is so much better than Steve. Like, yes, it is Jeffers or bust. I know Adley's hurt, but it's still, it would be a box office move. Switch hitter, great defensively, and he's having a pretty solid year. Tyler's a defensive catcher hitting 254. He's not a defensive catcher. I mean, it depends which way you look at it, Ollie. But no, you can't look at him as a defensive catcher, Stevenson, because he's good at blocking, but he's terrible at framing and can't throw out base runners. He can hit a little bit though. But again, if you get Stevenson, you're probably looking at more so a straight up legit platoon where Austin Wells is still playing a lot. They were scared to trade ERC. We don't know if it's that smelly. We heard from Sherman that the talks were around ERC. So either as the Yankees were willing to give up ERC in that deal, or maybe they weren't, but that's what the talks were centered around. If it came down to the Yankees weren't willing to trade ERC to the Orioles for Adley, I'll be pissed. I mean, I'm already pissed no matter what. Nightingale, the Red Sox signed off on the medicals and land 3-time All-Star Adley Rutschman, blah, 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 blah. So that is now done. Nightingale also reporting that the Red Sox still would love to come away with a shortstop by the end of the day. I mean, dude, we got to get something going now, bro. Now we are on the clock. This makes shit all the more urgent feeling because now you've seen Liam Hicks go. You've seen Adley Rutschman go to the Rays and the Red Sox. The Rays and the Red Sox just upgraded a catcher. The Yankees still have not upgraded a catcher. It was definitely we didn't want to give up ERC. I mean, we could speculate, JBD, but I want to see the actual report. But let's see. If it comes down to they didn't want to trade ERC, I mean, that's pathetic. I don't find that funny, though, Famous. I find it infuriating. But yeah, let's go. Why is Cashman so happy with letting top talent go to rivals? He waits so long to get in action. I mean, I need to hear, like a why didn't the Yankees get him type thing. First, Arise now. Arise doesn't bother me so much, Spencer, really at all, because of the fact that we got Garcia. And once we got Garcia, then we wouldn't be in the market for another lefty bat anyways. So that's fine, and Garcia is better than Arise. The difference there is obviously that if you were to get Arise, that would probably mean he's replacing Jazz. Jazz will be the Yankees' second baseman, it sounds like. Here's what we're waiting on, obviously. Catcher, who will the Yankees get? Is going to be Jeffers? That'd be awesome. If we do get Jeffers, then I'm all right, we're fine. Word. Or Tyler Stevenson. They're going to have to get a reliever or two. We know that's the plan. We'll see who those guys are. And then what else is there? There's catchers. There's a catcher to be acquired, and there's at least a reliever or two to be acquired. Is there something else on top of that? And that's really what could make or break this deadline for me. They have to get Jeffers. Go get Jeffers. Reed Detmers to the Cubs. So Seiya Suzuki, if anybody's still focusing on that, which we talked about a lot on here, is a slight possibility. That's probably out the window because they were going to possibly move him. The Cubs were to get pitching, but now they've acquired Gausman and Detmers. Detmers to the Cubs isn't like that huge a deal, but yeah, so get me Jeffers, dude. Get me Jeffers. I want Goodman. I mean, me too, Brandon, but I don't think we're going to get Goodman. But yeah. That's where we're at, yo. That is where we're at. It is 2:49 Eastern Standard Time. A little over 3 hours to go until the trade deadline. Smelly says Stevenson and a bum-ass reliever is what he thinks it's going to be. Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm afraid of that too, Smelly. I'm afraid of that too. Go get Jeffers. I don't see why isn't Jeffers not available, though. Well, apparently, per Rosenthal, he's not ruling out the possibility of Jeffers still getting traded, which if that even merely exists, like, go make it happen. Like, go overpay a little bit. Go get Jeffers. Like, why wouldn't you get Jeffers? Remember the report from months ago? It was like, it's no secret that the Yankees want to get Jeffers. The Adley trade stings. It does, Noah, especially just based off of principle. I know Adley's not like as good as he once was, but the Yankees wanted him. But they didn't give up what it takes to get him, and they sent him to, or let him go to Boston. If they end up getting Jeffers instead of Adley, we're back to artwork. We're chilling. We're fine. Because I've always wanted Jeffers. Jeffers is awesome. And then we'll go from there. I need a move, bro. Like, I need any sort of a move. And I'm not trying to, like, overreact or nothing to that part of it where it's like, I want moves. But now that Adley is gone, like, now I do want the next move. Like, what is it? Then I'm scared. What is the future if no other trades happen? We just do like one more. We just gotta let this play through, yo. We really gotta let this play or play out or see it through. Agreed. Need to overpay. Yeah, and like, what could that even be? I mean, maybe the Twins are just playing hardball for that very purpose of like trying to get us to overpay. But in the end, like, what exactly would an overpay for Jeffers even look like? Yo, like, I would send ERC to Minnesota for Jeffers if they really want. You know, fans shouldn't go to games until Cashman is gone. That's just not going to happen. By the way, ERC sucks. Will never be anything in this franchise. Neither will have the process. I mean, I don't think he sucks, Aiden, but I don't think he's all that great. And also, too, like, think about the process of ERC. If you could turn him into a catcher that starts for you in the postseason, like Ryan Jeffers, it's a pretty good process of events. You traded Carlos Narvaez to Boston to get ERC, turn him into a pretty damn good prospect, enough to where you're able to acquire one of the best hitting catchers in baseball in Ryan Jeffers. So I'm all for it. Dan, you getting McDonald's today? I'm for one reason or another, CJ, probably. It might be a Burger King kind of night, yo. What I do want to say is there is very much still the possibility this could be a good deadline for the Yankees. We got to let it play out. And I know this is one to keep saying, but like, if Ryan Jeffers truly is still a possibility, go make that deal happen. If they do, all right, word. Who's the reliever? Maybe it's Jacob Latz of the Rangers, or if Morejone's still available with the Padres. I'm starting to think Morejone is not going to be going. But maybe there's still the blockbuster deal potentially for Otto Lopez. I mean, the Yankees have to at some point, not even just from a standpoint of fans being like, oh, don't prospect tug, but also just like, yo, you're going to have to trade some of these assets. Like, if you want to hold on to Lombard, word. I actually support that idea, but you have so much else to do something with. Even the conversation we had last year, which you could argue they should have done a deal regarding these two, Jones and Jason, one of Spencer or Jason Mingus should be traded today. They just should be. Like, for something. And not just like you dangle and be like, hey, take him. Like, no, but like in terms of creating a deal, looking at your assets and being like, this guy's a part of our future, this guy's not. Maybe Jones is. He may be your center fielder next year. All right, word up. Include Jason in a deal. Or if a team really does want Jones, if you didn't love him all that much 2 weeks ago, you can't just all of a sudden act like you do now. The pitching, like Will Warren should be available. Maybe he is. We don't know. Ryan Weathers should be available. The pitching prospects, Legrand should be available. Lombard doesn't have to be available. He's not. Fine. Everybody else should be on the table because, one, you just want to get better, but also, two, like, if you don't, they're going to go the route of Oswald Peraza or, I'm forgetting his name, Estevan Florial, where they eventually get DFA, and they're one-time, big-time prospect that panned out to be a player to be named later, whatever it may be. Get something for these guys, yo. And that goes for many players in this Yankee organization, which you don't have to trade them all, and you don't look to trade them per se, but some of them actually you do. Like one of Jason or Jones, you should look to trade. Will Warren, you should be like very much open to the idea of trading. And then all the prospects that you have too. So like there are a lot more deals to be done. And again, same with the principle of the Adley deal. If the Yankees don't make this move, in the case of Adley, they didn't. It wasn't a matter of not being able to get it done. It was not wanting to get it done because the Yankees certainly have what it took to get that deal finished, and they didn't. They let him go to Boston instead. Who's ERC? Elmer Rodriguez, yeah. Who's now Elmer Rodriguez, but he does say he still likes the ERC nickname. ERC is, yeah, Elmer Rodriguez Cruz. Time is running out. In terms of the clock, not necessarily even that, Anthony, but regards to like what's running out is available catchers, and that's a big deal. Is Weaver still on the table? I mean, he might get traded. I don't know if the Yankees will get him, though. Dan, I'll be livid if we have all our prospects at the end of this deadline. Slimmy, me too, bro. Me too. Me too, man. I might be pissed. if fucking Dex Kilby's still here in 3 hours. 3 hours and 6 minutes. What did he still get Mason Miller? Nobody's really said he's off the table. It seems like he is, though, Doe. But, I mean, listen, like, there's so many things that could go down still that are shocking. I don't think Mason Miller is getting traded, but in terms of deals that we're not thinking about or like haven't talked that much about, like those possibilities do exist. I've grown up in the 90s and seen what the Yankees are today, completely different teams. Every organization's mindset is completely different. I think that's part of the issue here. And I don't want to apply this yet to this deadline because, again, this deadline could still work out. We'll see. And if it doesn't, we'll talk about it. But obviously with the way George was in the 80s and everything, like that led to them overcorrecting, I think, which is just usually how life goes. You know, like sometimes when you're really fat, you lose weight and then you get too skinny. Sometimes, you know, for those that are like Like back in my day when I would rip the vape, like I would only be able to get off the vape if I didn't rip it, period. I couldn't like rip it at a party because otherwise I'd be all the way back in. Like you kind of often overcorrect. And I think the Yankees have become so obsessed with sustainability that it's become a fault to where they don't want to go all in. They don't want to get burned on deals. And to their credit, they really haven't been. There's not many deals you look back and be like, oh, you shouldn't have done that deal. And Cashman is pretty good at the trades he does make with the value that he sends back. But again, it would be nice for 1 year just to be like, this is the top option. This is the guy that we want. We're going to make sure that we get him. And Adley was a chance to do that. They didn't do that. And maybe it's because they think they can get Ryan Jeffers, which if so, word up, I'm chilling. And for all we know, the Adley stuff was just leverage to go against the Twins with. Be like, all right, fine, whatever. Like maybe the Twins and the Yankees are playing just a hardcore game here. Although Adley's now gone, so what are you going to do? And the Tyler Stevenson reports, we also got to keep in mind, like I do believe the Yankees want Tyler Stevenson. That could also be a thing where the Yankees are telling these reporters this is what's happening. We're looking at Tyler Stevenson just to make sure that's out there, that the Twins see it, and that gives them a little more leverage with the Jeffers conversation. I'm very much for the catcher position for right now, kind of like Jeffers or bust. Doesn't mean it could be it could still be a good deadline if they get Stevenson because, for all I know, they also get Otto Lopez or whatever. Like, but like I want Jeffers. It's not over. It's not over. It's just we just got to see it through. What was the return for Adley? Yeah, guys, do we have that, by the way? The return on Adley? I haven't seen any return on that. Barfield says Stevenson can't hit lefties. Yeah, he's hitting under 200 against lefties this year. Somebody did point out that he has a 377 OBP against them. And in his career, he's been decent actually against them. So I want to walk that back a little bit. I'll put it like this. I think Tyler Stevenson, the hitter, would be fine. His defense is so bad, though, with framing and throwing out runners. Not that Wells is great at throwing out runners anyways. I have to double check, but I don't think he is. Wells is a really good defender. If you get Tyler Stevenson, it would be like, all right, he's just platooning with Wells. And Wells is still very much a part of our everyday team. I think Tyler Stevenson would be a fine little hitter, but it wouldn't be a needle mover. And again, it'd be settling. It's the principle of what Tyler Stevenson is. They wanted Adley, but they weren't willing to give up what it would take to get Adley, let him go to Boston, and instead they settle for not Ryan Jeffers, they settle for Tyler Stevenson. Give me Neto. I was never all that big into Neto, Smelly, but I mean, I'd be down. What up, Morg? How you doing, by the way, buddy? Good to see you, dude. Yeah, so nothing yet on the return from Boston's end, which is taking a while. But yeah, Adley's he is going to Boston, so. Dan, it's over LMAO. Don't be a shill. Evan, first of all, I'll do whatever the fuck I want, bro. I guarantee you that. So understand this. I'm not being a shill. I'm going to say exactly what comes to mind, but you can get lost. I don't give a damn about you, bro. You can say the season's over. You can say we're all going to die. I don't care. Please, give me a break. Anyways, yes, I agree. Do need to do something. Austin Wells is 8th percentile in throwing up base runners. So neither of them are good at throwing out. But with Wells, he is a very good pitch framer. Isn't Boston still in medicals with Adley? No, it's now been agreed to. So we got the passing report and all that. So the Adley deal is indeed like done. Yeah, I hate to be a shill shit, bro. It's like, trust me, like what do you just call me, a fake fan, bro? Like, how's it working out? I'm doing all right. I don't mean it like that, by the way. I didn't mean like that, but more so I'm saying like I'm here every single day. You guys know I'm never going away. I have my time at year's end all the time, or even in the case of today's deadline. If Cashman doesn't do the right job, trust me, at 6:01 we will talk about it. But when we're down 2-0 in the game in May or losing a couple games in a row, like I don't say the season's over then. I say it's done when we're limited in October. I don't say the deadline sucks until it's 6:01. Like it's not being a shill. I think that's, you say like, oh, be realistic, Dan. Like, no, you're not being realistic, bro. You're acting like the deadline's already done or acting like the season's already done. Like, I hate that shit, yo. It reminds me of the fucking the people that work at McDonald's drive-thru these days. Not in that way, but the people that when you say, hi, how you doing? They're like, so what's your order? Like, there's nothing to them, bro. Like, I don't give a damn about you, yo. Like, please, yes, your life's over. I don't care. Anyways, sorry. CJ, that was funny. Nah, Joe, I mean, but it's just people say like to call me a shill or whatever, bro. It's like, yeah, whatever. Like, okay, I'm a fucking shill. Like, I'm rooting for the team to go out and do something. Yo, I've kind of been dissing the team over the last hour or so, but I'm not gonna play that game either because sometimes people do that where it's like they do come off like a shill. They are a shill. I'm admittedly a shill, but I'm also not because of that gonna be like now I'm gonna talk crap on the team so people don't think I'm a shill. It's like, yo, if you're not looking to listen to somebody that's like glass half full to a degree, which I don't even think I've come off glass half full for the last hour. Like, there's so many avenues for you to go to, yo, which is like. They're all like, if you're looking for like somebody to be like negative, yo, like there are so many Yankee pages to do that with, yo. Like go find them. Anyways, Stevenson career 266 average, 793 OPS versus lefties. He can hit righties and lefties. Wells is just as bad at throwing out runners. Well, the defense, it's the pitch framing is the defensive thing, truth. But yeah, one thing I think we should definitely acknowledge, and this is when I say we, I mean myself. I don't think we should worry too much about Stevenson's ability to hit lefties. I don't think we should worry about Stevenson's ability to hit. I think Stevenson would be a good hitter. This is, again, more so based off of principle for me, that they wanted Adley, and instead they might, well, we know they didn't get him. They let him go to Boston, and then it might end up in them settling for Tyler Stevenson, which sounds like he's their third choice. And it'd be the worst catcher acquired. Liam Hicks is a bad defender, but in terms of offensively, Liam Hicks is pretty damn good. I mean, you could easily argue right now Tyler Stevenson is better with the bat than Rutschman is, but the Yankees wanted Rutschman. They didn't get him. But yeah, so that's where we're currently at. Still waiting on some more rumors. Ramon with the Super Chat says, bro, you really eat fast food? Why? Care about yourself, man? Come on. I mean, listen, bro, I like fast food. You know, I mean, I like Burger King. I like Whoppers. I mean, I eat all right. Like, I'm going to have a Factor meal at some point. I'll do that. Right-hander Anthony Ianson is going to the Orioles in the Adley Rutschman deal. Feinstein says, sources tell me that the Angels starter Reed Detmers has not been traded to the Cubs, despite a report to the contrary. Joel Sherman right now, the Pirates are pushing hard to acquire Luke Weaver from the Mets. Anyways, the passing tweet about the return, a big-time pitching prospect is who Anthony Ianson is in the Adley Rutschman deal. I mean, Adley on the Red Sox really is going to suck, dude. Say what you about the Yankees not getting him, which is a very much conversation to have. That's going to suck. Anyways, Ramon with Super Chat says, bro, honestly, the entire front office going to be fired. The only move we make is Luis Garcia. I can't imagine. It's not going to be the only move they make. That's part of what I say, too, is like we got to see it through here. Like, it may not even be in a good way, but there's going to be more moves done. It's just a matter of who those guys are. I definitely, at this point, can definitely envision a pretty disappointing deadline. So where does this kid rank? Anthony Ianson, who's a big-time pitching prospect. Where's he rank? I assume he's a top 100 guy. I assume he's probably above ERC. But it's not just about ERC versus this guy. There's other parts things could have made to get this deal done. And listen, will I acknowledge that there could be a return that Boston gave that the Yankees, if they were to have, would have been an overpay? But maybe one time in a row, like yes, like maybe one time I want to overpay, you know. And if they didn't do it on Adley, which they clearly did not, do it for somebody else. He's number 48. And where's Elmer? Elmer's like upper 100s, right? So the equivalent of this would have may have been like LeGrand. Orioles get the Red Sox number 2, 4, 5, 17 in prospect plus Carlson. That's not true, Matt. If it is, I apologize. Holy shit, I apologize. That is true. The return for Adley Rutschman is the Red Sox number 2, 4, 5, 17 prospects plus Carlos Narvaez. That is actually a fucking excuse my language. That is actually a massive return. That is a massive return. So here's where I have to be normal. This isn't MLB. Can I be like actually pissed that the Yankees did not do whatever the equivalent would have been to that deal? No, I can no longer be pissed about that. I'm still upset at life. Like I wanted Adley Rutschman. That for a year and a half of Adley Rutschman, who's currently on that. Now I will start shit talking to Adley, yo, because like that is an insane return. So all this, yeah, I'm all of a sudden, you know, good off that, and I respect everybody in the chat that is seeing this like a normal person, and you guys know that I've been in here, like I've been pretty pissed about the whole Adley thing, quite pissed. I retract everything that I said going on the Yankees a little bit because that is an insane return that Boston is giving the Orioles for Adley Rutschman. Again, was it you, Matt, who said, what was the prospect rankings? It was like the number 2. They sent like 4 prospects plus Carlos Narvaez. The 2. So the Red Sox sent their 2, 4, and 5 prospects. Somebody else as well, and Carlos Narvaez in that deal. That is a huge overpay. Don't get mad, Dan. Yanks usually don't do much. Same shit every year. Well, that's not true at all, Angel. They acquired 7 players at the deadline last year. That makes no sense. Like if somebody tells me they're going to shoot me in the face, I'm not going to be pissed when it happens. Like I don't. That always drives me insane. No disrespect to your comment, bro, but it's like, yo, It's like when like the Yankees lose a game against a pitcher that was really good. It's like, well, what'd you expect? Like, well, I turned the Yankee game on hoping that they would win. Like, I woke up and got out of bed today hoping like I'm not going to be killed. Like, yeah, like I know we're all going to die at some point, but I'll still be upset when that time comes. So no, don't give me that don't be surprised crap, please. Luis Garcia Jr. says he grew up a Yankees fan. Very good. He says his favorite players are Derek Jeter and Robinson Cano. One of the reasons why I wear it too. Good guy. Love you. Alrighty. So yes, massive overpay by the Red Sox to the Orioles. And it's to the level of overpay where it's like, yo, holy shit. I'm now fine with the Yankees not making that deal done, but getting that deal done. Go get Ryan Jeffers, though. Go get Ryan Jeffers. Go make some moves happen, yo. Go make some moves happen. Whatever they may be. I know you wouldn't lie to me, Matt. Yeah, I apologize for initially saying no way. That was more so just like, it's like when you tell something like, when a couple girls say something crazy, they're like, shut up. Like that was the vibe I had with that. I wasn't actually thinking you were a liar. But I appreciate the intel. You were 100% correct. I retract my statement that there's no way. Because there was a way. Red Sox overpaid. What was this one message I wanted to read? Barno says, this may sound stupid, but we could see a splash deal from Seattle with Cal Riley and Rosarena. I don't see Cal being dumped. Riley hasn't had a good year, and he's a left. I know he's a switcher, isn't he? I don't see Cal getting moved, but Randy Rosarena is very interesting. I can't believe they traded. I mean, it makes sense that they traded Narvaez in that deal too, but it's just the fact of like the deal would already be at an overpay, and then you factor in that they traded Narvaez too, which does make sense. You know, they bring in Rushman, so he's expendable, but pretty crazy shit, man. Does this inflate Jeffers' price now because he's still a rental? I mean, it can't do nothing but inflate his price. But Jeffers is a rental, yo, so, like, go get him. And the Twins should be more motivated now to trade Jeffers. And remember, we heard a report that the Astros, on their end at least, were trying to acquire Trevor Larnach from the Twins. And why that's interesting is, if that were to happen, that means the Twins are open to selling off some pieces, because you can do, like, a hybrid buy and sell. We want Ryan Jeffers, chat. That's what we want. This is Nightingale's opinion on Adley. He says, the price tag was... Oh, yeah. But yeah, if you're just joining, Red Sox get Adley Rutschman for their number 2, number 4, number 5, and number 17 prospect, plus Carlos Narvaez. Massive return for Baltimore. Pretty crazy shit. Yeah, so we're now, it's 3:07. We are now obviously less than 3 hours away until the trade deadline. So far, no new moves for the Yankees today. They did, of course, acquire Luis Garcia Jr., which that in itself was a good move. I like that move. I give it an A. I really do. And maybe we can talk a little bit more about that later on, after the deadline is done, and break everything down. But the deadline itself right now is at like a C, maybe even a C-. Mike says, Dan, I got your back. Just give me the word. Don't call me the Boomfield Bruiser for nothing. It's all good, Mike. It was just the one kid calling me a shill, yo. And it's like, first of all, I have no issue with being called a shill, but also it's like, bro, like, I assure you, if you want to talk Yankee baseball, bro, like, let's do it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's ultimately the thing I can always fall back on. Like, if you think I'm a freaking jackass, like, we can just talk Yankee baseball and then we're chilling, you know? Like, I'll be in a good spot. A bit generous, F-. Well, no, Luis Garcia Jr. was a great get. And heck, maybe that drops down to a C- now, the overall deadline, because as we go further and further, it's going more concerning that the Yankees haven't made any moves yet. But in terms of Luis Garcia Jr., yeah, right. Yeah, we're all freaking shills, whether we want to admit it or not. I gotta make a post game soon too, or pregame rather. I should have done that. I was so prepped for today. Like, I had baseball today ready last night. Everything was all ready to go. The one thing I forgot to freaking do was set up a pregame, so we had to do that live on the show. But anyways, Yankees line is probably coming out in about 35 minutes. Which Garcia, I mean, he's already interviewing, pregame presser and all that, wearing number 26, so he's activated. He very much could be in the lineup tonight. He probably should be. Another notification. Pirates are getting Luke Weaver. I did not think the Yankees were going to be getting Luke Weaver, so that doesn't crush me all that much. But there's action happening. I mean, deals are going down. Pirates are acquiring Luke Weaver from the Mets. Again, I want to just touch on, since we're on the topic of it really quick, Luis Garcia Jr. and how this deal does make a lot of sense for the Yankees. First of all, he's hit 23 home runs this season, 873 OPS. He leads the National League in slugging percentage, but he also has just a 16.1% K rate. And the way this is going to work is very simple. You're probably wondering, they had another lefty. He's technically a first baseman. He was so bad at second base a couple years ago that he no longer plays there. He's a first baseman, which he's been pretty good defensively at, right around league average. How does this work? It actually fits quite easily. With Garcia, you'll have him play first base. He'll be the everyday first baseman against righties. He has a 918 OPS versus right-handed pitching this year, 627 OPS versus left-handed pitching. So what they'll do is, against right-handed pitching, he will play Luis Garcia Jr. will play against righties, as will Ben Rice. Against lefties, Paul Goldschmidt will remain the everyday first baseman. Against lefties, Ben Rice will be in at DH. So basically, he's in there every single day against right-handed pitching, which majority of the time you face righties, along with Ben Rice. So it'll be him at first or Rice at first, but both those two in the lineup against right-handed pitching. Goldschmidt goes to the bench. Goldschmidt, 501 OPS against righties. He's really been struggling lately. Makes sense for them to not want to keep playing him out there. And this also allows them to, chill a little bit on just the playing time he's had to do in general. Goldschmidt, he'll still be the first baseman against lefties, though. And with that, the question obviously becomes, what happens with Stanton? The good thing about this is that we're not relying on Stanton to come back now. This is Stanton insurance. This gives the Yankees one of the best, really the best hitter available at the trade deadline this year in Luis Garcia. He'll play first. He'll play every day against righties, as will Ben Rice. Ben Rice will play every day against lefties as well, but against lefties, you'll have Goldschmidt at first, Garcia on the bench. What happens with Stanton? Best case, yeah, he does come back, and it seems like he probably will at some point, but will be a bench bat. Will be a pinch hitter, and that's a better thing than relying on him to return. And then, let's be honest here, like Goldschmidt, been a godsend this year. He's really fallen off as of late, but particularly, like, you just can't rely on him against right-handed pitching. So this now allows the Yankees to not do that. And let's just make this very clear here. The Yankees acquired a very good hitter. Luis Garcia Jr. leads the National League in slugging percentage. And he's hitting .283 with just a 16% K rate, 23 home runs. So this dude mashes. This was a good trade by the Yankees in itself. This trade right here was good. But there's more work to be done. And we're trying to figure out what exactly that will be. Still waiting on news with the Yankees and a catcher. I'm hoping that Ryan Jeffers is still a possibility. We had heard that Ken Rosenthal said that Ryan Jeffers, he's not ruling out the possibility of that being a trade that could happen. This is everything Yanks. Grayson posted this. My guy Grayson, a screenshot from Rosenthal article said, Jeffers has been a hot topic of trade deadline fodder because he's a free agent after the season and isn't expected to return to the Twins, blah, blah, blah. In a career year, blah, blah, blah. Though rentals don't always fetch big paydays for teams, and rental catchers have often provide even less, Jeffers could generate a high return because at the time Red Sox and then Yankees and other clubs are in the market for catchers. The possibility is keeping Jeffers on edge, even though the Twins are trying to add at the deadline. 1 game back of the final wildcard spot. Twins added two top pitchers. The Twins added 2 pitchers late last week and would like to also add more if possible. The Twins' intent is trading Jefferson, losing his offense and pressing behind the plate seems counterintuitive, which is why a deal seems unlikely. So I read this through, and it's more so that it seems unlikely. So a Jeffers deal per Rosenthal seems unlikely, though I guess he's not ruling it out. That didn't get me all that hyped there, but yeah. Anyways, let's just see what the hell's going to happen here, yo. 3:13 Eastern time. When there's 2 hours and 45 minutes until the deadline. What was that? Cubs are requiring lefty Braxton Garrett in a trade with the Marlins. So the Marlins have now sent away Liam Hicks. They've now sent away Braxton Garrett. Give me frickin' Otto Lopez. Give me Otto Lopez, please. Stanton can't stay healthy. Well, it's a good thing they got Luis Garcia then, because we don't need him healthy technically anymore. And if he does come back, it's still a good thing because that means we have him to pinch hit. Yep, Weaver to the Pirates. Judge is 100% coming back, no doubt about whether he comes back September 1st. Yeah, Judge will be back this year. Why not trade for Otto Lopez to play short some leadoff hit? Giovanni, he's my number 1 trade target. I want Otto Lopez so bad. So bad. Yeah. Joe's is not having a good time. I imagine, yo. I imagine. Would I take Lopez or Jefferson? If you can only get one, I'd take Lopez. If I can only get one, give me Lopez, and then I'll take Stevenson. You give me Tyler Stevenson, but Lopez as well? All right, word. And we're talking Otto Lopez here of the Marlins, who's a great player this year. He's a good defender at shortstop, too. If we get Otto Lopez, I mean, that would change everything here. The reports with Otto Lopez, all that we have is that the Marlins are willing to listen, and they now are starting to sell a little bit here because, or you're seeing Liam Hicks, he goes to the Rays. And then just now, Braxton Garrett goes to the, I forget who he went to, but the Cubs. Let's see, anything new? Brewers are acquiring Dustin May and Jojo Romero from the Cardinals. Okay, so shit's going down across the league. We haven't done nothing yet today. It's time for the Yankees to make some sort of, give me something to chew on for a minute here. You know, give me a reliever. Is there really no talks at all for the Yankees? It really is not. I mean, there definitely is talks going on, Troll, but there's not really much of a rumor for us to yap about right now besides just speculation. Empty the house for Lopez and Edwards. Don't take any right-handed catchers betting. Yeah, exactly, Jalen. So it's like, I mean, I don't think they would get both of them, but like if you were to get Otto Lopez, and like I don't give a damn if it's Tyler Stevenson who we end up with. And my initial point before was I was very against Tyler Stevenson because it feels like we'd be settling. I walked that back now a little bit because the return that the return that Baltimore got from Boston for Adley was otherworldly, and I totally understand he does not want to make that deal. Which if they just overpaid, I would not say that, but it was such an overpay that it's actually pretty insane. So it seems pretty clear now. The Pirates are acquiring Luke Weaver. Lopez costs Lombard and way more. I don't think Lopez would cost Lombard, Joe. That's fair to assume that it would, and if that is the case, then that wouldn't happen. And if that is true, then you probably would pivot to Xavier Edwards, who wouldn't cost Lombard if Lopez does. But I think the Yankees could headline that deal with Dax Kilby, Elmer, Warren. Like they have the assets to get that deal done without including Lombard, I think. And if it does take Lombard to get Lopez, then all right, get me Xavier Edwards, who I'll take him too. Rosarena, I would be very much down for Rosarena, Jaden. But yeah, Pirates saw Duvall pitch, and he gave up a home run yesterday. Send 4 of the top 10 for Otto. He has 3 meters of R before he's free. Yeah, Lopez, I mean, he's a great defender. He also has like 22 stolen bases. Like Lopez has been freaking insane. I like Lopez a lot. But yeah. Nothing. Pirates number 9 prospect for Weaver. Is that the headliner? And they got a year and a half of control on him. Any rumors on Lopez? Nothing right now. What are my thoughts on Goodman in all caps? I like Goodman. I don't still think it's gonna happen. Can we just get a good catcher, bro? Yeah, I mean, let's just give me some news here, yo. We're gonna take a break soon, yo. For those that are just joining in, we're doing this radio broadcast style where we started live at 12. We're gonna be live through the deadline at 6 to probably 6:30, and then like every 30 minutes or so, we'll do a little like 2 or 3 minute commercial break, which we definitely been doing longer than just 30-minute sessions and then commercial break. But am I gonna hear it when we get healthy? That's better because better than any trade crap again from last year. Well, the good news is the trade of getting Garcia makes it so we're not relying on Stanton coming back. And in fairness, like when it comes to Judge, like that is something you can look at like that, but also that doesn't change anything to do with the need for a catcher. It doesn't make any difference with the need for another right-handed bat, another reliever. Are you worried about this being a standout year for Lopez and potential down fallback? I am, Jalen, but the way I look at it is like I don't worry about that as much as a fan because ultimately it's not me making the trade. I know it's very like weak of me in a way to do, but it's like if the Yankees get Otto Lopez, that confirms to me they're not worried about it. If they don't get Otto Lopez, I will then find out later as to why. But everything that I'm aware of, which is what he's done this year, the defense especially, the fact that he has multiple years control, we know the Yankees like that, and his speed and all that, like, and the year he's having makes me want him at a surface level, at the very least. And just knowing what he is this year and what he could do at leadoff for the Yankees, like I want him bad. So it's kind of like I think of the idea of Otto Lopez. I know he's available. We know the Yankees might be interested. What confirms for me if it's a good deal or not is if we find out the Yankees are pursuing it and then they get that deal done. Because then it's like, all right, they're not worried about it. They believe that what he's doing this year is legit. So then we're all in. So it's more so like, I don't know, as a fan, like if I were to be in the GM office, it's like I'm like opening the door to this idea and then we kind of see where it leads. AKA, I need a rumor, I need a report, I need a trade. But Otto Lopez, like, I want him bad. If that makes sense. Is Garcia going to play today? I think he probably will, if I had to guess. Went to high school with Sammy Stafora. He sounds familiar. What are you going to do if we get no catcher? What do you want me to do, bro? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm trying not to make any jokes like that. Well, I should be able to make those jokes if they're about myself. You know? Thank you. Do another call-in. We will do another call-in, Smelly. Yeah, we absolutely will do another call-in. I think, though, we're going to take a quick break on here just for a couple minutes. Again, we're every 30 or so minutes. At this point, it's been like 45 straight minutes. We're going to go to commercial break. It's about 2.5 to 3 minutes long. I'm going to use the restroom really quick, grab something else to drink, and I'll see you guys in a couple minutes. It's 3:19, less than 3 hours to go, obviously, until the trade deadline at 6. So we'll be live through right around 6:30. We'll be right back after this commercial break. We got a bunch more to do here. Grab something to drink, kick back, relax, or edge your seat, whatever you want. See you guys in a couple minutes. Looking for an everyday Yankee podcast? Well, start your day with a brand new episode of The Morning Yankee Show. Live every single day, Monday through Friday, here on the Yankees Avenue YouTube channel. We break down the previous night's games. We discuss all the latest news and storylines involving the team. And we are now adding live callers. Many of you will know that I grew up on old school WFAN, Boomer and Carton in the morning, Joe and Evan in the midday, and then Mike would carry over to the Yankee game that night. My goal is for the Morning Yankee Show to very much have that everyday feel. No pointless hot takes or anything like that. We'll always keep it to baseball. But we're live every single day, Monday through Friday. Consume the show live on YouTube or just watch it later on whenever you feel like it. The Morning Yankee Show is also available on all podcast platforms. Hope to see you there. Fantasy football meets the stock market on GameStock. How does it work? It's incredibly simple. You pick 2 to 4 stocks, compete on a live leaderboard, and top players win real cash from the prize pool. It's completely free to join and takes less than 20 seconds to sign up. We also just launched our own Yankees Avenue tournament with a $300 prize pool, and as always, it's completely free to enter. So download GameStock, enter a tournament, pick your stocks, win real cash. GameStock is available on iOS and Android. Use promo code JOHNBOY for $20 in bonus credits and get in on the Yankees Avenue tournament. Link in description. Quick reminder that we are also available on Instagram and Facebook. Follow Yankees Avenue on Instagram and Facebook for up-to-the-minute Yankees coverage, including breaking news, in-game highlights, as well as pre- and post-game coverage every single day. We post the Yankees lineup the second it is given to us, so give Yankees Avenue a follow on Instagram or Facebook to know who's playing that night hours ahead of game time. We also have many in-game highlights, breaking news, some opinion-based stuff, and a bunch more. Yankees Avenue on Instagram and Facebook. Hope to see you there. Yankees fans, whatever happens today, Slashline has you covered. Shop officially licensed MLB Yankees shirts like our brand new Flowers shirt, which is selling out very fast, as well as our stamp, outline, and retro diamond t-shirts. The Yankees glitch design, by the way, is also restocking soon. And if they do pull off a trade today, fingers crossed, Slashline plans to have the merch for the newest Yankee live by tonight. Don't forget to check out bestsellers like our New York Schlitty, the Ben Rice jersey, and the Captain shirt. Get your officially licensed MLB Yankees merch at slashline.co/NYY. Link in description. Alrighty, we are back here, 3:22 Eastern. Less than 3 hours ago until the trade deadline. We're covering everything on the Yankees end of things and just monitoring the market period, which is not very much working out in the Yankees' favor so far. At least they haven't made any trades today. We're going to do another couple live callers in here if you want to try calling in. We won't be able to get to anybody or everybody, but just go to the link in description and then enter the passcode YANKSAVE in all caps. We'll go to another caller soon. But this from Bob Nightingale. Astros have revived trade talks with the Twins about Trevor Larnach. Talks broke off last week when the Astros backed off last minute, including... Okay. What, again, is interesting about that is if the Twins trade Larnach, that's obviously a move that implies like some sort of hybrid buy and sell philosophy with their deadline this year could lead to an increased possibility that Jeffers gets moved. And again, with the deal that the Red Sox gave to Baltimore for Adley, that's a deal that should only increase Minnesota's desire to trade Jeffers because the return was massive. But yeah, that's kind of where we sit. Yankees' only deal so far is Luis Garcia Jr. From yesterday, nothing yet today. Still waiting to get a catcher. They are looking at other deals apparently too. You expect them to acquire a reliever or two. But we're just waiting here now, yeah. We're just waiting. I mean, it's about to be, 2.5 or near 2.5 hours away. Man, so stuffy. But yo, Chad, I appreciate you guys being here, yo. This is, considering the circumstances, been fun so far. What do we got? Give me something, damn it. Well, we don't even have like a rumor, yo. We don't even have a rumor. Alrighty. Yeah, let's do a couple call-ins or something. Let's see here. Let me see. I just have my link. Yeah, so if you go to, just go, if anyone wants to do a call-in, just go to the link in the chat and then enter that passcode at YANKSAVE. You should be in, and then we'll chop it up like we do, like we're a good old sports talk radio show here. The beat reporters got to like all come together and be like, all right, this is the tweet. We'll let them know. One of us can tell them, and then we're good. because it's too many pointless notifications. Still 2.5, like Dan said. At 5:59, we're getting Bobby Witt. Yeah. Best Celsius. Oh, what the grape flavor? Yeah, the grape flavor is good. I also usually just do like the orange. The orange is pretty banging. Got to get a peach vibe in there. I don't like peach. That's like the Clo Dog. My girlfriend, she always for high noons, still always drinking peach high noons, and I'm like, it's the worst flavor in my opinion. Ray Ramirez says, Dan, I'm expecting a blockbuster trade at this point. Like, dude, any trade would just feel like a blockbuster. But like, I'm kind of with you optimistically that like there has to be a deal coming at some point, and that's the truth. There will be some sort of a deal. Like they're gonna get a catcher, you figure. They're gonna get a reliever too, whatever it may be. But like there also may be a deal that just comes out of nowhere. It's like, oh, Ward, here we go. What about the game tonight? We won't be live tonight for the game if that's what you're asking. But yeah, the Yankees are playing the Cardinals tonight. It's Cam versus who we say some righty, some bum. I'm just kidding. I'll probably throw 6 shot. Michael McGreevy is pitching for the Cardinals. Right-hander. He's actually not a bum. He's pretty damn good. He's had a solid year. He's 4.9 with a 3.57 ERA. The Yankees are definitely cooking up something. You got to figure, LeBron. You got to figure. Cash hasn't done anything besides Garcia. Maybe they think Judge isn't coming back. Well, then they wouldn't have acquired Garcia Troll, but they do believe Judge is coming back. I can tell you that. I know they do. They do believe Judge is coming back. But yeah. All right, let's pull in a caller in here. I do got to put my headphones in so there's no echo, but I'm going to go to let's see. Give me 1 second. Connor, we're going to go to you, brother. If you're in here, give me 1 second. I'll pull you in. I will unmute you. Righty, we should have you. What up, Connor? You got me?
Can you hear me, Dan?
Yes, sir. How you doing, brother?
How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing fine, man. I'm getting a little frustrated now.
I'm with you, brother.
Look at
What
Dan,
do you got?
Dan, let me explain. I got this last year.
Honestly, it's a little blurry. I can't even see what that says, but I see a Yankee logo. He's got a Yankee logo tattoo. What does that say?
World Series champs 2025.
Oh, you're a dog. 2025?
I got it last October.
Dude, I respect that. And you actually did. I remember 2017, I was in high school just talking out of my ass. I said I was going to get one of those tattoos before the playoffs started. Never actually did it. You did do it, and I respect it. That's insane. This kid, you guys can't see the, or this dude, I should say, Connor. I refer to everybody as kid, by the way. I'm not saying, oh, this kid. But Connor, you can't see him. He has literally a 2025 Yankees World Series champions tattoo, which is badass. I respect that a lot. So
thank you.
That sucks, but it's also
right,
it's actually really freaking cool. But go on.
Once we get Ryan Jeffers, I'm gonna change the 5 to a 6.
Yeah, word. Hopefully. I'm hoping we get Ryan Jeffers,
listen,
bro.
I am getting so tired of Austin Wells.
You're tired of Austin Wells. I don't blame you. It's breaking up a little bit, but I think I got you. You're tired of Austin Wells. Damn. Shit. I think we lost him. Connor, that was a good call while we had you. Just lost connection on you. Sorry about that. But yeah, Austin Wells, so I mean, listen, that's why the Yankees want to get a catcher. And right now, the options are Tyler Stevenson and Austin Wells. Yeah, that was Brian Cashman interrupting the connection, some might say. That really is badass, though, by the way, Connor, that you have a 2025 Yankees World Series champ set to. Bro got Cricket Wireless. Yeah, what are you going to do? I don't think it's my connection. As long as you guys can see me, we should be good. I think we were Cook Boys, seen this movie before. I don't know, man. I mean, like, the last deadline that was frustrating was let's pull up another call here, by the way. We're going to go to Jalen. I'll unmute you in just a moment, brother. Like, last year's deadline was a 7-player deadline. Like, they did make moves. 2024 felt disappointing because you had the acquisition of Jazz, but it was so early. It was, like, July 26th. So the actual day of the deadline, we only got, like Mark Later Jr. We'll see. I mean, we still have some time left. Anyways, this is... we're going to go to Jalen. Jalen, you got me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. What up, brother?
Yo, what's up, man?
How you doing?
Pretty good, bro. Glad to be here. I'm pretty new, but just wanted to call in and express some of my frustrations real quick.
All yours, brother. Hell yeah. Go ahead.
I want to repeat something that I heard said in this chat pretty earlier, but I just want to double down on it. If we end up in a situation where we're in October baseball, right, and we have Austin Wells, Ryan McMahon, Anthony Volpe, I'm hit or miss on Jazz. I will admit there are moments where I love Jazz and I absolutely want him to stay with this team, and there are other times where I can't help but feel this like misery watching him taking that bad.
Absolutely. I could not agree more.
So
On Jazz. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what we do from here. I'm trying to stay hopeful. You've kind of given me some more hope about it, but I'm losing it, man. I'm losing a little bit of faith by the minute.
No, I hear you, dude. And with Jazz, we talk about a lot on here. I know you said you're new, but I always say like the highs with Jazz are very high, the lows are very low. At this point, I kind of just accept like that's a player that he is. Really, it's like there's gonna be moments, and sometimes it drives me crazy when people see him, hit a big home run, which I appreciate, but like that also sometimes people act like that's supposed to buy a couple weeks of us not pretending like Jazz is having a really bad season. For me, the biggest thing with Jazz that drives me crazy is not even so much the mental mistakes; it's the lack of hitting with runners in scoring position. Jazz, again, at some points I love him, some points I can't stand him. At this spot now where it's like, I think that's just who he is. He's frustrating. With Volpe, at the very least, Volpe should not be on the roster come October, but until they get a catcher, dude, like you're well within your rights to be worried about Wells starting, because even if they were to get Tyler Stevenson, you're probably looking at some sort of a platoon. For me, the big question is, all right, if you get Tyler Stevenson, who's like a solid hitter, and they probably would, platoon him where Wells plays some days, Stevenson plays some other days, I would then need another move on top of that. And as the clock is ticking here, it's 2.5 hours until the deadline. If all we come out of this is with a platoon catcher with Austin Wells and then the Luis Garcia trade, which I like, I am going to be pretty bummed. I will say, I want to keep making sure I remind myself, like, we do still have 2.5 hours left, and I can't imagine Brian Cashman isn't trying to cook up something right now. But everything that you just said, like, I'm very much on board with. I just got to wait until like 6:01 for me to fully react like this is a complete and total disaster. As of right now, it might be trending that way, but for all we know, some big moves come over the next 2.5 hours. But I completely hear what you're saying, dude. So far it's very frustrating. But yeah, appreciate the call though, Jalen. That was good stuff. I like this call-in stuff. This is cool. This really feels like sports talk radio. Thank you, Jalen. Let's see. Oh, we got Connor back. Let's give Connor another shot here. Then we'll continue to see what is going on Twitter. What up, Connor? You got me? Let me unmute him. You got me, Connor?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We lost you
Sorry,
last time.
I ran into some bad internet.
Trust me, bro. I get it. It happens.
All right, so I feel like we're just on a repeat. Every night I turn this shit on, we're on a repeat.
Go on.
Like, let me start off with the starting pitching is phenomenal. Bullpen is awesome. We just don't have a gritty guy. We need a Stephen Kwan, Brett Gardner type of guy.
I'll give you Brett Gardner. Stephen Kwan has been pretty bad this year. I know what you mean though. You want hits with runners in scoring position, which like I do too. And fortunately, Luis Garcia Jr. is good with runners in scoring position. The one thing that, and this could be to a fault that the Yankees are operating off of, they know how good their pitching is. And no matter what happens this deadline, like they're going to have a chance in October because the rotation is so good. And the bullpen, especially with an upgrade or two, if they do that today, is going to be so good. But that also, for all we know, in today's sake, could almost be to a fault because they're so confident in the fact of, oh, it's a crapshoot, we're going to have a chance with our pitching, that maybe they feel they don't need to go all out to upgrade. That would concern me. The offense is going to get better, though. I mean, listen, Judge is coming back. Bellinger is coming back. Stanton, we'll see. They did add Garcia. But ultimately, bro, like, if you're frustrated, like, I'm with you, dude. And, like, you got the tattoo. So, like, we got to make sure you change that to 2026 if they get Jeffers, like you said. But ultimately, like, I know how pissed you are, but, like, I'm with you.
Dan, if we get Jeffers, we'll do a collab live stream while I'm at the tattoo shop getting it done.
Yeah, word. So, like, that's a thing. Like, maybe that'll happen, and then we'll be somewhat chilling, at least a little bit in a better spot. But,
no, all jokes aside, though, I really want Otto Lopez. I
want Otto Lopez so bad.
So bad. But then I'm thinking, what are we going to do with Lump? Is there a possibility we have Lopez at starting game one of the playoffs? We have Lopez at shortstop and McMahon at third. Or, sorry, Lombard at third.
That's an interesting thought. I mean, the big thing there is, do we get Otto Lopez? But if we were to, could that happen? I could see it where against lefties, they would start Lombard at third. I think McMahon, they definitely want him defensively, which I'm cool with McMahon against righties if the
I
rest of the
don't hate
lineup is good
McMahon.
enough. Me either. I just wonder about what they're going to do against lefties. Lopez or not, because Rosario is a third baseman against lefties technically, but his defense is terrible and he hasn't hit lefties.
It's gotten a little bit better though.
Who, Rosario? Well, yeah, the home run against Imanaga on Friday.
The defense at third's been a little bit better.
Yeah, it has been, but also it looked good early on in the year, and then he went to crap. So it's a matter of like, all right, it's looking better, but what if it goes back to being poor defense in October at the worst time? I wonder if against lefties they would start Caballero at third for defensive reasons. But to your point, if they were to bring in Lopez and Lombard's not the shortstop, that might be Lombard's role on this team is starting at third base against lefties, which we know defensively he can do. But yeah, we'll see. Lopez, I want Lopez bad, man. So I really want Lopez. I'm with you there. Yeah.
I really want Lopez, and I want Jones to be the starting day everyday center fielder.
I wonder what the future's going to be with Jones. Anyways, Connor, that was good stuff, and I'm going to hold you to that on the trade on the Jeffers thing. Shout out to Connor, by the way, yo. Again, we just lost him there, but for those that are just joining, Connor has literally a 2025 Yankees World Series tattoo, which is badass. We're still waiting on some more rumors. Yeah, there's really been nothing, so that was a good time to do some call-ins there. Let me see here. Is there anything AJ Preller told rival teams he had? So many Padres reports, yo. I don't think we're going to get Adrian Moore home. They're buying like crazy. What are you guys talking about? Why did somebody like lie in the chat saying we got Goodman? Yeah. Oh, you're good, Jalen. No, that was good stuff, though. Wells, Volpe, and Jazz got to be either off the team or second options for their positions. I got to close that window. Damn. But Volpe shouldn't even be on the playoff roster. I'm not saying that as like a Volpe hater in that way where it's like, oh, this can't happen. Like, it really won't. It doesn't make sense how roster construction that we would have him on there. Smelly says, I don't think we make a trade. We're going to make some sort of a trade, but yeah, we'll see. Dan, you missed the biggest rage bait of the year. Yanks, was it the person saying we got Hunter Goodman? Yeah, I hope they got banned. Smelly, I assume you took care of him or one of you guys took care of him. But I saw that too, and it made me even freaking look. One sec, chat. Let me No, I'll do that at next commercial break. Just the sun is shining here like crazy. Liam, was that you that lied about Hunter Goodman? Well, Liam's a good dude, so he didn't mean that in bad faith, but yeah, we got to be careful with that. What about Luis Urias? I know the name. I guess I know more than the name, but I haven't heard any rumors with him. Let's see. Should we do another call? What should we do, chat? I'm just pulling somebody random. Let's see. Yeah, we'll do another call as we wait here for. It's 3:38. Time is like flying, and in this case, not in a good way. But yeah, let's do another call in here, and then we'll continue to monitor the situation. Again, we're live through the 6:30 through the entire trade deadline, and yeah, so hopefully some news breaks soon. We're gonna go to Bennett. What up, Bennett? You got me?
Yeah, you hear me?
Yeah, what up, brother? This ain't Ben Cave, is it? Or just another Bennett?
Nah.
What up, brother? How you doing?
I mean, let's do another call. What I'm thinking is,
can you just real quick? Can you just mute the TV on your end?
Oh yeah.
Word. And then go ahead.
I mean, everyone's up in arms about the bullpen. I look at the Marlins. I think they have everything we need, to be honest.
You're thinking Otto Lopez and Anthony Bender?
Positional need-wise, what do you think about that?
I am holding out hope for a trade with the Marlins, whether it be Otto Lopez, which you guys all know by now that I like a lot. Yeah, I got you. You got me? Well, I do got you, Ben, and we'll jump off that point. Sorry, but with the Marlins, there's Otto Lopez, who we've talked a lot about by now. There's Xavier Edwards, if they want to go that route. Say Otto Lopez is going to cost too much, and maybe the Marlins would ask for Lombard in that deal. You could go and try to get Xavier Edwards instead. And then also, if you're really looking to make a big deal with the Marlins, there's also Anthony Bender out there, who I like a lot. But in some way, I will say, it's like, it almost feels, I'm not saying this, that was a good point by you, 100% Bennett, but also it's like, even myself speculating here, it's like, it's getting so late that it almost feels pointless for me to keep speculating like what I want, what's going to happen. Like, now we're just going to find out what the hell's going to go on, Is it going to be this guy is going to be Stevenson, is going to be, that's it, another reliever, whatever it may be. Like, now we're kind of just like, it's very much close to, we're pretty much at like put up or shut up time for the Yankees and Cashman. So now we just really very much wait. But yeah, that's where we're at right now. How we doing, chat? Still waiting right here. No news, no rumors, no nothing. We got the Red Sox got Adley Rutschman, massive haul back from the Red Sox to Baltimore. The Rays got Liam Hicks, the Marlins catcher. You had a couple other deals as well, but the main thing is that the Yankees haven't done nothing. I know, Yanks. I'm a little bummed myself. How do we call it? There's a link in the chat. You just click the link in the description. Enter code YANKSAVE. We'll see, Smelly. We'll see. We need to move like now. I'm gonna have to start doing a pregame soon. And by the way, whenever you do call in, once you're on, just make sure you. Bennett was quick with it, but make sure you just mute the feed you're watching in the background. I'm gonna start setting up a pregame too, because we should have a lineup out soon. Let's go to another call while I do that. Yeah, no, Slimmy, 100%. Every team in the AL East has made moves besides us, and not to mention they both have acquired catchers. And I don't fault the Yankees too much for not getting Adley given that return, but I also know that Jeffers may not be available. So, what's their plan? Tyler Stevenson? All right, word, but I need to see the rest of the deadline, which at this point we're so close to it being over. Y'all want to hear Hunter Goodman again, but for real this time? Yeah. I just don't think that's going to happen. I do feel like maybe a blockbuster trade soon for the Yankees. We'll see, yo. We'll see. I mean, he's got to get to work quick. Like, there's a couple deals that have to get done. But yeah, 2026 Blue Jays buying more than us is crazy work. They really are buying. That is pretty crazy. And there's action all across the league right now. Like, things are going down, just not on our end. But yeah, let's go to another call here. We're gonna go to let's go to Will. Will in the car. What up, Will? How you doing, dude?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good, brother. What's going on? Well, I guess I could be better, but I'm good.
I'm just confused why we want Tyler Stevenson when he can't hit righties and Wells is a lefty. I mean, he can't hit lefties.
No, that's a very, very fair question, dude. Now, with Stevenson, I do ultimately think he'd be a good get hitting-wise. And I was saying for a while against lefties, he can't hit them. He's hitting under 200 versus lefties this year. His OBP is at 377. For his career, he's actually been a pretty good hitter versus lefties. But you look at his career numbers in general offensively, a lot of that stems from his first couple years with Stevenson, to where he was a pretty damn good hitter, one of the better hitting catchers in baseball. And in that case, all right, word, but he also had a couple of years that he was really not productive offensively. This year, he's right around like 760 OPS. His OPS is higher than Adley Rutschman's. The concern with him, though, for me is very much, one, we were looking at Ryan Jeffers. We were looking at Adley Rutschman, who I understand the Yankees not going out and getting, because the deal ultimately was a lot, and that's like, all right, I want to be somewhat rational. The Yankees probably would not want to match that, and clearly didn't want to match what the Red Sox gave Baltimore, and I understand that. But when you go from Adley and Jeffers, and then you see the Rays get Liam Hicks, then all of a sudden you settle with Tyler Stevenson, and knowing that it'd probably be a straight platoon with Austin Wells, like, that would very much be like a disappointing move. But like, him offensively is like fine. He's not a good pitch framer. Maybe Yankees can work on that. I'm sure they could. Ultimately, I think Tyler Stevenson would be fine, but like, he wouldn't be a needle mover at all. So I don't think that's going to make any of us all that excited. If it comes with not a Lopez deal, if it comes with something else, word. But for right now, still waiting on a deal. But appreciate the call, though, by the way. Let's see here. He was saying Stevenson and Wells both can't hit lefties. He just misspoke. Yeah, that's what he said. He can't hit lefties. If he didn't, that's what he meant. Yeah, like, Stevenson would be fine. But like, hey, also, by the way, if we're gonna get Stevenson, let's get Stevenson. Like, what is taking so long? I need something to calm my nerves. Anything. How about a trade, Slimmy? How about a trade? 345. We have hit 345 on here. Yank says, the fact that there's not even rumors scares me. I could understand that, but I also think like there's just no way they're not working on things. So it's like there has to be something. Like, as pessimistic as like many of us may be, some more than others right now, like there has to be talks going on. Like there's no way Cashman's not in discussion with people. So we're playing the waiting game right now. Obviously, there's not much more to discuss, and I don't really want to speculate all that much more. Although I know that's like the name of the game, but at this point, we're about to get to 4:00. We gotta just like figure out what's going on. Like, we making deals or what? We should have a deal pretty damn soon. You know, appreciate all the calls today. By the way, this has been good. I feel like last year we made moves right at the end. We did, Yanks. We did. Yes, it was well, Rosario was before, McMahon was before, but day of the deadline we got Bednar. I think like at 2:00. Caballero was right around I think this time or like 4-ish. Duvall was really late. It's now he goes, Dan, they're gonna get Judge, Stanton, Belly, and Rodon. Yes, deadline is at 6:00 tonight. Yep. 2025 was a good deadline, like in terms of the process of it all. Obviously, some guys didn't work out, but the day of, it was like we're getting players, and like Bednar worked out. Caballero was a good trade. Rosario, ultimately, I did like that deal. Duvall at the time, I liked too. 2024 was a bummer. 2024 felt like this, where it's like we got Jazz early, really early, like July 25th-ish, and it's kind of similar like how we got Garcia yesterday. Like, all right, word, here we go. And then day of the deadline, there was like nothing. It was like you got Mark Leiter Jr., and that was that. But nothing else since. Don't let this be another 23 deadline minus Garcia. Yeah. We're just sitting here, man. We really are just sitting here. Maybe since Stevenson's taking so long, they're trying to get Jeffers. I'm very much still holding out hope for Jeffers D1. Which, the exciting thing, let's see, passing. Cubs are acquiring Ryan Zeverhan from the Angels. A lot of relievers are kind of like going off the board too. Not even a lot of relievers, just pitching in general. Like the Yankees haven't done nothing. They haven't done nothing, and we got time left. But obviously, once it gets to 4:00, then it's like, yo, we gotta hopefully like we need that first move soon. Like if we were just waiting on the last move right now, it'd be a much different story. But now as we go further and further along, it's like, yo, we need that next move because there's still hopefully another 2 to come after that. Do I do it with the show streams? I used to. But all right, chat. I'll be right back. I want to close these blinds. Grab another water. We'll be right back after this break. Much more to do. We'll be live here through 6:30. It's currently 3:48, so 2 hours and 12 minutes until the trade deadline. Yankees have not done anything day of. You got Luis Garcia yesterday. In the meantime, both AL East rivals, Rays and Red Sox, have upgraded. Red Sox acquire Adley Rutschman. Rays acquire Liam Hicks. Yankees, still no catcher, still nothing else besides yesterday's trade, which I liked. And I do like Luis Garcia Jr. Still nothing else yet today. So 2 hours and 12 minutes left to go. We'll be right back after this break. Grab something to drink. Go to the bathroom. See you guys in a few minutes. Fantasy football meets the stock market on GameStock. How does it work? It's incredibly simple. You pick 2 to 4 stocks, compete on a live leaderboard, and top players win real cash from the prize pool. It's completely free to join and takes less than 20 seconds to sign up. We also just launched our own Yankees Avenue tournament with a $300 prize pool, and as always, it's completely free to enter. So download GameStock, enter a tournament, pick your stocks, win real cash. GameStock is available on iOS and Android. Use promo code JOHNBOY for $20 in bonus credits and get in on the Yankees Avenue tournament. Link in description. Yankees fans, whatever happens today, Slashline has you covered. Shop officially licensed MLB Yankees shirts like our brand new Flowers shirt, which is selling out very fast, as well as our stamp, outline, and retro diamond t-shirts. The Yankees glitch design, by the way, is also restocking soon. And if they do pull off a trade today, fingers crossed, Slashline plans to have the merch for the newest Yankee live by tonight. Don't forget to check out bestsellers like our New York Schlitty, the Ben Rice jersey, and the Captain shirt. Get your officially licensed MLB Yankees merch at slashline.co/NYY. Link in description. Quick reminder that we are also available on Instagram and Facebook. Follow Yankees Avenue on Instagram and Facebook for up-to-the-minute Yankees coverage, including breaking news, in-game highlights, as well as pre- and post-game coverage every single day. We post the Yankees lineup the second it is given to us, so give Yankees Avenue a follow on Instagram or Facebook to know who's playing that night hours ahead of game time. We also have many in-game highlights, breaking news, some opinion-based stuff, and a bunch more. Yankees Avenue on Instagram and Facebook. Hope to see you there. Looking for an everyday Yankee podcast? We'll start your day with a brand new episode of The Morning Yankee Show. Live every single day, Monday through Friday, here on the Yankees Avenue YouTube channel. We break down the previous night's games. We discuss all the latest news and storylines involving the team. And we are now adding live callers. Many of you will know that I grew up on old school WFAN, Boomer and Carton in the morning, Joe and Evan in the midday, and then Mike would carry over to the Yankee game that night. My goal is for the Morning Yankee Show to very much have that everyday feel. No pointless hot takes or anything like that. We'll always keep it to baseball. But we're live every single day, Monday through Friday. Consume the show live on YouTube or just watch it later on whenever you feel like it. The Morning Yankee Show is also available on all podcast platforms. Hope to see you there. Alrighty, we are back. Where we at? 2 hours and 9 minutes until the trade deadline. Still nothing from the Yankees side of things. And we should be having a lineup soon for tonight's game. I know, I'll tell you, it's going to be rough vibes heading into this one if the Yankees don't do nothing else. But we do still have 2 hours left to go, a little over 2 hours. And, we'll be here live through 6:30. So in the meantime, let's just continue to monitor the situation. Hopefully we get an update soon. It's been a pretty active deadline all across the board besides us. It really has been. Like, a lot of things are going down. And, like, Bob Nango just tweeted, like, another wild deadline and still with 2 hours left to go. It's like, it's wild, but nothing's happening on our end. But I'm setting up the pregame for tonight because I mistakenly forgot to do that. We still don't have a lineup. Hey, Gary Phillips tweets out, Giancarlo Stanton sees some pitches from Carlos Rodon. There you go, chat. There you go. Hey, Cam's pitching tonight. That's good. Give me a trade. Just give me a trade. Let's just get something going here. Give me a trade, and I won't be miserable. It's a fact, again, like we were saying before the commercial break, the fact that we haven't even acquired one player just yet. Today, obviously, Garcia Jr., you guys know by now, I'm a big fan of that trade. That was a good trade. But what's next? I really did not think at this point, nearing the 4 o'clock hour, we wouldn't even have like another reliever brought in. Let alone, there's really been nothing going on the rumor mill. Like, give me something about like what the Yankees are trying to get done here. Like, we haven't even heard like an update about like their catching plans. We know they're interested in Tyler Stevenson. But there really hasn't been much like smoke towards any player since Adley last night, and we know now he's on the Red Sox. Let's see, Michael McGreevy. Forgive me, guys. I'm just grabbing my post game here, getting it all set up. Let's pull up the chat really quick. Let me grab a thought to jump off of. But yeah, we're kind of for right now. Like, we're kind of just like sitting ducks, yo. So. That's where we're at. I would give this deadline a D+ at the moment. I was at, what did I say, a C at the time when we started this morning or this afternoon, and that was because I like the Luis Garcia trade a lot. I mean, D+ word, that's totally fair. And somebody asked, am I worried? I am starting to get definitely a little bit worried. For sure. But we do still have, a little over 2 hours to go. But again, I'm well aware of that, but I want the first trade because there's multiple trades to make here. So unless they all break in the last hour, which is possible, but also, like, whoever we're going to get a catcher, I don't want to say, like, go get him now, because if you can get Jeffers and it takes a little bit more time, all right, word, I want Jeffers. But also, we need that first move of this deadline for what is probably 3 moves at the least that need to be made. Or at least there's 2 moves that have, like, there has to be a catcher and there has to be a reliever, you assume. Comparing what we gave up for Garcia versus what the Sox gave up for Rushman, we did very well in the trade. We did do very well in the Garcia trade. And there's so many guys that are expendable for this team to be able to trade that they borderline should trade, or else their value is just going to continue to plummet, or eventually plummet. Tydrix with a decent little point there. I mean, I said C for the deadline as of this afternoon for the Garcia trade. And he says it's a D plus now because the Rays and Red Sox improved. I mean, that's a fair point. Aiden says, I'm predicting a Keenan Middleton or Enyel De Los Santos trade, and that's all. That would stink. Give up Lombard for Otto at the end of the day. Otto is what we can only hope Lombard to become. Not necessarily Ben. I mean, this version of Otto Lopez certainly is. But if they don't want to give up Lombard to get Otto Lopez, then go get Xavier Edwards, who's also apparently available. Diego from Monmouth County says, hot take, may not be worth selling the farm when post-2027 lockout will Judge, Cole, Fried, Rodon, Bellinger all be, maybe it's smart time to buy this year if next year won't happen. Well, that makes it, I think, even more imperative to go all in this year, Diego, because you do want to capitalize on this season while you still have everybody in their prime with Judge, Cole, prime, relatively speaking, but Cole's looking really good. Fried, Cam doing his thing, and obviously the lockout next year. This pitching rotation, this is the year to go all in. What I think Cash is doing as we speak, he's on the phones. He's certainly on the phones. It's just a matter of what happens. 4 p.m. prediction. My prediction right now that I can say pretty confidently-ish would be I assume the Yankees are going to get. Tyler Stevenson. But yeah, we legit only need 2 more moves, dog. I mean, at the least 2, catcher and a reliever. But that would just be okay. I mean, if they got Luis Garcia, Tyler Stevenson, and a decent reliever, that would be all right. That's not a going all in deadline. That's a solid deadline. But we need to get there. Once we get there, all right, word. I almost do just want Tyler Stevenson now just to give me something to chew on. Tyler Stevenson is worse than Wells. Pitch framing wise, he is, but not offensively. Ideally, there's 3 more moves, but we'll see. Yeah. That's kind of where I'm at there. All right, should we take another call, chat? Take another call in the meantime while no, this is breaking news. I'm going to buy a Mountain Dew to take the edge off. Dan, which big prospects do you want to give up? I'm willing to give up anybody besides understanding. Part of this is I understand Lombard's not going to get moved, so it's all right, fine. Put Lombard to the side. Get everybody else should be available. To quote the great Joe's McFly, doing nothing is crazy. Yeah. Dan, do you feel as though teams are trying to fleece due to our injuries? I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I just want to find out what the hell's going on. And it's annoying that we don't even have a rumor yet. Oh, well, if we get Gary Sanchez, that'll turn the whole deadline around. Biggest move will be improvement in September into October. I mean, yeah, for sure. Yeah, Spider-Man Brand New Day was fantastic. Alrighty, let's go to another call in here while I continue to set up the pregame. Let's go to Marty. What up, Marty? How you doing, brother? You got me? Marty? What's up, dude? Why is this not connected?
Dude,
well, you know what? Give me 2 seconds here because it's going to echo. I don't know why my AirPods aren't connected. Now they should be. All right, sorry. Go ahead.
Dan, I live in LA, so I mean, it absolutely blows seeing the Scooble deal. I'm confused as where we're at right now. It's totally just I feel like we're burning daylight here. We got 2 hours until the deadline. We have we're gonna platoon Austin Wells with Tyler Stevenson. Is that really the big? I mean, I was watching your videos, I was hyped for this deadline, and are we going back to another year of just getting blown out in the playoffs, first round? It's brutal, dude. It's hard to watch. As someone who lives in LA with all these Dodger fans, I actually hate them. It's so awful.
Yeah. No, I know, dude. Listen, I'm right there with you. There's moves hopefully to come, but if it is Tyler Stevenson, ultimately at that point, it's am I going to pretend that Tyler Stevenson isn't an upgrade over Wells? No, he is. But at some point, you would like to think that they would go all in. And for you especially, dude, I mean, that's got to be, yeah, like you said, torture living out in L.A. I mean, no, I know. I'm just trying to think what Cashman would be feeling if, yet again, the Dodgers were to win the World Series or they don't win the World Series. or like what is his opinion going into this year and then now this deadline about how much pressure is actually on him, or like how much pressure actually does he feel? Because I don't buy in the whole thing like Cashman doesn't care. I can't imagine that that's the case. Like obviously he cares, but in terms of how Cashman, this Yankee regime, how badly do they actually want to win a World Series? And with like a deal like Adley Rutschman not doing that, which again, the return was crazy, but it almost would be refreshing for them to be a little bit reckless like that. And I'm not saying to have gone and made that deal with the Orioles, because that return was insane. But the idea of constantly going all in and like having kind of like that FU deadline, I was to a degree holding out hope for that. And that still could happen. I'm well aware of that. But like, the fan base is pretty bummed now, obviously, because like we're just sitting ducks. And all I'm asking for is just one World Series. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, I don't know. I wonder how much they truly do understand. Like, they definitely understand how frustrated the fans are. But I wonder how much it matters to Hal and Cashman not to do a good job, not to have a winner on the field, not to make the play, like to win the World Series and to just get us one. Like Marty, I don't know how old you are, brother. Thanks for the call, dude. But like for me, my first season watching was in 2011. Like I don't even have 09. There's probably a lot of people in the chat like don't even have 09. So it's like if I could just get one, and if they don't do any deals, if this isn't a good deadline, like could they still win? Yeah, they could. But that's always what it is every single. It's like, oh, this could work out. They could do this. They could do that. All we'll have left is that if it's not like a good deadline, if it's just like Tyler Stevenson, some whatever leaver, it's like, oh yeah, they upgraded. And I like Luis Garcia Jr., but all it would be was just, all right, it's baseball, we'll see what happens. Like, I will obviously be pretty damn bummed after 6 o'clock if there's not some like big trade that goes down. Get me Ryan Jeffers, yo. Please get me Ryan Jeffers. Oh, Dan, I'm jealous. How are we sitting ducks? No, I'm saying me personally as a fan. But I guess no matter what we would be, but it's also because nothing has gone on. I don't think I understand the term. Well, if I don't understand it, that's fine. But everybody in the chat, I think, understands what I was talking about. Yeah. I would look it up, but I don't want to get egotistical. Because then it would just be out like either proving you're right or I'm right. And all I care about is the Yankees, so. This ain't a contest, bro. It's about who wins the goddamn World Series. Well, Longboard, if you're going to be happy with Stevenson, you're going to get that. Just get a decent catcher and an okay reliever, and I'm satisfied. I'll be like, if the Yankees get Stevenson and a decent reliever, it'll be like, I can't ignore how much I do like Luis Garcia Jr. Like, that would probably be like a B- deadline for me, which would be like, all right, whatever. Like, it wouldn't be a crazy deadline. This is going to happen, Dan. We will be a wildcard team that gets swept by the Rays. See you in 2028. All right, bro. I'll see you in 2028, dude. Like, goodbye. Like, nah, I ain't going nowhere. Yeah, I don't think I did miss you, sitting duck. And even if I did, everybody knows what I was talking about here. Like, what are we playing a game? Thank you, wife9571. I appreciate you. Thank you, Brandon. Yeah, like, I mean, I don't even think, like, I'm sure I've probably misused a million terms and words on this stream. Like, I don't think I've misused sitting duck. I'd say it would be a high C+ since we lost on that division, got even stronger. I mean, that's totally fair, Dividuck. No matter what, I'll be coming out here being like, and at this rate, maybe that's best case scenario, Stevenson and a reliever, but it'll be like, all right, they did their job. Like, I wanted the A deadline. And maybe that'll still happen. I don't know. It's 4:03, less than 2 hours to go until the trade deadline. So here we sit, chat. Here we sit. And we wait. Like sitting ducks. Dan, the reflection of the fan on YouTube award has been so... Oh, shit. Is that bothering you guys? I could turn it off. But now I've run a little bit hot. Dan, who is someone under the radar you'd like to see the Yankees get? Not something major, but supplemental. I don't even know anymore, dude. I don't even know. For a while, I was like, yo, could they possibly get Seiya Suzuki? I don't see that happening anymore. New back. Oh, I appreciate it, Meeks. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the new background. We did this all yesterday. I mean, the Clo Dog. Just move the play button. Well, I want you guys to see how cool I am. I mean, I guess I could. Do I have to? Can we just have a trade, yo? Can we just have a trade? And then I won't have to move my play button because you guys won't care about the reflection of the fan. Cashman is meditating. Yeah, he's using battle meditation. Some might get that, some won't. Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic. If the Yankees don't make a trade soon. Just kidding. I can make that joke when it's with a freaking lightsaber. To Dan and all the youngins, I wish y'all was around in the late 90s. We were the Dodgers. Oh, Mark. I would freaking love that. Colby with the super chat says, just going to play some Black Ops 2 with your stream on. Either way, I'm winning unless Cashman is napping. Go Yanks. Word up, Colby. Hell yeah. I appreciate you guys so much for being here, by the way. It's been an our end of things, at least. Good time. Shout out to everybody moderating in the chat. We got Tim. We got Morg. We got Luna. We got Smelly. Smelly, let's just get through these next hour and 55 minutes and see what the hell happens. That's what we got to do. Let's just see what happens. Appreciate it, Colby. Ponsky with the $10 super chat. Appreciate it. Says, Yankees backed out of the Adley deal because we saw something in his wrist. Love the channel, brother. Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate the super chat. Yeah, so I did see the report. Some are saying the Yankees didn't like Adley's medicals. Once I saw the return that Boston gave up, I kind of was like taken back a little bit when I said about that. It just... Ultimately, like I need to see what this deadline looks like when it is all done, and then I can give my thoughts on everything, because maybe the return that we would give up for Adley, if they were to go that deep into their system to do all that, which they could have done, but maybe instead of doing that, they take that same package that it would require to get Adley to go do something else over the next hour and 54 minutes. We got to see. Dan, did you see Spider-Man? I did, Paul, and it was fantastic. Appreciate you, Joe. Thank you. Start doing the show franchises again. I'm honestly just too busy. It's fun, KB, but I do them always by myself. But, bro, Dan, you're almost 30 years old. You started watching the Yankees 2011. That's sad, bro. How did you miss the... All right, well, okay. So, I guess you're not wrong that I'm almost 30 years old, but damn. I'm 26. I just turned 26 in May. But, time does fly. I guess I am almost technically 30. That's crazy to say. But I do know I was late, though. Listen, I know. I was 11 years old. Technically 10, turning 11. But yes, my first opening day was March 31st, 2011. Yankees 6, Tigers 3. But yeah, I was certainly late. Do you believe it's the 3 true outcomes is the problem with the Yankees team building philosophy? In the late 2010s and early 2020s, yes. Not so much over the last couple of years. 26 is not close to 30. Em, are you 26 as well? But yeah. Dan, do you work? Yeah, I work for John Boy, which YANKSAVE is now a part of. I've got my own crib. I'm chilling, y'all. In the end, I need the Yankees to win a World Series. I didn't start watching until I was 94, or until 94. Was born in 85. Yeah. How did I decide to start watching the Yanks? I watched the 2010 ALCS with my dad, Yankees Rangers, and I watched Cliff Lee almost single-handedly beat us. Basically did. And then I started getting into baseball, I always played, but then 2011, I remember I just came home from school and my dad just sat me down. We had a Papa John's pizza. He got me a nice cherry Coke, which I always liked. And he kind of just sat me down in the garage. We must have planned it ahead of time. So it was all right, opening day, time to watch. And that was March 31st, 2011. That was my first 162. I missed a few games, I'm sure, but yeah, Yanks 6, Tigers 3. CeCe, 6 innings, I think 3 runs. Teixeira, 3-run shot. Granderson solo shot. A-Rod had a nice double off the wall in right center. Jeter had a sac fly. Yanks beat Verlander. Rafael Soriano pitched well for one of the few times in 2011. Never forget it. And here I am, still no World Series. But yeah, JD with the super chat says, "Hey Dan, chance we get Goodman? I think very low. We haven't heard anything. So also, I personally think getting Trout would have been great. I know he doesn't want to be traded though. Yeah, a lot of those, especially Trout, that just just not going to happen. Goodman, I'd be so down for. But that's a kind of weird spot that we're in right now too. It's I would love to have a little conversation about Goodman, but it's Yankees fun time to tweet out current mood. That's funny, yo. But it's we don't even have a rumor to jump off of, yo. So there's not even we're so close in a way. We have time, but we're also so close to where it's all the previewing, all the speculating, all just feels a little bit pointless to be where it's could we get Goodman? It's we haven't heard nothing. So as far as I'm concerned, no. Anyways, appreciate it, brother. Pawns, you with a $10 super chat says, love my Yankees no matter what, facts. It's got me through some dark times, facts. I'm glad to watch someone like you who keeps a level head and not a toxic fan. Keep it doing anything, brother. I appreciate it, Ponzi. Thanks so much. And yeah, I'm definitely a very optimistic fan. But also, to be oh, we keep it real, though. I hate when people say it. It's yeah, I'd hope so, bro. Those people on WFAN these days will be I'm going to tell it to you straight. It's well, were you going to lie to me? Yes, please do tell me how you feel. How I feel does lean optimistic because I know at some point the Yankees will win the World Series, and at some point, whatever that'll happen. So I'm going to not be a total, doomer and gloomer in the meantime. And there's parts of this team that I really do like. I will say this, though. I was very much holding out hope for a trade deadline that was kind of like borderline over the top. Like, oh, we're going for this year. This was the year to go for it. And we have an hour and 51 minutes to figure out if that is going to happen. Astros are finalizing a deal to acquire Dalton Varsho from the Blue Jays. And maybe that's because they weren't able to get Trevor Larnach. Lineup's out, by the way, so I'm going to post this. Lineup for tonight, Garcia is in it. He's batting third. And they do not just 3 straight lefties, 4 straight lefties. Grisham, Rice, Garcia batting third, making his Yankee debut at first base. Rice DHing. Grisham, Rice, Garcia Jr., Jones, Dominguez, Jazz, McMahon, Caballero, Wells, Cam Schlittler. So that is the Yankees lineup. So bear with me here, chat, as I just whip up this lineup really quick. I have most of it prepped. Michael. We're facing right-hander Michael McGreevy tonight. Bro, just get me Tyler Stevenson, get me Otto Lopez, get me your reliever, and let's go. Because once this game happens tonight, like, I don't want to be, all sulkish. So it's like, just give me... At this point, I'm kind of rooting for the B- deadline, which is like, yeah, Stevenson and like a reliever and then maybe something else. Let's see. Yeah, I'm using my AI Luis Garcia picture in today's pregame. That's what I'm doing. Sue me, chat. Yeah, I don't get all weird about AI. Unless it's like replacing jobs or something. But it's like, I get weird about AI if it's bad AI. But like, Luis Garcia looks pretty damn good in this Yankee uniform, so whatever. And my girlfriend's a graphic designer, yeah. And she's not getting fired for me putting Luis Garcia in a Yankee jersey with AI. Grisham, Rice. So Grisham, Rice, Garcia Jr., Jones, Dominguez, Chisholm Jr., McMahon, Caballero, Wells. Grisham, Rice, Garcia, Jones, Jason, Jazz, McMahon, Caballero, Wells is your Yankees starting lineup tonight. If you're just joining, we are going to be live through the 6:30 or 6 o'clock trade deadline. We'll be live probably till right around 6:30. And I'm just whipping up the pregame really quick, so forgive me for being somewhat distracted here. Bang. Bang. Yankees Cardinals. What is today? August 3rd? Yeah, August 3rd. Game's at 7 o'clock on Yankee Stadium. Cam versus... At least we get to watch Cam pitch tonight, Chad. That'll be fun. All right. 8-3 pre. Still no updates on nothing. We haven't heard a lick. No rumors. No moves. Like, let's go. Give me something. Please give me something. All right. I'll be right back, chat, with you guys. In the chat, I'm not going anywhere, but I'm just posting this really quick. Yeah, Dalton Varsho to the Astros has been confirmed. And the Astros, like, lead the AL West now, I'm pretty sure. I'll just put the caption as Luis Garcia Jr. makes his Yankees debut. All right. I'm really nervous that this pregame's going to have, like, a error on it, but it shouldn't. I want more. And I know I should. This is if Anakin did indeed still want more, but he knew he should want more. And I do want more. All right, chat. Coming back to you guys in 2 seconds here. Bang. Here's my, while we wait. Oops. Shit. Yes. There's our pregame. Everything looked right. No errors. I already posted it, so just lie to me if there is. Yeah. Grisham, Rice, Garcia Jr., Jones. I like the Garcia trade. You guys know that. We don't got to keep breaking that down. And maybe we'll touch more on the overall deadline as a whole once this is all said and done. But again, for now, we're just sitting ducks, which I will continue to use that phrase. I was like, you didn't even use that right. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. How we doing, though, chat? I'm back. Rushing going to Boston hurts my soul. Me too, baseball fan. Like, I want to be level-headed about it because I understand they're not wanting to. I understand not wanting to give up what Boston had to give up, but also it's like, yo, what's your plan? And if you do have a plan, like where is Tyler Stevenson, bro? I don't even really want Tyler Stevenson, but like, if we're gonna get Tyler Stevenson, like, let's get Tyler Stevenson. The longer this goes on, I do have some hope that maybe this is gonna mean the Yankees are just really trying to get Jeffers from the Twins. Yeah, I appreciate I1. Thank you. What about Joe Ryan? He's not going to go anywhere. Does that mean Jones and Dominguez stay? Oh, I didn't even think about that. I didn't even process that. Yeah, so I mean, Jones and Jason are in the lineup today. You would figure that means they're probably not going in a trade. Chance Adams, Davey, and Miggy. I'd rather the Sox get Adley than Abrams, to be honest. Yeah, probably. Yeah. Do this lineup tonight looks bad. I mean, there's a lot of. I think the lineup looks fine. I honestly, I don't even care about the lineup tonight. It's so hard to even think about tonight's game yet. Dan, how do you feel about Wyatt Langford? I'd be very down. Tyler Stevenson's mid, but yeah, he is. He is very much. But he'd be an upgrade offensively, but it wouldn't be a needle mover at all. Herrera or Stevenson? Probably Herrera. Just give me Jeffers, man, or give me a deal, bro. Like I almost want something. Give me a deal I don't like at this point. I don't want to be negative. What if they're concerned about the Judge injury? But from everything that we hear, they're not. Like they are fully anticipating Judge is coming back, and Judge is like adamant that he's coming back. Dan, how would you feel about Helio Ramos? I saw we were interested in him or something last week. I mean, that'd be a nothing burger. Like it'd be a nice little deal, sure, but like he's nothing that crazy. He hits lefties all right, but if I got a notification and I got Helio Ramos, I'd be like, all right, Yanks acquire Helio Ramos. Like, it would just be it's weird. There's a deadline that technically can fill some holes. Like, you get a catcher, and it's Tyler Stevenson. You get a right-handed hitting outfielder, and it's Helio Ramos. It's like, all right, you technically filled some holes, and the team got better. I got a Twitter notification. Give me something. No, nothing. But then it's also like, all right, a serviceable deadline, but I wanted more than a serviceable deadline. I wanted like an all-in deadline. Wait for deadline to fill your card. Yeah, that's definitely what we're going to do here. We got time. I mean, when I say we got time, I mean, like, technically we do have time. We have an hour and 35 minutes left. How does that work? Hour and 45 minutes left until the deadline? 17 years without a title. It's over. What's over, Rai? What's over? Rai, weren't you like in the opening day chat when the Yankees, like, didn't hit a home run on the first pitch saying it's over? Like, that's how you are. So, yeah, we're kind of just chilling. I'm getting hungry, but at this point, I'll just wait to eat, I believe. Why not? Let's do another caller, chat. Let's do another caller. Let's go to, Yo, Brady, you got me?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up, brother? How we doing?
What's up, Dan? Thank you for accepting my call.
Hell yeah.
First and foremost, I've been watching you for a couple of years, so thank you so much. I appreciate everything you've done.
Thank you, dude.
Yeah, no worries. I mean, just out of curiosity, man, I know this is kind of crazy. Haven't been watching too much Yankee baseball. I've been kind of like busy with life, so I just want to turn in for the deadline. I know Tatis has struggled a pretty good bit this year, especially at the beginning. I mean, I know we're looking for a catcher and everything right now, but would you even consider him to be like an option if they wanted to pull off some crazy big move?
I mean, I'll tell you. I mean, so Tatis isn't going to happen. The Padres are buying. Just my opinion, I've always liked the idea of Tatis, and like the Padres always have their issues with like money grind. I think they're now purchased by some billionaire, so maybe that's not an issue no more. I've always like looked at Tatis as like could be one of those weird fits, take on a big deal. More so in the offseason this past year, I was very much of that mindset. Like Tatis could fit. Just in regards to today, it's a totally valid thought, and like ultimately I'm with you. Tatis isn't going anywhere. Like Yanks aren't going to get him, so it's tough to really talk about right now. But I've always liked him. With that said, what are we looking at right now with the Yankees trade deadline? It's who the hell is going to be our catcher? What relievers are we going to get? And at this point, it's just what is the next trade going to be? And one might even say, if at all. There has to be a deal coming. But I appreciate the call, though, Brady. And thanks for all the kind words. I pretty much agree with what you're saying. I've always liked Tatis. It's not something that's going to happen here today. So we'll have to talk about it another time. But yeah, appreciate it though, man. Dan, are you okay? Yanks are sleeping. I mean, I'm waiting, yeah. That's all I'm doing. Let's see. How is there not even a? What did you say? Where'd that go? How is there not one rumor out there? What the hell is going on? It's surprising and it's also just annoying. You're too optimistic that the Yanks will make a trade. I disagree, wrong hole, because whether I'm optimistic or pessimistic, it doesn't change if there's a trade that's going to happen. Like, no matter how much I think the Yankees have a move in the waiting, and it may not be a move I like, my feelings towards whether or not it will happen doesn't change actually whether or not it will happen. So ultimately, it doesn't matter. Why are we not blaming Hal Steinbrenner for the tight purse strings? ABC, though, let's be honest, though. Listen, like, in the end, if you want to blame somebody, you obviously should blame Cashman in regards to not making any moves. That's on him to begin with. But also, we have a $330 million payroll this year. Like, I don't really have an issue with Hal right now. I really don't. Like, this isn't about the money. This is about the team being constructed. And there's more to do. So let's see how this next little bit goes. Did the Yankees get a catcher? Not yet. Not yet. Padres are trying to get Trevor Larnach. And the reason we keep following the Larnach situation is because that would mean the Twins are selling to a degree. Just get me Ryan Jeffers, yo, please. Please get me Ryan Jeffers. Now I'm a little bummed out right now, chat. And part of me's wanting to make sure, like, if it ends up being a worthwhile deadline for just, like, needs addressed. Like, if it is Tyler Stevenson and some reliever that's, like, decent, and that's a deadline. Garcia, Stevenson, and a reliever. Right now, all we have is Garcia. I want to make sure, like, my headspace in the right spot where it's like, all right, we address needs, and I won't act like it's the total, like, worst thing in the world, sky is falling. But I also know I kind of plan on coming to this deadline hyped, and I'm probably not going to be that here. Or maybe I will be. Go get me Otto Lopez. I mean, really, once it gets to 5 o'clock, then it's time to start tweaking, really. Let's be honest here. Like, it is 4:21. It is 4:21. We could still make a move that gets us quite excited. We can make multiple moves. Just got to see it happening. Let's see. We definitely got the best hit in the market, though. We did Smiley. Luis Garcia Jr. was the best hitter in the market for sure. But we're still without a catcher right now, so we got to figure that out. Twins aren't even selling at this point. No way we get Jeffers. Well, that's the vibe, Brand TC, although Rosenthal is saying it's not impossible, and like he's not going to rule it out. And the fact that there were some trade talks surrounding Trevor Larnach of the Twins, I mean, if they trade him, then maybe they would trade Jeffers as well. Is Talking Yanks going live at all? I'm sure they will, yes. They're live on Talking Baseball right now, though, so I think Jimmy should be on that with Jake. So it's kind of like, and there have guest appearances, like Rose is going to be on there. So, like, I think everything is on Talking Baseball right now, I believe. Do I see Paul Goldschmidt going anywhere? No. Even if there's a trade coming, I don't think it would be enough to fix the season. Well, let's get this clear, yo. Like, what fixes the season? What fixes the season is guys performing in the postseason. What fixes the season is the Yankees winning the World Series, which a great trade deadline could happen, and then guys don't perform. Or a great trade deadline could not happen, and guys don't perform. Or they do. Judge is expected to come back. Bellinger is expected to come back. Stanton's expected to come back. If those guys perform, if the starting rotation that is great performs, we do have a chance to win it all. Ultimately, the players have to perform. And, like, we don't know what's going to happen in the postseason. And trust me, I'm not saying this in a way of, like, oh, this deadline actually, like, don't worry about it. No, like, right now this sucks. This definitely does suck. But as for, like, the team going into this deadline, it's not, like, unfixable. They're just very hurt right now. And if anything, the last week should make you even more optimistic about what this team could be in the floor of it, because we haven't been scoring. This whole road trip, we were terrible offensively besides the one game in Chicago. And we came out of it 6-4 because our pitching is that great. It's really great. But for me, that's like reason to go in even more and buy. Now we don't stand a chance. No, that's not true, Fortune. By default, you know that it's not true because of our starting rotation. You know that's not true. So we got to make sure we don't do that, yo. Be pissed. I'm upset about this deadline so far, too. Cannot pretend like all of a sudden, like, we have no chance just because that makes you feel better. We don't do that. But make no mistake, I'm quite pissed. Nobody left a value to trade for. Well, that's not true, Kid Navy. That's not true. Yeah. What do you mean fix the season? I agree. Man, it's over. All right, rest in peace, bro. Like, what are you trying to tell me? Did you pass away or something? What's over? As far as I know, like, I'm watching a baseball game tonight at 7 o'clock. I'm going to do that and both be pissed at what could potentially be quite a mediocre trade deadline. Then sign off, please. Rob, you know I'm not going to do that, bro. You can just leave, Rob. I can make it leave for you. Jeez. Rob, Dan, sign off, please. I'm not gonna put you in timeout. Dan, you know I'm trolling Elvis. Seriously, got to get it together. I agree. Dan, can you do something to reverse the jinx, like Rally Cap or something? Toe That Slab. I like that name. That reminds me of the Toe the Slab podcast of David Cohn, which I used to produce. I don't know what there is to trade for Jordan. That's not going to happen. Astros are back in it too. They're looking first place in the West. Stanton expect to start hitting sometime in August. That should set the timeline for Judge to return as well. I mean, they're not necessarily correlated, and Stanton probably comes back before Judge and Bellinger anyways, but Judge and Bellinger look at as after Labor Day, probably like September 10th, September 15th. Do you think someone no one is talking about is Corey Seager from Texas since everyone's available? What are your thoughts on it, and what kind of package would it take? It may just be mostly eating the money. I don't see that happening, and the Yankees are also like loaded up already on lefties. I don't see that happening, but like let's just see what the heck's gonna happen. I'm not saying that with attitude towards you. I am frustrated. I want give me a rumor, bro. Like give me something. This is crazy. There's so many. We have 4 straight lefties tonight, and outside of Rice, who can hit a little bit against lefties, like they're not like a Bellinger's a righty lefty. It's like you have Grisham, Rice, Garcia, Jones, all 4 in a row. But yeah, so we sit. Then we're still in the LE race with a bad lineup, but we refuse to address our weaknesses. See, that's the thing, Evan. It's like, on one hand, everybody is out right now, and we're still technically winning games. We didn't score at all on this road trip, really. 10-game road trip, went 6-4, because our pitching is so great. For me, that's not a reason like, oh, we're going to be fine. That's even more reason to go all in, because this year you do have a chance by default with how high the floor is of this team, and that's because of our starting rotation and the pitching staff as a whole. Like, bro, where's the reliever? Like, where's the bullshit move, honestly? You know what I mean? Like, where's this year's fucking Jake Bird? Excuse my language, but you know what I'm saying? Like, even just give me, like, show me that you have a pulse, brother. You know? Let's see. Let's do another call in here, though, while we wait. Let's go to Ponsky. What's up, man? Appreciate all the support before, dude. How you doing? You got me?
Yeah, I gotcha. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear. How you doing, bro?
Not too bad. I'm actually calling you from work right now, so just eagerly waiting.
Word. Yeah, me too, dude. Me too. Fingers crossed.
What would be the ideal trade? Are we going with Goodman and Jeffers or Stevenson?
I really want Jeffers still, and that might be a pipe dream. But if that's still possible, like if we were to get a trade, and I get the notification right now, like if the Yankees were to all of a sudden get Ryan Jeffers, I'm hyped. I'm like, all right, word, here we go. If that is not going to happen, though, what is the ideal deadline? It's like, all right, make sure you do get Tyler Stevenson, get some sort of reliever. What could then make or break the deadline is like being hype or not is if they do last minute-ish, which we're not there yet with last minute, but we're getting there, like Otto Lopez or some deal from the Marlins. Like, give me something like that, something that we're not expecting. Otherwise,
right.
Like, you know, I just assume, even though still it hasn't happened, like I assume we are going to probably end up getting at least like Tyler Stevenson and then a reliever by the time 6 o'clock hits. If that's all it is, like that's probably like a B- deadline for me, and a deadline that I really want it to be an A. So it's like, it's almost kind of like this is a deadline that anything but an A would be underwhelming for me, and we might be headed towards that regard. You know what I'm saying? So
I got one more question for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
So there's this pitcher who used to be the closer for the Guardians. His name is James Karinchak.
Yes.
This guy throws absolute gas. He's in the Braves minor league system right now. He's got a career ERA below 3. I mean, you get a free pitcher for like almost nothing.
One thing, and appreciate the call, bro. That was good stuff. One thing with Karinchak, I know what you're saying, but he was very much like a Spider Tack merchant. You look at his career before and after Spider Tack was really cracked down on, he kind of fell off entirely right after that. So I don't see that happening, but no, it's a good thought. And that was a good call, but I appreciate you, Ponzi. And you were sending hella super chats before too, so thank you so much. Appreciate you, dude. But yeah, no, kind of like what I was saying, like this is a deadline where it feels like anything but an A is going to be an F. Dan, if not Jeffers, what about Ivan Herrera over Tyler? I'd be down for Herrera. Let me do a quick check-in on him. I'm pretty sure defensively he's not great. But let's see. Now, unlike Stevenson, I keep wanting to say Jefferson. I'm freaking in a different world. Stevenson, where Stevenson is not great at throwing out base runners. He's not good at pitch framing. Stevenson is really good at blocking. Ivan Herrera is not good at anything defensively. And I think I might prefer Stevenson's bat anyway, so I prefer Tyler Stevenson over Ivan Herrera. I think. I prefer a catcher at this point. Here's my answer. Does he breathe and catch? But yeah. Dan, we taking Xavier Edwards at this point? We are, Viper. If we Yankees got Xavier Edwards now, I'd be like, oh, word, let's go. I mean, look at tonight's lineup, dude. I'm not even saying the quality of it per se. It's more so just like, look at all these lefties. And that's not what our lineup looked like in October. We know that. But just, even so. I mean, there's so many things that feels like are going to happen tonight or aren't happening based off this lineup where it's like, not just so many things, but just the fact that like both Jones and Jason are in there, barring a late scratch, like that's another year where they didn't get moved at the deadline. And what's their future going to look like here? Dan, what about the nuclear option moving Rice back to catcher? The Yankees just don't want to do that. I think it's probably justified because he's not a good defender behind the plate, and they really wanted to keep him at first base and just in the lineup every day, not getting beat up behind the plate, and just be a lethal bat. And they don't love his defense anyways. Like, I'm cool with that. They just got to go out and get a catcher, you know? A right-handed hitting catcher. 1 Jeffers, 2 Goodman, 3 Stevenson. I think that's fair. Now, you might want Goodman over Jeffers, but in terms of like the return and just like realistic stuff, like Goodman's probably not getting moved. Who even knows, bro? We're at 4:30 now, chat. We're at 4:30. Give me Daniel Lynch from KC. I do like Daniel Lynch, MP3. Dan, stop. We love you. Come on. They did nothing about a thing. I think it's going to be all right. I don't know what you're saying, Carlos. Stop what? Dan, we got 90 minutes to go. Yep, 90 minutes to go, chat. 90 minutes to go. Put on a robe. I might put on a jacket soon, so I'm getting chilly. But I don't want to turn my fan off. If ERC is what got in the way of the Adley trade, then he needs to be an impact player. I don't think that is, though, Dylan. I don't think that it is. It sounds like ERC was discussed in that trade, but it would have required a lot more than just ERC. Didn't take my call. I promise I won't bring up Jazz. Brett, I'll take your call. I didn't even know you were in here, Brett. What's your thing under? Let me refresh my page. Thanks again for the call, Ponzi. By the way, guys, if it seems like I'm like abruptly like hanging up on anybody, it's not like it's just to use the conversation as a jumping off point. It's not a thing where it's like, all right, you're out of here now. Just good phone call, get the conversation going, and then just for like tech reasons, I don't take a chance of like echoing or any like issues audio wise. Brett, yeah, I'm gonna bring you right in right now, brother. Hold on. All right, Brett, you got me. I didn't even know you were in here, Brett. What up?
Yo, Dan, can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, I got you, Brett. What up, dude?
What's
About
up,
time we
Dan?
spoke on the phone. My man.
This is
How you doing,
awesome,
dude?
man.
Yeah, about
How
time.
are you, sir?
Good. How are you? This is Brett, by the way. We
Not
used to go
too-
back and forth all the time, guys, over Jazz. Which, Brett, you know I have my thoughts on Jazz, but I'm curious about your opinions regarding that and anything else. So the floor is indeed yours. How are you feeling, dude?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Just got home from work, but yeah, I'll be honest. Jazz is my guy. He can probably hit maybe 200 for a full year, and he'll still be my guy. So don't judge me too much for it.
I respect that, though, dude, honestly. I'm like that with some players, too. I mean, but also, when he hits, Jazz will have his, like, classic, and this is appreciated, his, like, game-tying home run or go-ahead home run, and all of a sudden, Brett acts like he just, like, cured a disease or something. It's like, see, Dan, I told you. It's like, well, I want this. I want more of this. Like what I always say, Brett, the highs of Jazz are very high, but sometimes the lows can be, you know.
Yeah, I met him a couple of times, and he's just a good guy. Like you know.
Well, there you go. You met him.
Yeah, A-Rod was kind of like a blah guy. So when I met Jazz, he was very friendly, awesome. So not trying to sound weird or anything, but he has my heart there. So he'll always be my guy. But for you, the one thing I wanted to bring up real quick is like, what if this trade deadline is just really nothing for the Yankees and they're just planning for the long term? You know, you look at their farm system; they're ranked in the middle of the pack. It's really nothing great. It kills me that the Dodgers are literally ranked number 1 for a farm system right now. But like, what if this trade deadline right now is just them planning for the long run for the next couple of years, or you know, they already see that they have a lot of offense on the injury reserve, and we really don't need to bring up too much onto the offense right now with Luis coming on. Word.
Sorry, somebody was calling me at the very end. Brett, I want to say you're a G. That was a good call. Who's FaceTiming me right now, live on air? Let me see. Anyways, Brett, good stuff. I am going to respond right now. But let me just make sure my phone's on DND. Sometimes getting a FaceTime call. Here's the thing with that, though. Like, first of all, like, what is next year? I know what you're saying, but like, in regards to planning for the future and the farm system, I look at next year. Obviously, anybody would look at it and be like, yo, the lockout, we may not have baseball next year. But also, think about the possibility of what happens a lot with this team with prior prospects where you hold on to guys, and not just the issue of not going all in and trading them while they have value, but also eventually what it leads to, which is being DFA'd or being traded when their value could have been for much more a couple years previously. And as for this year and holding off on that, not only has it been like a tale as old as time with this team where you've seen countless times where players, their value deteriorates and the Yankees get nothing for them, but also I think out of all the years, this is the year to go all in because of the pitching rotation, like we've been saying. With the farm system, oh, that was Joe's? Oh, word. That was Joe's? Sorry, I was seeing on my iPad. The farm system is like, middle of the pack at ranks, but with the pitching as well, like the Yankees have assets to get most deals that they want to get done. And even if they don't want to include Lombard, like we've been saying, Dax Kilby has a lot of value. Carlos Agrana has a lot of value. Elmer Rodriguez has value. Will Warren has value. So it's like, while they can't go out and acquire Bobby Witt, their farm system is good enough to whatever deal they want to get done. Like the athlete deal, for example, like they technically could have gotten that deal done. They just didn't want to. And that might be totally fine. Let's see. Tell Joe's, if Joe's wants to call in, he's got to go in the live chat. Or in the what's it called? In the link in the description, because that's how I have it all set up on my audio feed. Sorry, Brett, I got distracted there at the very end because my thing was going off. I didn't realize that was Joe's trying to call me. Yeah, like the farm system is not as bad as it may seem, despite there being middle of the pack, but more so the assets that they have available to trade is not as bad as it seems because of where they rank in the farm system. But as of right now, like, nothing's going on, obviously, so we'll figure out as to why. Is it maybe it's not that great, or is it they're reluctant to give anything up? If Joe's is in here, by the way, tell him to just click the link in the chat and then enter the passcode. But yeah, there should be a link in the description. You guys see the link, don't you? Yeah, there should be a link. It says call in. You click the link and then just enter code YANKSAVE. Let me see. Link in my description. That's the only way I can on air. Yeah. Anyways, it is 4:37, and we still sit here without a trade on the day of the deadline. Let's see. Ponce with another super chat says, "Sorry, I lost connection, brother." All good, dude. No, that was you gave a good call. Rich with a $10 super chat says, "There's a strong possibility that nothing large is being done because Judge won't be back this year, but they're not admitting to it. Everything that we hear is that is not the case. That the Yankees do believe Judge will be back. Judge believes he'll be back. Like, I'm not so much worried about that. And honestly, like the fact that they got Luis Garcia Jr., I understand he's under control for this year or for next year as well. But like that's even more reason to believe that like they are going forward to a degree. But like, what's the holdup? Where's the link to call in? It's in the description. It's in the description. But yeah. Here's where we sit. Waiting for a trade. 4:38. Padres looking at Larnach now, but Heyman says his availability is uncertain. So yeah, maybe the Twins just might not be trading at all. Got to get 20 Joes in the call-in, yeah. Yeah, is Joe's in here? I don't have it fully set up, but all I see is there's 4 people in here. Oh, we got Luke in the... Yo, Luke, let's get Luke in here. Joe's, if you're listening, click the link in the description and then just enter code YANKSAVE in all caps. Oh, let's see, notification. Bro, if I get one more Aaron Boone quote, nothing against Boone. I don't want to get tweet notifications about pregame comments. Anyways, yo, we got Luke Groundwalker in the chat. What up? Or in the call-in room, I should say. What up, Luke? How you doing, brother?
Can you hear me all right? Test.
Yes, sir. Testing 1, 2, 2. 1, 2, 3. Loud and clear.
My question's a pretty easy one because... So I agree with you that if we don't get an A trade deadline, it's an F trade deadline, right? But we are also, unfortunately, I agree with Jimmy John Boy, where this is like one of the worst trade deadlines, like ever. There's just nobody available. So how much does that factor in for you? Like, does it make prices change? Is it still like a no excuse situation? Like go out and get people? Real simple.
Luke, you're a freaking G. Very, very fair question. So it's like with Jeffers, if Jeffers truly is unavailable and that's that, it's like, all right, what are you going to do? But does that truly mean this player is unavailable, or is it he's quote-unquote unavailable and the Yankees would just have to overpay to get him? Now, in the case of him, like, what would that mean with... Would they have to give up Lombard to get Jeffers all of a sudden? That's what kind of untouchable level he's at. That's a different story. But it's like instead of having to give up just, I don't know, Ben Hess for him, you have to give up like Elmer Rodriguez. Like, I would be down to do that in certain cases. The Adley deal, I'm cool with the Yankees not making that deal. But also, like ultimately, like there have been players that I am interested in that the Yankees could have gotten. Granted, Adley being one of them. That like have gone elsewhere. And when is the right time to overpay? I think is what the conversation becomes. Is it a thing where this player isn't available, or is it he could be available if you include one extra prospect or include this prospect? Not Lombard, but Elmer Rodriguez in this deal. Like, what does it take to pry Jeffers away from the Twins? If it truly is not a possibility, fine. But that's like one thing. And we'll find that out. Like if Jeffers doesn't get moved, we'll find that out. But it's a fair point. Like the market isn't great, but it's like all I know is teams around us are getting better. And in fairness, the Yankees got better too with Luis Garcia. We'll have to evaluate exactly, and we'll have to hear from Cashman like what the market is and all that, like what the details were of certain things, which also makes this trade deadline like so tough to even cover because we're not getting any rumors about like what the vibes are. Like, we haven't had technically an update from any of the close Yankee beat reporters about Ryan Jeffers, to where it's like we don't even know what's going on, yo. So I try to see it through. I try to wait till 6 o'clock, and that's what we're gonna do. And I will make sure I am totally fair to what the market is and all that. Just like we were at first, I was criticizing about Adley. Then I saw the return. It's like, all right, fine, I get it. But also, we're still here at 441. Like, we don't even have Tyler Stevenson, Anyways, Luke, appreciate the call. I think we finally have Joe's in here. Let's see. All right, bang, bang, bang. Joe's. You got me? Joe's McFly. Joe's, where you at? I got you on the air. You hear me, Joe's? Hold up. I don't hear you just yet. It's a long-awaited me and Joe's talking at the same time on the same YouTube channel. Joe's, why can't I hear you? I think Joe's is refreshing. I know there he is. Do you hear me, Joe's? I see you. Oh, nothing yet. All right, well, we're still trying to get Joe's in here.
Yo.
Joe's! How the hell you doing, bro?
I'm doing good, brother. How you doing?
I'm all right, Joe's. What's going to happen here? What's the vibes?
That's what I want to know.
We don't even have a rumor.
That's what I'm saying. Like, usually, like Twitter, there's always like a build toward something, like.
Joe's, I want to trade at this point that I don't like.
Yeah, I want something to talk about. We don't have anything. It's like, Did you see the comments under the Yankee lineup are nice, man.
Oh, I bet they are. I haven't looked at it. I posted my pregame and people are tweaking, and understandably so. What I said about this deadline is it feels like maybe I got a little too overhyped about the idea of going all in, but I was probably on the vibe of like anything but an A trade deadline kind of feels like an F because this is the year to go all in.
Yeah.
And I don't want to pretend like Tyler Stevenson is like the worst player in the world. And honestly, at this point, like I'll take him. He would be an upgrade offensively. But if it's you get Tyler Stevenson, some reliever, like would that be a fine deadline? Yeah. And I like Luis Garcia Jr., but it wouldn't really be at all like a needle moving deadline.
No.
It
wouldn't.
And by the way, I'll take Tyler Stevenson at this rate. Like, give me a trade.
I take Tyler Stevenson in a heartbeat.
Joe's,
we
I would
need something, bro.
I would take anything. Do you think Jeffers is available?
I don't know. They're saying yes, but at the same time, it feels like no, because it feels like the Twins are kind of like buying, but
yeah, and that's the thing about the rumors too, bro. It's like I just want can some Yankee beat reporter like check in to find out that he's not available? Like, can we get some sort of like update here about anything, even bad news? We haven't even gotten a bad news rumor update. It's just nothing.
Just nothing.
Drive me crazy.
I mean, the only bad news. What you think about the Red Sox getting Adley?
Well, at first, I was really going on the Yankees about that. And, like, for the reason of Adley was seemingly somebody that they really liked, and they weren't willing to go all in. And because of that, they let him go to the Red Sox. Once I saw the return that the Red Sox gave out to Baltimore, I did ease up on that a little bit. But I also want to make sure in my own head I'm not straying too far away from, like, my opinion about this deadline, which is that this is the year to go all in. And while that was a massive package, and I don't think I'm ever going to be like, yo, the Yankees, like, you're fools for not going in on Adley, because that was a crazy return. It really was. I mean, you saw the number of prospect. That was nuts. Like, I don't want to be too nice to them about it. I do understand why they didn't make that deal. But also, it's like, what comes after that doesn't happen. Like, because that same deal to get Adley Rutschman, all right, you don't want to give that to Baltimore. Maybe that's because you could use that same package it would take to get him to go out and get, like, Otto Lopez. So, like, I want to, like, see it through, but also, what does this deadline look like after 6 o'clock, you know? So I don't know. What do you think?
The Cubs just got Holmes.
Really?
Holmes and Taylor to the Cubs.
Who, Tyrone Taylor?
John Heyman. Yeah, oh, my God. What? The Cubs are so active.
I know. They said they wanted pitching, and they're getting it. Yanks were linked to Holmes, too. They were kind of interested in him.
They were, bro. The Cubs are cooking, man.
Yeah. Where's our, like, we need some sort of reliever, dude, or something. Like, some, like, even, again, like, where's this year's, like, even Jake Bird type trade?
Everything. We need reliever. We need.
No, I know, but I'm saying even just, like, the little, like, minor trade that's just like, oh, a little whatever. Like, even give me a little nothing burger trade or something.
Well, that's what I'm hoping for. I mean, let's see if, the Mets sold off. They did what they were supposed to do.
Yeah, Weaver to the Pirates and all that, too. What's your best case scenario at trade deadline right now with an hour and 14 minutes left to go?
You need a catcher.
I know.
Catcher. I wanted Ward, and we didn't get him. Or we needed a right-handed bat. I'm afraid that Soler is going to be, like, in our future, and I hope not.
Soler. Did Ward get moved, by the way? Did Ward go?
He did.
Where'd he go again?
He went to the Mariners.
Oh, that's right. Dude, that's another thing around us, like, between, like, the Rays getting Liam Hicks and then Red Sox getting Adley. The Mariners, too, like, teams have improved.
The AL teams are getting better, and the Yankees currently are not.
Yeah. How do you feel about the? Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just thinking, like, I don't know what we're doing specifically.
How do you feel about the Luis Garcia trade? I like it. I think that was a good deal. Yeah, me too. And he probably is the best hitter that was available at the trade deadline. So, like, that in itself, I think that was an A move. But, you know, just got to see what else is left.
And you get to, like, you get to platoon him if you want, and I feel like it'll make Goldschmidt better because you don't have to run him every day, and and you don't have to rely on Giancarlo coming back and being, Giancarlo. Like, it's a great move in my opinion.
Yeah, and his swing at Yankee Stadium should play.
Yeah, would have loved to rise, man, but he's a Philly.
I wanted to rise a lot too, dude. I really am still gonna try to hold out hope for some sort of deal with the Marlins, like whether it's Otto Lopez or not.
Like something crazy with the Marlins?
Yeah, and, like, I think crazy would be Otto Lopez, but even if not, like, Xavier Edwards, like, why not go get Xavier Edwards, yo? Like, the Marlins are clearly selling. How much would Xavier Edwards cost? Not that much. Like, it would be a deal, but it wouldn't be like Otto Lopez, one may say, like, the Marlins would ask for Lombard. All right, fine, you're not doing that. But, like, Xavier Edwards wouldn't cost Lombard. You know what I mean? Like, go make that deal happen or something. Or go get, I don't know. I guess the Padres are full on buying, by the way. So, like, Adrian Morejon's probably not getting traded. The Rangers have been selling. Jacob Latz, their lefty, he's intriguing. I like him. Like, go make a deal like that or something.
The Rangers are open for business. The Pirates are buying.
Yeah.
You guys are saying John Heyman? Why are they saying John Heyman? Didn't say nothing else, did he?
Nah.
Oh, Jefferson Rojas. They got back to the Mets. Okay.
Oh, really?
Field prospect. Okay, the Mets are, like, really shoring up right now.
Yeah, we'll see how that pans out for him.
What do you got as best case scenario?
I'm still, maybe this is foolish, but, like, I'm still, like, until I hear otherwise, like, holding out hopes that maybe, like, Jeffers could get moved. Otherwise, it's like, yo, if we are going to get Stevenson, like, all right, then let's freaking get him. We got an hour and 11 minutes left to go. And then, like, some sort of, my best case scenario is there's a deadline saving type move, and that would probably just have to be, like, a deal with the Marlins where it's, like, kind of somewhat out of nowhere, like, you get Xavier Edwards, like, all right, work. Because in the end, if you let's say they get in the next hour and 11 minutes, do get Tyler Stevenson. All right, fine, I can deal with that. He's a decent hitter. He would be an upgrade offensively. And then on top of that, you also get a deal like, let's see, Jeff Passon says, Rays are acquiring Tyler Wells from the Orioles. I don't know how good he is these days, but wasn't he like a big prospect at the time? Anyways, like if you were to get Tyler Stevenson and then plus a big time deal of like Xavier Edwards with the Marlins, then all of a sudden I look back and be like, all right, Luis Garcia, Tyler Stevenson, I didn't love him, but he is an upgrade offensively. And then you did make a big deal on top of that. That might get me to like a B plus A deadline. A deal with the Marlins probably gets me to an A deadline, whatever that may be. Whether it's Ale Lopez or Xavier Edwards. Otherwise, if it's just Tyler Stevenson and then some sort of reliever, I'm like, all right, maybe like a B minus deadline. It was fine. But again, like it feels like I wanted this to be an A deadline where you're going all in. And as of right now, it's not happening.
As of right now, it's not happening. So
yeah,
we got the Wells brothers together right now. That wasn't on my bingo card. I got
the Wells brothers. What's that mean?
You got Tyler Wells with the Rays, and then you have Austin Wells, the Yankees.
They're not related.
I know.
Oh, I was also kind of asking. I had no idea, but
yeah. Would be nice. It would be nice.
Hey, the Mets are down to trade Luis Robert Jr. You want him?
No. Yeah, I'm all right.
I'm good.
I don't think that the Mets have anything else that I would like.
Nah, yeah. I was down for Weaver. I just didn't see the Yankees doing that because you'd have to give up assets to get a contract you could have just signed him to. I didn't think they want to do that. The deadline itself has low-key kind of been active as a whole. Like, things are happening.
It has been. Yeah, I've seen the Rays trade, guys. And it's been very active. It just hasn't included the Yankees at all. So
none. Like we don't. That's crazy.
Maybe Cash is working on a home run that we don't know about.
Well, that's the thing, and also part why it's so crazy that there's no even rumors that we're hearing about. But like, I understand that the Cashman is sleeping jokes, and they're totally within the rights to post those. But like, truly though, it's like obviously Cashman. Like, there are phone calls and conversations being had right now. Like, Cashman is doing something. Well, doing nothing is crazy, Joes.
It is. It is.
I don't know what I mean. I think no matter what, I'm going to be drinking tonight, Joes. So.
Oh man.
That's cool. I know it's a Monday, but trade deadline on a Monday is basically a Friday. So, but yeah, I'll be very pissed. I'll be very upset. I'll be just like, all right, it's baseball. Let's see what happens. But because also now too, with the upgrades other teams have made, and obviously our injuries and all that, which do play a factor. It's like we're not like a shoo-in to ultimately be like the best team in the American League, even when healthy per se. The rotation does give us a floor of being a hard team to beat in October.
Yep.
But pretty much every other team in the AL got better today, including the Mariners, who could sneak back in it. And they already technically are in it, despite being under 500. Like, those teams, at this point right now, with us being hurt, already are on our level, especially like the Rays and the Red Sox. But the deals they made today, they may be pretty damn close even when we're healthy. So I'll be bummed, obviously. Like, whether it even be I might be bummed if you were to tell me when I woke up this morning that today was just going to be Stevenson and some, like, reliever, I'd be pretty damn bummed. At this point, that feels like a miracle, but you have to assume they're probably going to get Stevenson at the least, right? You would assume.
Yeah. Hopefully we get something. And Chicago White Sox are acquiring catcher Joey Bart from Atlanta.
All right, that's fine. Joey Bart.
Didn't they just trade for him?
I don't even know.
Didn't they just trade for him?
How do you feel about Tyler Stevenson, by the way? Do you is he just like a whatever?
I've seen him. He can hit. He's an upgrade from what we have. But I feel like if you want to like save their prospect capital, but then you got to use your prospect capital somewhere else. Obviously, I think Lombard comes up after this.
Yeah,
that's good, and I think we'll see improvement there. But I would like some relief.
Yeah, Stevenson, I have like it's kind of, I feel bad in a way, like a bias against him because it's like it's not even so much I dislike Tyler Stevenson. It's more so like we went from all year feeling like Jeffers was inevitable, and then it was like, all right, probably not. But then like last night, getting all excited for the possibility of Adley, and then it ends up being, we get Tyler Stevenson. It's like Tyler Stevenson is fine.
I know how that
but
feels.
it's such a letdown of what I thought we probably would do catcher wise. And obviously, as of right now, we still don't even have him. So, hour and 7 minutes to go, Joes.
Hour and 7 minutes ago. Hopefully, we can be able to break something and just have good, fun reactions to something. And
yeah,
I don't know.
What's your one trade that you have hope for right now? Still,
I still am holding hope for Jeffers.
Oh, by the way, so Joe, speaking of Joel Sherman just now, nothing. He says more and more it is possible the Yankees do not get a catcher Jefferson Goodman do not appear to be moving. Heard some talks with the Pirates about Henry Davis, who is not the kind of bad hitter they need. Seymour looking at relief/right-handed outfield bat. Still an hour left, though. So Jules Sherman reporting that it is more and more possible Yankees do not get a catcher. That is crazy. Jefferson Goodman appear to not be moving. So, dude, who knows what this deadline is actually going to look like, and it might just look like what we're sitting at right now.
Well, that's it. That's what it is. Oh, well.
Yeah.
We'll check in, and I want to check in on you, see how you was doing.
Yeah, you're the man, Joe. We're gonna do some more collabs in the future. This is fun.
We gotta do a collab stream now that we have video, which is great.
Yeah, hell yeah. All right, Joe. Well, I'm gonna run a commercial break here, then get back to it. But 1 hour to go. Fingers crossed. Love you, brother. Fingers crossed. Peace. So that is Joe's McFly. But yes, obviously, if you did not hear, which I know you did, but it is said for Joel Sherman that it is more and more possible the Yankees do not get a catcher. Says Jefferson Goodman do not appear to be moving. Heard some talks with the Pirates about Henry Davis. We don't want Henry Davis, who is not the kind of bad hitter they need. Seem more and more looking at a reliever/right-handed hitting outfield bat. Still an hour left, though. Let's see what the heck's going to happen, chat. Let's see. We will see. We got it's 4:55, 5 o'clock hour coming up soon. Then it'll be 1 hour left until the deadline. 4:55 Eastern as of right now, besides Luis Garcia Jr. yesterday and Camilo Doval being traded to the Pirates on Saturday. For today's sake, no moves made yet by the Yankees. Still looking to get a catcher. We'll see. But yeah, all right. We're going to do probably this is our last commercial break, but we'll be right back in a few minutes. Return for the 5 o'clock hour. Grab something to drink, something to eat, whatever it may be. See you guys in a few minutes after this break, and then we'll be live, of course, for the last hour before the trade deadline. Be right back. Fantasy football meets the stock market on GameStock. How does it work? It's incredibly simple. You pick 2 to 4 stocks, compete on a live leaderboard, and top players win real cash from the prize pool. It's completely free to join and takes less than 20 seconds to sign up. We also just launched our own Yankees Avenue tournament with a $300 prize pool, and as always, it's completely free to enter. So download GameStock, enter a tournament, pick your stocks, win real cash. GameStock is available on iOS and Android. Use promo code JOHNBOY for $20 in bonus credits and get in on the Yankees Avenue tournament. Link in description. Yankees fans, whatever happens today, Slashline has you covered. Shop officially licensed MLB Yankees shirts like our brand new Flowers shirt, which is selling out very fast, as well as our stamp, outline, and retro diamond t-shirts. The Yankees glitch design, by the way, is also restocking soon. And if they do pull off a trade today, fingers crossed, Slashline plans to have the merch for the newest Yankee live by tonight. Don't forget to check out bestsellers like our New York Schlitty, the Ben Rice jersey, and the Captain shirt. Get your officially licensed MLB Yankees merch at slashline.co/NYY. Link in description. Quick reminder that we are also available on Instagram and Facebook. Follow Yankees Avenue on Instagram and Facebook for up-to-the-minute Yankees coverage, including breaking news, in-game highlights, as well as pre- and post-game coverage every single day. We post the Yankees lineup the second it is given to us, so give Yankees Avenue a follow on Instagram or Facebook to know who's playing that night hours ahead of game time. We also have many in-game highlights, breaking news, some opinion-based stuff, and a bunch more. Yankees Avenue on Instagram and Facebook. Hope to see you there. Looking for an everyday Yankee podcast? We'll start your day with a brand new episode of The Morning Yankee Show. Live every single day, Monday through Friday, here on the Yankees Avenue YouTube channel. We break down the previous night's games. We discuss all the latest news and storylines involving the team. And we are now adding live callers. Many of you will know that I grew up on old school WFAN, Boomer and Carton in the morning, Joe and Evan in the midday, and then Mike would carry over to the Yankee game that night. My goal is for the Morning Yankee Show to very much have that every day. All right, so we'll cut the commercial break short there, but nothing that crazy. In fact, this may even piss some people off, who knows, but Ken Rosenthal reports that the Yankees are working on a trade for Giants Helio Ramos, who is a right-handed hitting outfielder indeed, and yeah, he hits lefties pretty well. I don't remember exactly the defensive scouting report. I'm pulling up his stuff right now, but it is apparently that the Yankees are working on a trade for Helio Ramos. So 26-year-old right-handed hitting outfielder this year in 74 games. He's at an even 100 WRC+, so he's a league average hitter, hitting 264 OPS 728, strikes out 26.8% of the time. He hits lefties, so cool. But defensively, he's, I guess, fine in right field. This year he's been all right in the outfield defensively. He's whatever. He strikes out a lot. He is good against lefties. This is kind of a whatever move, to be honest. It's nothing to get hyped up over. It hasn't happened yet, but Ken Rosenthal reports that the Yankees are working on a deal to get Helio Ramos. 835 OPS against lefties this year, which, I mean, hey, that'll help. John Heyman reports Yankees still working on acquiring bats. The run production is down more than a run since Judge went on the IL. John, we know that, bro. We know that. But yeah, we'll monitor the Helio Ramos thing. I mean, that's something. Hasn't happened yet, but it's like whatever, I guess. I don't know. How do you guys feel about Helio Ramos? It's very much not a needle mover for me. It's a supplemental move, which I'm not against getting him, but it's like, all right, whatever. Helio Ramos. I'm going to pull up a little player page for him really quick so you guys can see a visual. But, yeah, that would be the Yankees' first move today, when and if it does happen. And with that, you would be looking at the acquisition of what they're looking for, which is a right-handed hitting outfielder. So that need technically would be fulfilled by getting Helio Ramos. Still nothing on the possibility of acquiring a catcher. Well, we did hear from Sherman that it's more and more possible they don't acquire a catcher at the deadline, which I cannot even fathom that. And we heard that Jeffers is likely not moving. Feinstein tweeted out saying, despite the healthy returns for Adley and Liam Hicks, sources say the Twins have no plans to trade Ryan Jeffers by the deadline. This has been a disappointing one for sure. For sure. We'll see about Ramos as we now enter the 5 o'clock hour here. If we take any more calls, by the way, for those in the waiting room, it'll probably be like maybe after the 6 o'clock hour. We're just going to sit here and monitor the last hour because obviously now it's, we're in crunch time here. And we're just going to see what the hell happens. Helio Ramos, though, for anybody just joining up the possibility of that, I'm really not moved. He hits lefties. He's a right-handed hitting outfielder. It's very much not to be a Debbie Downer or nothing, but like it's just like it's a whatever move. It's not a needle mover. It's nothing. He would improve the team, but strikes out a lot. It's not like he's a great defender or nothing. It's whatever. Like, oh, they got Helio Ramos. It almost feels like the offensive equivalent to like Enyel De Los Santos a couple years ago. Which, by the way, they have not yet gotten him, but that is, per Ken Rosenthal, something that they are working on. Let's see. No, not Morahone. So here's your Helio Ramos. 104 OPS plus this year. So he's been a little bit above the average. 728 OPS. Doesn't really steal much bases or nothing. 3 stolen bases. Joel Sherman tweets now that the Yankees are moving toward a deal for Helio Ramos, but it is a lot pending medical review. Ramos can hit, but not considered a good defender. I mean, he can hit lefties a little bit, which is nice. I appreciate that. I mean, this is the type of thing where a deal that may not even be like there's a chance Ramos at our full health team wouldn't even be in the playoff roster, to be honest. If Stanton is healthy and you have goal against righties, like the roster's probably come down to like Ramos and Rosario in the postseason, which maybe it would just be Ramos then. But so we're kind of just waiting on that. That'll be the Yankees' first move today. Hopefully not the last one. But and he wouldn't be a free agent until 2030, so that would be 4 years of control you would have him for. Again, if you guys can't tell my voice, this really does absolutely nothing for me. If you're new around here, I'm very much an optimistic Yankee fan. This is kind of just, I don't think I would hate the move. It's just like, if this move were made at like 12 o'clock today, I'd talk about it in a little better of a light, but it's just, Helio Ramos, like whatever. And maybe he'll play great. We don't even know if the Yankees are getting him yet, but that is the current vibe of what they are working on as a deal towards Helio Ramos. I don't even know if I want to put... I'm prepping the graphic now for when this does go down. I don't even know if I want to put breaking in the graphic here because that Might get people excited, so I'm just going to write trade so people don't, for a second, have a huge amount of hope that it's like, oh, who do the Yankees get? It's like, sorry, it's Heliot Ramos. Who, again, is a fine little player. And he will hit lefties, which is nice. But not the deadline so far that I was hoping for. We got to get a catcher, bro. Like, this is pretty crazy. This is pretty freaking insane. Hey, Jake. What up, Jake? With Super Chat says, is Brian Cashman alive? Dan, where is he? He's getting Heliot Ramos, Jake. He's getting Heliot Ramos. Right now, we're headed for an L of a deadline by Brian Cashman. And you guys know this whole time I've been saying I'm going to hold out until the deadline to like roast or criticize or discuss Cashman for this year. Well, he's headed towards, as of right now, and I let the Garcia trade yesterday, Garcia and Ramos, those being the two. Once I get Ramos, that's still not official at all, but that would be the Garcia move was an A for me, but overall right now, if we were to get Ramos, I like Garcia a lot, so I'll give him a C+, but it was, again, a deadline that very much required an A. But we have 55 minutes left. 55 minutes left. Yeah. 55 minutes left. Luke with the super chat says, do you see the Brian Cashman quote, Belly, Judge, and Stanton coming back is better than any trade, so basically work. He didn't actually say that, though, Luke, but I get the joke. They can get the Giants catcher, too. Who's the Giants catcher again? If we get Stevenson and a bullpen guy, it's a B+. I think Stevenson and Stevenson and a reliever would get them into B territory. I wonder if you land this, if you can sell, what would you say, if you sell Dominguez or Jones for something real. Yeah, I mean, that's interesting. But there's so many possibilities going into this day that, I mean, there's only 54 minutes left to accomplish them, so I can't believe Tyler Stevenson is the big get we were all clamoring for. Smooth, no, I know. That's, again, like, it's a thing where with Stevenson, I don't even know how much I do like him or don't. He's a fine hitter, but also it's like you come down from Adley, Jeffers, who he now, it sounds like, is not getting moved. And it is kind of a bummer. But also, we haven't even acquired Tyler Stevenson yet, so who even knows? And again, Joel Sherman reported that the what was his tweet? This is from like 10 minutes ago. We already read it, but I'm trying to read myself back up to speed here. He said, Joel Sherman 13 minutes ago said, more and more it is possible the Yankees do not get a catcher. Jeffers and Goodman do not appear to be moving. Heard some talks with the Pirates about Henry Davis, who is not the kind of bad hitter they need. Agreed. Seems more looking at relief/right-handed outfielder bat, which Ramos would fulfill that right-handed outfielder bat need, but yeah, we still sit here. We'll wait on the Heliot Ramos news if it does indeed happen. For right now, it's just they are working towards that possibility. But yeah, so now we just we wait. Could this mean Dominguez/Jones traded? Well, it could mean. I mean, it's weird. Like they're both in the lineup, but I wonder what Jason's role would be. Because Ramos will be in the lineup if they get him against lefties. But yeah. The correct name should be Elliot. But, is it? Oh, you say Elliot? My bad. It's Elliot Ramos. Is that how you say it? I think Patrick Bailey is their catcher. Needs a switch hitter, and they acquired him earlier this year. Stevenson needs to happen. At this point, I 100% agree. 100% agree. How do the fans know this team needs more than a? Well, because we're fans. Ramos is hitting .292 against left-handed pitching. Yeah, with an OPS like in the 830s against left. So he does hit lefties. I'm not saying it'd be a bad trade. It'd be a fine trade, but it's not like a needle mover. It's not something that also makes it like an A+ trade deadline or nothing. It'd be like, all right. Is it over an hour? It's 6 o'clock is a deadline, so it's 5:08 Eastern, so 52 minutes. Jack Curry. Oh yes, by the way, if they're doing the pregame trade deadline show on Yes, keep me up to date. Anything Jack Curry says. Jack Curry, Farcon says, Jack Curry is currently talking about how Belly, Judge, and Stanton are better than anyone could have gotten at the deadline, so it's like the same BS. They actually said that? See, that's annoying. That's annoying. Just get me a catcher, y'all. I cannot imagine there not being a catcher. The Adley Rushman trade is now official. I got a hot take. I actually think the Braves still a bigger threat than Dodgers to the Dodgers and the Red Sox. But Red Sox are a close second. I don't know, man. We'll evaluate all this stuff too. But I've got a Soderstrom. I mean, he's not going to be going. Red Sox acquire Eli White. Nah, smooth. All right, Jeff Passan. Yeah, so Helio Ramos is happening. The Yankees are finalizing a deal to acquire outfielder Helio Ramos, or Elliot Ramos, however you say it, from the Giants. Yankees have been seeking right-handed bats, and the deal clears medicals. Ramos will provide. So, okay, Yankees get Helio or Elliot Ramos, however you say it. It's a fine move. It's a fine move. He hits lefties. He's not a good defender, but he is a right-handed hitting outfield bat. It's their first move of the day, and he strikes out a lot. But again, what to say about him is this. He's a righty bat. They needed that. He's an outfield bat. They technically needed that. He hits lefties. They needed that. So that is a need fulfilled. Does this move the needle at all? No, it does not at all. But am I glad they did it? Sure. And again, if this sort of happened at like 12 o'clock, I'd be a little more like but it's just like, yo, we got 50 minutes left to go, and our only deal today is Ramos. And then Garcia yesterday, which the Luis Garcia trade was a really good trade. I like that a lot. News, the Yankees are... So let me just post this on YANKSAVE chat. But, yeah. Helio Ramos or Elliot Ramos acquired to... Just please clarify me in the chat how I'm supposed to say this. Is it Helio or Elliot? Acquiring outfielder Helio Ramos from the Giants. And then, yeah, just give the exact numbers on him here. He is an 834 OPS against lefties this year. Hitting 292, or 835 OPS against lefties. 26 years old, outfielder, and he's under control through 2029. 2029 season, and is hitting 292 with N 835 OPS versus lefties this season. All right, so right now, trade deadline grade, I would say we're at I like the Luis Garcia deal a lot, but that's just one move. The Elliot Ramos deal is like fine. It's kind of whatever, but I'd say we're at right now in total, this feels like a C deadline. I mean, they haven't even gotten a catcher yet. This is, and one may say that's being generous. I'm going to be rational here. Like, Luis Garcia was the best hitter available. He's going to rake. Right now, this bumps up to like maybe a C+. I think I was at C before. But maybe my opinion has changed as time has went on here. But, yeah. Yanks acquire Ramos from the Giants. What is next? Anything? We got 48 minutes left. Henry Lalane is going back to the Giants. I believe he's a lefty, and he's pretty solid. I don't really care, though, honestly. It's like, fine. Give him Henry Lalane. It's like, I'm glad we got Ramos. I just, like, it's very much whatever. Yeah, 6'7" lefty. I mean, Lalane's pretty legit. 2.77 ERA in 78 innings this year. Still an A-ball, but, I mean, he's pretty damn good. That seems like a pretty big return. Like, they got Henry Lalane. Like, that's a good deal for the Giants. For the Yankees, I don't really care about giving up Lalane. I'm not in love with Ramos, so it's like whatever. Very much just kind of see how it works out. But if you can't tell, Chad, I'm quite bummed with how this deadline is going so far. It's a deadline that needed to be an A, and it feels like we are far from that. Curry says Lombard soon. What did Curry say about Lombard? This is literally the Austin Slater move last year, except Slater was actually a better defender. Luke is saying this is an F. They didn't get a catcher. Like, how? I mean, that's totally fair. I don't know how they can come out of this deadline without getting a catcher. But we will see. We will see. Nah, I mean, not even making it. I know this is not to be me being this guy, but like, I'm good off Springer. Can this deadline still be saved? Nathaniel says, no, it's not. This dude's better than Slater. I mean, Slater always hit well against lefties, and Rob, I mean, do you really think that this is better move than Slater? I mean, maybe sure it is, but like, I don't think it's that much better. He hits lefties. It's a word. It's a nice move. I have nothing against getting Heliot Ramos. That's totally cool. How have we not got a catcher, yo? Just go get Tyler Stevenson. Let's get this done. Go get me Tyler Stevenson. He's been on fire since then. Is that true, Nathaniel? Ramos is playing really well lately? Curry said he would be surprised if Lombard isn't up soon. Word. So that'll be good. Dan, I know the bullpen isn't very good, but you would think that just one. I would think so too, Charlie. I know what you're saying. Yeah, you'd want to get at least one reliever. Hicks to Rays was brutal. If we got him, it's an A+. Liam Hicks. Yeah. I mean, I don't see how that would have fit really, because he's a lefty bat. But obviously, I would have taken him. Let's see, what do we got? Give me something else. Ramos just said, "I'm a Yankee. I found out just now." He said, "You're telling me this for the first time." So it does sound like Lombard is going to be getting called up soon, which is good. So what we're looking at here in terms of upgrades is Luis Garcia Jr., which, make no mistake, getting Luis Garcia Jr. is a good deal. Dan, I don't think I've ever seen you so bummed all season. You were the ever optimist. Yeah, no, I'm pretty bummed right now. I want to see... I'm also getting a little bit hungry, to be honest, chat. But, yes, no, right now this has been a disappointing deadline so far. The Garcia deal I liked a lot. The Ramos deal is fine. Lombard coming up soon. So, like, we are upgrading. We are improving. But, like, there was no world where I thought we'd come out of this without a catcher. And there's 45 minutes left to go now. So, yeah. Let me see. So, Ramos has been hitting well lately, you're saying? Lane is like a little nice bit to give up there. He hasn't been on fire, yo. He's hitting 213 his last 15 games. He's been fine. Overall, 264, 728 OPS, and we know he hits lefties well. 835 OPS against lefties. That's fine. So yeah, what's the next move? And for his career, Heliot Ramos, 847 OPS versus lefties. So, like, that does help. I'm cool with the Ramos deal. But we need more. This in itself is fine. Not a good defender, but we're not getting a catcher. Well, that's the way it's headed, Trey. And we know that Jeffers is apparently not moving. Dan, what do you think the corresponding move is for Ramos? See, that's interesting too, Em, because we know Schumann was sent down for Garcia, who's in tonight's lineup batting third. It will either have to be like, would it be Dominguez? I mean, would it be Jones? But I don't think the last week would aid to the idea of that being smart. Or would it be Volpe? We also got to think about, I mean, if Lombard really is coming up soon, then you're going to have a corresponding move for that too, of course, and that would have to be Volpe. We'll get there when we get there, but where's Lane ranked? Yeah, I don't know if Jason being a switch hitter, but obviously against lefties you'll have, like, a Ramos and Jones platoon could make sense. I mean, Ramos essentially could be the platoon with Grisham as well once, like, you would play maybe Ramos against lefties come the playoffs when, like, Ballinger's back in left and Judge in right. We'll see, though, yo. We'll see. We got now 42 minutes left of this deadline. He is the number 5 prospect. That's crazy, Lane. I mean, not that that's crazy. It's just kind of a crazy return. The Yankees must really like Ramos. What about third base? And they have infielders. That's not so much of an issue there. Like, McMahon's defense against third, like, you can afford the poor hitting. Come October, if Judge, Stanton, Ballinger are all back, you got Rojas in there. Oh, Nightingale, you are a bastard. He goes, the Yankees finally get their bat. Giants out for their Heliot Ramos. Like, am I missing something, bro? Like, I'm not trying to be negative here. You guys know I'm not like that, but, like, I'm not saying we don't need infield, but, like, that wasn't the main pressing need here. It was, you knew they had to get a right-handed outfielder. I'm not saying our infield is good, but, like, McMahon at third, and then you're going to do Lombard at short. Jazz is our second baseman at first. We're good. So that's more so what I meant by that. But Ramos is not, he's fine. Not to keep repeating myself, but he's fine. Dan, you should be pissed. Yeah, no, I'm not happy. He's a good hitter, not a star, but he's a great offensive player. Like, is he really great, though, AC? And I don't mind the move, Carlos. Like, not like, why do we need this guy? It's a fine get, but also it's, even just the way Nightingale describes it, the Yankees finally get their bat. Giants out for their Julio Ramos. Like, he's a nice hitter. He's a nice little hitter. Squirt says, I've seen Ramos at San Francisco. He'll be better on a better team. Maybe. More. And you got a lot of control. Is Ramos better than Jason? He's not good defensively per the metrics, but like you always got to see with your own eyes. He's a former 19th overall pick, first round in 2017. His best year was in 2024, Ramos did hit, he did have back-to-back years of 20-plus homers. I mean, he can hit a little bit, Ramos, I guess, Let me see what he did against lefties last year. Or, excuse me, righties last year. Wow, in 2024, Ramos destroyed lefties. Hit 370 and 108 at-bats against lefties in 2024 with a 1.189 OPS. Antonio Santazella to the Brewers. That's the Rockies reliever. All right, so Ramos, like, it does seem like he's a legitimate hitter. Maybe I wasn't giving him enough credit, but it's not like a crazy needle mover or nothing. Give me another trade. And I'm cool with this on its own. But yeah. Julio Ramos. And yeah, if you guys are watching the Yes Show, keep me up to anything Jack Curry says. 2024 Ramos, 121 games, 22 home runs, 792 OPS. 2025, 256, 21 homers, 69 RBIs, 728 OPS. So that's not terrible. Caden Kent's going back to San Francisco too. I mean, it's fine. It's fine. John Heyman, Yankees are still inquiring on righty hitters, pen help, and backup catchers. Keyword backup catchers. But that's interesting. So, I mean, listen, they're still looking to do some things. Let's see how this goes. Julio, Elliott, Ramos acquired. Chat, I got Munchkins to my right. I'm going to take one more commercial break on here and just scarf some of those down. We'll be back in a couple minutes after this commercial break because the last one ran short. Be right back in a couple minutes. Don't go anywhere. Grab something to eat. Just going to scarf down some Munchkins real quick because I'm getting hungry. And then we'll consume the last half hour of this deadline together. Ramos is a fine trade. He's a fine trade. But we're at like a C+ right now for this deadline so far. With 38 minutes to go. Be right back after this break. Fantasy football meets the stock market on GameStock. How does it work? It's incredibly simple. You pick 2 to 4 stocks, compete on a live leaderboard, and top players win real cash from the prize pool. It's completely free to join and takes less than 20 seconds to sign up. We also just launched our own Yankees Avenue tournament with a $300 prize pool, and as always, it's completely free to enter. So download GameStock, enter a tournament, pick your stocks, win real cash. GameStock is available on iOS and Android. Use promo code JOHNBOY for $20 in bonus credits and get in on the Yankees Avenue tournament. Link in description. Yankees fans, whatever happens today, Slashline has you covered. Shop officially licensed MLB Yankees shirts like our brand new Flowers shirt, which is selling out very fast, as well as our stamp, outline, and retro diamond t-shirts. The Yankees glitch design, by the way, is also restocking soon. And if they do pull off a trade today, fingers crossed, Slashline plans to have the merch for the newest Yankee live by tonight. Don't forget to check out bestsellers like our New York Schlitty, the Ben Rice jersey, and the Captain shirt. Get your officially licensed MLB Yankees merch at slashline.co/NYY. Link in description. Quick reminder that we are also available on Instagram and Facebook. Follow Yankees Avenue on Instagram and Facebook for up-to-the-minute Yankees coverage, including breaking news, in-game highlights, as well as pre- and post-game coverage every single day. We post the Yankees lineup the second it is given to us, so give Yankees Avenue a follow on Instagram or Facebook to know who's playing that night hours ahead of game time. We also have many in-game highlights, breaking news, some opinion-based stuff, and a bunch more. Yankees Avenue on Instagram and Facebook. Hope to see you there. Looking for an everyday Yankee podcast? We'll start your day with a brand new episode of The Morning Yankee Show, live every single day, Monday through Friday, here on the Yankees Avenue YouTube channel. We break down the previous night's games. We discuss all the latest news and storylines involving the team, and we are now adding live callers. Many of you will know that I grew up on old school WFAN, Boomer and Carton in the morning, Joe and Evan in the midday, and then Mike would carry over to the Yankee game that night. My goal is for the Morning Yankee Show to very much have that everyday feel. No pointless hot takes or anything like that. We'll always keep it to baseball. But we're live every single day, Monday through Friday. Consume the show live on YouTube or just watch it later on whenever you feel like it. The Morning Yankee Show is also available on all podcast platforms. Hope to see you there. Make sure how many munchkins on my face. All right, we're back, Chad. I feel much better now. About my hunger, not the Yankees trade deadline. Red Sox acquire left-handed reliever Eric Miller from the Giants. So they have gotten a lot better this deadline. The Rays have gotten better this deadline. Now, we did just hear, before we went to break, that from Heyman at least, the Yankees are still looking to add right-handed hitters. And he says a backup catcher. What exactly does that mean, a backup catcher? Because like Tyler Stevenson wouldn't necessarily be like a backup catcher. You know what? This is from MLB Network, Mark Feinstein. Let's see what he has to say. This is apparently he talks about their hunt for a catcher.
Mark joins us now for more. How do we view this move? Outfield bat right now. Cody Bellinger's out. Aaron Judge is out. We don't know when they're going to be back. So they needed to bring in an outfield bat. They are using some prospect capital to bring in Ramos. Henry Lillane is a 6'7" lefty, 22-year-old big kid. He's their number 5 prospect. Another prospect whose name I heard, Caden Kent, shortstop, one of their, I think he's number 13 on their list. So they're going to use some prospect capital to get Ramos, but they're looking for an outfield bat, and frankly, there haven't been a whole lot of them on the market. Aaron Boone has been trying to silence the talk that maybe the Yankees do have the answer for catching in-house.
All right, get to it. Come
Is
on.
there no chance Ben Rice goes back behind the plate?
Oh, come on. We know it's not happening.
I mean, he hasn't started a game there all year. Ben Rice is there for his bat. They're not going to take the chance of him getting hurt behind the plate. And frankly, he's not a great defensive catcher. They'd rather have the defense back.
This is Mark Feinstein, by the way.
With 40 minutes left here before the deadline, they're still looking around the league for catching. Tyler Stevenson is still out there. Maybe Jonah Heim. So maybe there's a last-minute deal for a catcher. But right now, I would not see Ben Rice heading back behind the plate.
All right, so let's just try to get Tyler Stevenson in here. You get me? Right now, I still want, with 34 minutes left to go, I still want Tyler Stevenson, and I still would like to add a reliever. Get me those two, and I will survive. Will it be an amazing deadline? No. Would it be an A-plus deadline? No. But it might get you to, with Garcia yesterday, with Ramos, you add Tyler Stevenson and then a reliever. That'll get me to like B-plus territory, and I'm not going to like, drink bleach tonight is the way I see it. Is this ideal? No. Has this been a disappointing deadline? Yes, absolutely. But ultimately, we came in here looking to add offense, a catcher, and at least a reliever. If they do that, I'm not going to pretend like this is a complete and total disaster, but we're not there yet. We haven't acquired a catcher. We haven't acquired another reliever. So you have to assume that they would, too, because you sent Giovanni Cruz, Jake Bird, and then Duvall away, which nobody's really losing sleep over those guys besides, Cruz maybe, but ultimately, whatever. But with that, you assume that they would have plans to bring in another reliever. They have not done that. And yeah, Ramos hit a combined 43 home runs from 24 to 25. I'm cool with the Ramos move, just in itself. That's fine. But what else is there left to do? Or what else? No, we know what there is left to do, but what else is actually going to happen? Tim with the $5 super chat. Appreciate you, Tim. Shout out intern Tim, by the way. Shout out all the mods. Morg, Luna, Smelly says, Cashman said catcher is the number one goal. Instead, we get an outfielder and a first baseman, 2 positions we didn't really need, especially if everyone is healthy. I mean, the fits do make sense, and we didn't need an outfielder in the meantime with Bellinger and Judge hurt, obviously, and Stanton too. But in the Garcia trade, again, it does make a lot of sense, and I like this trade itself a lot because of the fact 918 OPS versus righties. He's your everyday first baseman against right-handed pitching while Ben Rice will DH. Goldschmidt has not been good against righties. He will remain the everyday guy against lefties, though, while Ben Rice would then DH. So Garcia, he rakes, leads the National League in slugging, also does not strike out a lot, 23 home runs, under control through next year. He makes a lot of sense, and I like that deal. I do. That trade, honestly, was an A, and the return wasn't all that much at all, in my opinion, to the Nationals. So that in itself, cool with. Ramos, I'll give it like a B. I mean, the return back to San Francisco, by the way, is pretty legit. I mean, Henry Lorraine and Caden Kent Maybe it's just like I don't love Ramos. I don't hate him. He's fine. He's a nice hitter, and he's hit a little bit. Not a good defender, but it doesn't offer you much more than that. He also strikes out a lot too. Like, giving up a lane for that. The return is pretty legit. I'll say that's probably like a B trade, whatever. What else is gonna happen here? Joel Sherman tweets out saying, without being able to complete deals in the main aisle, Yankees seem to be trying to give Boone as many platoon edges as possible. Sounds similar to last year. Ramos, 835 OPS versus lefties. Garcia, 918 versus righties. Still shopping for at least one reliever. So that's the main story there from Sherman's tweet. The Yankees are still shopping for at least one reliever. So let's see who that's going to be, yo. Let's see. We will find out if it happens or not within the next 30 minutes. It is 5:29. What up, Chad? How we feeling, yo? Any thoughts, I don't know, on Ramos? Who are we giving up for Ramos? We're giving up 22-year-old lefty Henry Lelane, who's 6'7" lefty, who's pretty damn good. And I guess our number 5 prospect. That shit's always changing, but he is pretty legit. And then Caden Kent, who's a shortstop, pretty legit. Rice is going to catch. We are apparently still looking for catching, but it has not happened yet. So right now, what to hope for the next 30 minutes is a catcher and a reliever. Ramos' Savant page has so much blue. Crypt, I didn't even want to look. I still think Ramos is fine, but whatever. So we're benching Trent. Well, in the meantime, Ramos will probably play every day against lefties, and that could mean Grisham sits on those days. Jason could too, or Jones. But talking about the team coming to the playoffs, this definitely could mean Grisham certainly won't be playing against lefties when everybody's healthy. Look at the Savant page. Now, again, they acquired Ramos to play against lefties, so I don't know if you can divvy it up like that. There's not that much blue. We know he strikes out a lot, but in terms of, his expected batting average, expected slug, average exit velo, barrel percentage, hard hit rate, that all is pretty good. But his chase rate is terrible. His whiff rate is terrible. K rate doesn't walk. So, again, we know he strikes out, Ramos. We know that, which is not ideal. But also, what is nice is he hits lefties. Again, this move is fine. It's that's really whatever. I'm not going to despise this trade deadline because of Heliot Ramos. It's just, what else is there? This could be a part of a grand big thing here. But, 29 minutes left. There's no reason whatsoever they shouldn't be able to complete trades in their main aisle. That is totally fair, Slimmy. Looking at a couple seasons in the past, Ramos has had some nice years. What relievers are available? I don't know, let's see. I like Jacob Latz of the Rangers, but it might be somebody we're not thinking of. It seems like a deal won't be done for Morahone or anything with the Padres. Luke says, so when Belly and Judge come back, Jones and Dominguez both go down. Elliott and Grish swap. I still would imagine Grisham would be the everyday center fielder against righties. And then Ramos would be it against lefties. But we'll see. We'll see. Got Fleece for a platoon bat. I don't really care in the end about giving up Lelane. It's not ideal, but he's clearly like Ramos. In the end, I'm just worried about the players overall that we acquire. So Lelane for Ramos, is that a great deal? I don't think so, but in the end, whatever. Dan, I told you 4 to 5 acquisitions was a stretch. Well, no, Christian, they acquired 7 players at the deadline last year, so it's not about that. You're going to put Ramos in center field. Oh, God. And that's totally fair, too, Scott, because breaking the Nationals are trading all-star Foster Griffin to the Guardians. The deadline's been pretty crazy. It's really not so much for us. What about our buzzer beater for Sal Stewart and Tyler Stevenson? It would cost a lot, but it would be worth it. I'm down, Smelly. They're lying to us about Judge, right? This can't be it. It just can't be. Apparently, a Judge is coming back this year. That is what the word is. Just go get me Tyler Stevenson, bro. For Christ's sakes. Stefanos, you keep repeating yourself, yo. I gotta just get you out of here because you keep doing that. Why are you spamming? This is the whole deadline. I can't wait for Michael K. defensive cash in. It would be hired in a week. K's not wrong, but also it's... I align with the way you think, bro. Trust me. I'm just waiting. That's what we gotta do. Just freaking wait. 27 minutes left. Hella deals going on. Hella deals. Yep, Griffin Foster to the Guardians. All-Star. I got so many tabs open. Give me something good. God, now we have to have all the beat reporters freaking jerking each other off and telling each other how they're all correct, and this person had it first, and let me repeat exactly what you said and just put out a new tweet, even though everybody has notifications on. It's all a waste of time. Yes. Oh, guys, I think Griffin Foster is being traded from the Nationals to the Guardians, by the way, if you haven't heard. Yeah, I mean, that's a nice deal. What the heck's the return going to be for that, for the Nationals? What are they getting? Are they getting a, what's his name? The Bonanza kid? No, probably not. Give me a freaking trade, bro. Oh my God. Sorry, no, it's just the constant repeat of notifications. Is Tyler Stevenson good? He'd be an upgrade. He's nothing all that crazy, but at this point, we'll take him. Can I stream Yes's coverage on Gotham? Yeah, you should be able to, MP3. You really think Rice is going to catch it? No, I do not. No, I think he definitely isn't. Aren't we done at least 2 relievers? Who's filling those spots? Well, in the playoffs, I mean, you only need 4 starters, so like the relievers, part of the people, or the guys in the bullpen will be, Weathers and Warren, Elf Clark coming back. But as for this deadline today, the Yankees are still looking apparently for a reliever. So we'll see. Dan, what's a mock lineup versus lefty looking like now? You probably play Ramos over Grisham. The defense is a concern, but you probably would do that. Maybe you do Ramos, I don't know, in center or left, which is not great defensively, but offensively you prefer his bat against lefties than Grisham. And then Lombard is expected to come up soon. I mean, I don't know who's starting. Who the hell's catching against lefties in October? Is it going to be Ali Sanchez, or are they going to start Wells against lefties? I mean, they have to. They have to acquire a catcher here. Nationals are getting 4 players back from the Guardians in the Foster Griffin trade. Your sweet little princess. My sweet little princess, Milo? I used to have a cat named Milo. Is that you? Your little cat? George Lombard Jr. is coming up soon, Milo, if you haven't heard. Yeah, I used to have a cat named Milo. Then he ran away. Think the lack of trades is due to high asking price from the Yankees? Gotta be. You realize you just said we're starting either Ali Sanchez or Wells in the Tom, no, I trust me, I realize that. As of right now, yeah. That's what's going on. Twins are acquiring Jeff Hoffman from the Blue Jays. Daniel Presley, Super Chat, says, from one Dan to another, love your content, bro. I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, dude. Check Stevenson's stats for the past 3 weeks. Also check his challenges. He's really good at challenging, right, Steve, I believe? I don't know stats for the last few weeks, but like offensively, I'm cool with Stevenson as to go out and get a catcher. Now, not only am I like cool with Stevenson, at first it was like a bummer the idea of him because of I wanted Jeffers, he's not going, and then Adley goes to Boston, so it's like, oh, fine, we'll settle for Stevenson. But at this point, I really want Stevenson. I'd actually be borderline hyped if we get Tyler Stevenson now, given the circumstances. But, he can hit a little bit. He'll definitely be an upgrade offensively. And at this point, you have to bring him in here. We'll see. Yeah, Jeff Hoffman to the Twins. He's bad at framing, but if he's... Yeah, that's interesting. But yeah, no, he's not a great defender. Stop crying. You saying I'm crying, C. Morales? Or are you saying the Yankees? Because the Yankees are the ones that are looking for one. And rightfully so. So what are you saying? Nah, C. Morales is a good dude. I don't know what that was all about, though. We're not crying here. We're just talking Yankee baseball. Thoughts on a Gary Sanchez reunion? Troll, bring it on, brother. Bring it on. I still have my Gary Sanchez jersey somewhere. I got you, C. Morales. You're a good dude. Nah, Rice is not going to catch. Stevenson deserves hype. He just saves us from being devastated. I think that's a good way to put it, Connor. Yeah. Cope. Who's coping, Madden? You got a tick or something? Cope. What are you doing? Who's coping? I don't understand who's coping. We're kind of fucking bugging out here, to be honest. No bullpen help yet? Nah, nothing yet. Nothing yet. Tyler says, honestly, with our bullpen, yes, the bats are an issue, but I don't think we have the pen to shut it down in the postseason either. I think the pen is pitching over its head. And the Yankees apparently do, too. I mean, they're looking for a reliever, apparently. Appreciate that, by the way, Tyler. Another super chat from Sweetra Tep with a $5 super chat says, we cannot keep holding all these prospects, man. Make a move. I'm going to spaz. Cashman, the Judge window is closing. Yeah. This is the year to go in. This is the year to go in. And I'm telling you right now, As we have 22 minutes left, we are just looking for a catcher and a reliever. I do need the catcher. I know somebody said like crying about a catcher. Like no, like we do need to get a catcher. If I had to pick one right now, I would much rather get a catcher than a reliever if I had to pick. Then honestly, do you think Wells or Volpe will get traded this deadline? No, I do not, Jaden. No, I mean at this point, like it's hard to even. What's the point of even speculating or anything? Because it's like we're there, bro. Like we're 21 minutes away. Why was nobody looking at Liam Hicks? Ray snagged him for nothing. He's not a good defender and he's a lefty bat, but trust me, it is well noted that he did go to the Rays and they got a lot better. Same to the Red Sox got a lot better today too. And the Yankees got better with the acquisition of Garcia, and Ramos is a nice pickup, but that's not enough. Lombard is going to be special. I agree too. And then we know Lombard is apparently going to be coming up pretty soon. I'm excited for that. I was excited for this deadline too, Matt. And if you just get me a catcher, yo, I'll be able to live tonight. I'll be able to all right, whatever, in like a fine way. Like we just get me Tyler Stevenson, yo, and let's get the hell out of here. At this rate, won't be an A deadline, but it'll be like all right. It wasn't you not getting a catcher would be a total just collapse. What would we give up for Stevenson? It probably wouldn't be all that crazy. Let's just find out, Barnett. 20 minutes left, and King still catcher, shortstop, and bullpen help. Well, Lombard's going to be the shortstop troll. That's going to be pretty soon. Cashman does it every year. Well, that's not true, Coolio. He acquired 7 players at the deadline last year. That's not true at all. That's not true. That is not true. Can't if this shows to give this deadline a good grade. Max, I'm like the most notorious shill out there, and I'm not even giving it a good grade. So what's Shill saying this is going to be a good grade? Right now, I'm at before any other acquisitions, I'm at like a C+ right now. The Garcia trade was a really good deal. And Ramos is fine, but you need more. Not getting a catcher is insane. 100% J Brand, complete need. I haven't even really looked into Heim all that much of shit. Maybe I should. But this rate, I'm just waiting for it's an F deadline. No, I mean, Luis Garcia, that's a great acquisition, so that can't be an F deadline. But hell, C+ ain't that great either. Bro, how is Ramos not an overpay? I think it might be, but also I'm not like stressing with that too much. Because in the end, like, if they wanted a player and it was Ramos, like what I've been asking them to do, like, don't be so attached to prospects. Well, they weren't. They wanted to get Ramos. Analytic at lineup. I mean, no, not really, because they didn't really acquire a lot of 3 true outcome guys, so not really at all. Still nothing. 5:41, 19 minutes. C+ is generous in my opinion. No hate. I just disagree. That's fair. Without a catcher upgrade, it's no better than a D+. I mean, that's very fair, dude. That's very fair. Like, if you want to say, like, without getting a catcher, it's an F. And what I was saying before, and I've used this line before, I think about another deadline, but it's like any deadline that's not an A feels like an F, and that's kind of the vibes we had for this one. But at this rate, it's just like, yo, get me a catcher, and then, you know. Ramos and Garcia are both 26. Yeah, well, and Ramos is under control through 2029, I believe. And then what we say it was for Garcia's next year, right? Yeah, so Garcia's under control through next year. And Garcia is a great get. I mean, this is... I hope he goes deep tonight. Like, wrong video, but... All right, that's Tyler Stevenson. Screw it. I like Garcia a lot. And he doesn't strike out a lot. He led the National League in slugging percentage. Like, that itself was a great move. Make no mistake on that. That was a great move, and I'm very excited about it. But like, where's the catcher? Where's the catcher? Yep, 18 minutes. Did we get a catcher prospect from Duvall trade? We did, but he's like in AA, so he's not close. Then I'm also from Puerto Rico, where Ramos is from. Okay, so the H is silent. Got it. So the pronunciation is Elliot. I apologize. So it's Elliot Ramos. Is that correct? Word. Sorry for saying it wrong. I had a feeling I wasn't saying it right. So it is confirmed Elliot Ramos. I will say that going forward. 2009 to 2012 was the last team we were feared, in my opinion. I mean, I don't even know about feared. It's just a matter of... Those teams were good. Cheer up, Dan. Do you miss it? The order? I miss the idea of it. Oh, yes. What is that from Ahsoka? Hey, Dan, do you see a realistic chance of getting a good season catcher in the remaining 15 minutes? Could I see them getting Tyler Stevenson by 6 o'clock? Yes, I could. But let's just see what's going to happen. You know? Lars Newport was not traded. I have notifications on, bro. I mean, I would know before you do. Well, I guess we would know technically at the same time. 5:43. Oh, well, actually, somebody, I apologize, says Ali Marmol just walked out to bring Lars Newbar back from BP. He's getting hugs from Coach John Jay and others. So Lars Newbar is going somewhere. Goodman not in the Rockies lineup. Otto or Edwards still in play. I don't know. I mean, we got you did tell me that. I apologize, Floppa. You were right. I was wrong. We got 16 minutes left to go, yo. So let's see what the heck's going to happen. Some are saying how Goodman's not in the Rockies lineup. Love you too, brother. I apologize for... I didn't really come at you, but you know what I'm saying. I was acting as if you were telling me false information, and you weren't. Yeah. Stevenson to the White Sox. Something actually happening, or are you just busting? I don't see that anywhere. What the heck happened to my thing? Oh, I lost you, chat. Where did the chat go? Where did the chat go? There you go. All right, I got you guys back up here. Yeah, I don't see nothing on Stevenson. Are you guys seeing something happened with Stevenson or not? Like, did he? Yeah, I don't see nothing. But Tyler Stevenson was not traded. Lance Link says fire Boone. What did Boone do? All right, so Heyman he says Padres are trying to land Newt Bar, Burleson, or Larnett to fill lefty need. Padres just turn. I mean, they do it every year. I'm just going to pay attention to the notification unless it's somebody I know in the chat, which is most of you guys. But yeah, we will ban him when we see him. Yeah, so no, Stevenson has not been traded yet. Oh yeah, for sure, Peter. If they were to, they got go. If they were like all of a sudden out of nowhere in less 14 minutes, like acquired Goodman, all of a sudden it's like, all right, we're at a deadline. Or Otto Lopez, all of a sudden it's like a deadline. Gary Sanchez to the Yankees, it's a deadline, you know? Kidding. That was a joke, chat. But I do like Gary Sanchez. Dude, I swear. Would you rather... I'm not actually... give me 2 seconds here. No catcher acquired or Gary Sanchez acquired? Which world would you rather live in? You wouldn't be able to work 20... Actually, no. Fucking hell. If Gary Sanchez came back, Jason, find a new number. End of story. Oh, Chad, I'm going to freaking lose my mind. Yeah, Gary all day, yo. Fuck yeah. Yeah, give me Gary. Ostro, what up, yo? Ostro, would you rather live in a world, I don't know if you just heard what I said, but would you rather live in a world where the Yankees don't acquire a catcher at all this deadline, or they acquire Gary Sanchez? Jason Dominguez can wear he can go back to wearing what would he say? What was Jason's old number again? What did Jason wear when he first came up? It was 89. Yeah, Jason can go back to wearing 89. But not for real. Yankees are still apparently looking to acquire a catcher, so 13 minutes left. Ace with a $30 super chat says, let's chill. We didn't overpay for Adley. Yeah, which again, at the time was kind of pissed about that. I did feel a little not better, but walked back my hardcore criticism, specifically on the Adley thing, because the deal that Baltimore got from the Red Sox was absolutely insane. So I understand the Yankees not want to do that. We wanted Miller, no dice, but we didn't give up Baby Miller, LeGrand. I would have been totally down to give up LeGrand in that deal for Adley, to be honest. Who isn't as good as he was originally. Let's get Stevie in a reliever too. Word. On the last night, I can agree more. Ace, let's give me Stevenson. Give me something. We got 13 minutes left to go. Give me a catcher and give me a reliever. And really, especially, give me a catcher. You need to get a catcher. Luke, this super chat says, no shortstop or IKF back. I'll go with no shortstop. And we were joking about it, but dead ass saying and this isn't gonna happen. Yankees are not gonna reacquire Gary Sanchez, but between the two, no catcher or Gary Sanchez, I 100% would take Gary Sanchez. Are you talking to me? Be more Bama? Because you don't gotta be in here, brother. If you're talking to me, what are we doing here? I'm talking about the Yankees' need for a catcher. Are you talking to me? Be more Bama? How do I join my watch party? Well, we're not going to have a watch party tonight, and that was the original plan. Some are saying D-backs Snoop Bar. Oh, shit. Yeah, Diamondbacks are acquiring Lars Nootbaar. So Dalton will be happy. Yeah, be more Bama. Unless you're talking to somebody else. I don't know, but... How can we take this team seriously? They don't trade for a catcher. I don't know. Turn yes on at 7:05 and watch the goddamn game. That's what I'll do. Right now, we're at a C deadline. C plus deadline. 11 minutes. 11 minutes, Yankees. 2828. I was saying that in some of the chat. Dan, would you have matched the offer Adley knowing he'd be in Boston or not? I mean, you're looking at Kilby, Legrand, all going. I mean, part of the reason why I was like walking back my criticism of it is because like I would rather use that package they had to give for Adley, which was massive for just a year and a half of control, and it might just be a half a year when you don't have baseball next year, is you could redirect that package somewhere else and get somebody better for that value. It seems like they may not do that at all. And ultimately, the Yankees, besides giving up Lane, which is pretty legit, aren't giving up that much of the prospect capital yet again. So ultimately, yeah, I would have liked to have had Adley if I knew the alternative is no catcher at all, which it might be. We have 10 minutes left to figure this out. Just go get me Tyler Stevenson, for Christ's sakes. 550 prediction, Dan. 550 prediction, Tyler Stevenson. I'll just manifest into existence. Which for those that have been here all day, we've been live since 12 o'clock. Like we started this out very much like, I'm good off Tyler Stevenson. At this point, it's like that might not save the deadline, but at least, keep us above water a little bit. Makes you feel like there's a C plus deadline. No, I'm sorry. It's a D at best. No bullpen, no help. I mean, I'm totally fine with the idea of if we don't get a catcher, then it's an F deadline. So it's like, or what I was saying before is like, it's a deadline that had to be an A, and anything below an A is an F. Like from that logic, yeah, word. But the Luis Garcia trade was a really good trade, but how can you not get a catcher? Hunter Goodman officially a no. In terms of he's probably not getting traded, yeah. But I don't know. Listen, we're all here together, yeah. Like I'm reacting to Twitter the same way you guys are. And the last we heard, which was a little bit now, like 10 minutes ago, was that the Yankees are still looking to add a reliever, and they're looking at the catching market. I don't understand how Tyler Stevenson could not be traded somewhere, by the way. Dan, I've been with you since 12. I think we've gone through the stages. Yeah, definitely, Mike, definitely. The stream itself is a good-ass time, yo. Good-ass time. We got 9 minutes left. We had live callers today. We'll start doing that more on the morning show. Steven, please stop. I'm just kidding. But you mentioned how Wells has 900 OPS in his last 10 games. Well, no matter what, we do need somebody to righty catcher. Yeah, anybody who's spamming, like, get out of here. Yeah, like, your joke wasn't that funny to repeat it nonstop. Unless you have, like, Tourette's, I apologize then. I don't want to be rude if you have a condition, but... Exactly, Carter. That's what I'm wondering. It's like, listen, there's no world where Stevenson doesn't get traded somewhere, right? So that's the thing. Gerbil King says that Passon still thinks some big deals are coming, which is a weird thing to say with only 10 minutes left. What was I going to say? The worst feeling is when you get to 6 o'clock and you're waiting for more moves, and it's like, well, deals could still come, We're not there yet. We very much, the deals are going to happen still, but I could not imagine a world, I mean, I guess I could, but like, why would the Reds not trade Tyler Stevenson? They're 53 and 58. And I'm pretty sure... Well, maybe it's a year control left. What is Tyler Stevenson again? He's a rental, or is he under control for next year? Nah, bro, Tyler Stevenson's a free agent after this year, dude. What world would the Reds not trade him to somebody? I don't even want him that bad, but now I do. Phenomenal quote by Ramos. What was Ramos' quote? Ramos said, this is Elliot Ramos said, if they traded for me, it's because they want me, obviously. So I'm very proud. It's the Yankees of today. That's an organization that when you're a kid and you're Puerto Rican, everybody knows about it. Everybody wants it. Word up, bro. I'm happy to have you, Ramos. And again, Ramos is a fine move. Ramos doesn't ruin the deadline, but he certainly doesn't save the deadline. This team is coked. 0 chance at making any playoff noise. Well, that's not true. I'm 1993 MIC. I'm just as pissed as you are, but let's not be silly here. Can I pull up Stevenson's stats? Yeah, pull up Stevenson's stats. One sec, sorry. Stevenson this year, 759 OPS. Here, I'll just throw his page on the screen really quick. I'm just going to screenshot this, throw it up. Obviously, the Yankees have not acquired Tyler Stevenson or nothing like that, but just to, because we're talking about him, here's his baseball reference page. Put it right there. Yeah, so I mean, no doubt about it would be an upgrade offensively. And at this point, I want him back because I can't fathom the idea of not getting a catcher. His defense is not great, but from what I'm hearing from like you guys that I guess are more in tune with just Tyler Stevenson's day in and day out, he's really good at ABS challenging. He's good at blocking but not framing. And we have 6 minutes left to get a catcher. This is our best bet at this point. You know, assuming like Goodman's not being moved. And we know at this point it sounds like Jeffers is not being moved. So at Yankee Vision was saying Elliot Ramos is a fantastic get. WRC plus leaders versus lefties among outfielders. So a lot of caveats there since 2024. All right, it's Judge, Alvarez, Elliot Ramos. So Elliot Ramos is the third best outfielder hitting wise against lefties since 2024. Word. That's fine. He's fine. Ramos is fine. Strikes out a lot, but whatever. Give me something. Give me something. 5 more minutes, chat. 5 more minutes. Matt had a super chat, by the way. He says, Garcia makes this a D, no catcher, realistically F. Gerson had a super chat. Says, I didn't even see there's a bunch of super chats in here, but just can't wait to watch Wells, Sanchez, platoon. You give me Gary Sanchez, that changes things. NYC had a super chat. Appreciate NYC, thank you. Says, that is an insane overpay for Ramos. Cashman's the absolute worst. Get him and his Nipo kid. Well, listen, if they wanted Ramos and they overpaid to get him, that doesn't bother me, because ultimately I wanted them to give up prospects. Now, I didn't expect it to be for Ramos, but in the end, like that's what they wanted. Word. But all right, yeah, we're 4 minutes. 4 minutes left. Guardians are acquiring Nathaniel Lowe in a trade with the Reds. Dan, you think with Ramos coming in, that means bad news for Belly or Judge? No, I don't think that. I think it's just, they're out until mid-September, so this will help us in the meantime. Four minutes left. I know, Charlie. I know. Mark Levitt, that's not happening. You're repeating yourself. Guardians are acquiring Nathaniel Lowe from the Reds. So that's a trade from the Reds. Yeah, I just got rid of the spammer. When can we crash out? We can do whatever you want, Spencer. We got 3 minutes left to see if anything's going down. I see a lot of the grades in the chat. I think a lot of them are fair. I like Luis Garcia a lot, so I'll probably go... I'm still in C territory. But a C is not good. Marlins are acquiring ready reliever Victor Vodnik from the Rockies for Connor Norby. Dude, I cannot believe this. Just thinking about the idea of the Yankees possibly not acquiring a catcher. Yeah, but getting Stevenson would change things of like, all right, we need to get a catcher. We did get a catcher. If they don't, then it's like, holy shit. Who's getting sent down for Ramos? We'll see. We'll see. It might be Jones. It might be... Could even be Volpe. I know. We went from settling for Stevenson to begging for Stevenson, in fact. B with a catcher, D with that one. I mean, that is totally fair, Flippity. I might... I cannot believe the idea that they won't get a catcher. No, I mean, listen, Tommy, if they actually are about to not get a catcher, it's not a C. As much as I like Luis Garcia. Nah, guys, this is crazy. We gotta wait for this officially to be done, but 5:59, it's about to be 6. Yankees, it looks like, barring anything breaking last minute, which is possible, but barring anything breaking, it is going to be a deadline without the acquisition of a catcher. I cannot believe it. Yeah, we will be going into October with Austin Wells and Ali Sanchez as our catcher. Barring anything breaking last minute, which I pray to God that it does, but... Dude, this is crazy. You guys know I'm quite the optimist, but this is unbelievable, and I don't understand how this could possibly be the case. And on the Reds are what, just holding on to Tyler Stevenson? Like, what is going on? Kirby Yates to the Pirates. This is going to be... The deadline's going to be Luis Garcia, which I like him a lot, and Elliot Ramos. I mean, that's pretty crazy if that's it. It is now 6 o'clock. You assume that is it. Casey Mize to the Padres. Obviously, deals can come in to be reported over the last minute or two, but Joel Sherman reports he's been told the Yankees have made no other trades beyond Garcia and Ramos. No catcher. It'll be Austin Wells and Ali Sanchez as the Yankees' 2 catchers going into October. That is a failure. That is a complete and total failure. As I've said now, I like the Garcia trade a lot. I do. And I had this at a C for a while. I assume they're going to get a catcher. Not getting a catcher, this is an F, dude. At best a D because of Garcia, who is a nice pickup. But that is unbelievable that they are not going to get a catcher. No reliever, which I guess I could stomach the idea of that. I cannot really fathom that there was no reliever required, to be honest. But at least I could somewhat try to make sense of that. Not getting a catcher, I can't. Yep, Jack Curry, Garcia Jr., and Ramos, the Yankees' deadline additions, they are done. So that's it, guys. That's crazy. That's not a good deadline. Individual moves, Ramos is fine. He hits lefties, and he's had some nice years in the past. Like, Ramos is, I'm cool with that move. Garcia, like that move a lot, but that's it. That's all they did. Didn't get a catcher, didn't get nothing else. So, yeah, I'm pretty bummed about that. I'm pretty freaking bummed. And yeah, so I'm gonna post about that on Yanks Ave. But yeah, I mean that's it, yo. That's pretty shocking. I know someone's like, how could you be surprised? Well, Cashman, it's really a 2-player deadline for him, and that's what this was. There's a 2-player trade deadline for Brian Cashman. Last year was 7. This year, 2. The trades were fine. I cannot believe I cannot believe they didn't get a catcher, dude. I absolutely cannot believe they did not get a catcher. Chad, I'll pull you guys up in a second. I'm just gonna post about this. Really disappointing. Just bear with me, chat. I mean, you guys know my thoughts at this point. That is a very disappointing. This is a disappointing day. No catcher acquired. If they just acquired a catcher, I could live with that. That's a pretty rough deadline, dude. That is a shame. And so many teams in the AL got better. The Rays got better. Red Sox got better. Again, the individual trades were fine. Luis Garcia, that's a really good deal. I like that. Big fan. Ramos is fine. But overall, very disappointing deadline for Brian Cashman. Again, I know, what did you expect? Whatever. Yes, I know. We're all going to die one day. Whatever. I cannot believe he did not get a catcher. Now we know Lombard will be up soon. Man. It's like, they just think they're going to gluck their way into a World Series. And maybe they will, and I pray to God that they do. Pray to God that they do. I'll be here, yo. And I'm one of the most optimistic fans out there, yo. Loyal as hell, will continue to be. I am very disappointed in Brian Cashman today. Very disappointed. Don't know what they're thinking. It feels like arrogance, honestly. I'm going to watch this game tonight. I like Garcia. Hope he goes deep. Rotation's really good. So, is the season over? No, it's not over, yo. But I'm obviously fucking bummed. I'm very... out of all years, this was the year to have a good-ass deadline. And Cashman's had good deadlines before. Last year overall, in terms of players acquired, was a good deadline. Some didn't work out, but he brought in players. That... You need another deadline like that, and then you do a 2-player deadline. Alright, channel, let me pull you back up here. Where did my news ticker go? I mean, whatever. I guess who cares, but... Oh, I turned it off by accident. Let me pull you guys back up. But yeah, I mean, we got a game in a little bit. I'm bummed, dude, yo. I know you guys all are too. I'm not trying to come off like a wuss, but... Should have just gotten Stevenson. I'm just kind of depressed, yo. I don't get I'm upset, yo. I'm not wanting to get louder now. I just got fucking. It's so yeah. And this season obviously is not over. Season is not over. The floor of this team is a damn good pitching staff, and will be still tough to beat in October. But a lot of things have to work out now. Like I said, stop going to games. Well, no, nobody's going to stop going to Yankee game stroll. First time since 2019 that the Yankees did not acquire at least one reliever at the trade deadline from Greg Joyce. The Yankees did get better, but not... If we just got a catcher, bro. If we just got a catcher. Bummed, but not done. I like that, bro. I like that. Listen, the season is not over. We know that. I don't even want to come on here and say that. I'm not going to even talk about that, but our pitching staff is really good. Judge and Bellinger, and then Stanton hopefully too, expected to come back. Our team should be pretty damn good. Man, if we just acquired a catcher, though, bro, we're going to have Ali Sanchez as a catcher in October. I mean, that is not going all in. The bullpen concerns me. But Clark is coming back. Warren and Weathers will be in the bullpen come then. Another year where Dominguez and Jones stay put. Even in 2019, they got Robertson and Canely early. That was 2017 troll, but yeah. I can't believe they got a catcher, yeah. Or they didn't get a catcher. I hope you guys like 650 OPS Lombard. But that won't be a problem, Smelly, because it's like, I honestly truly do think, like, for the most part, our offense would have been fine if they just... And who knows, maybe Wells will continue to be hitting well again. I don't know. He has been playing all right, but, like, we should be fine offensively come October if those guys are back. I don't know how you didn't add another catcher along with Wells, even if they were to do, like, a Jonah Heim over Ali Sanchez, and then you have... give me, like, one little reliever or something like that. Smelly, the season's not over, but I am certainly bummed right now. And Legrand, hey, hopefully we'll be back in September. Dan, are we about to fall to third place? Hopefully not. As of 6:10 p.m., this trade deadline was a complete disaster for the Yankees. All I know, very disappointing. A very disappointing trade deadline. Very disappointing trade deadline. Now, Luis Garcia is a good deal. I like that a lot. Elliot Ramos is fine. We acquired probably the best hitter at the trade deadline this year in Luis Garcia Jr. That was a good trade. I'm excited for that, and he should help us out a lot. I'll be honest, like right now, I really just want to fast forward, just like get me to when Judge and Bellinger and Stanton are back, and then let's see what the hell happens in October type thing, like. Because you don't have really like the revamped feel of like the new team post deadline. I mean, Garcia, yes, but like not without Judge and Stanton. It's almost like we're just getting back to closer to our floor with those guys. Getting Garcia in here, which once they're healthy and come October, like we'll be in a pretty decent spot, all things considered, to where we were pre getting Luis Garcia and pre the Judge injury, or I guess post Judge. You guys know what I'm saying. So like that trade, I like. I can't believe they didn't get a catcher. I can't believe they didn't get a catcher, yeah. You got to make it to October 1st. The Yankees will make the playoffs. I can't let myself be, as bummed as I am, I'm not going to start talking in like hyperboles and all that. Brex with the Super Chat says, our bullpen is fine. We guess starters going to be in there, and our pen has been great. The fact they didn't get a catcher is mind-boggling. Crazy, bro. I hear you on the pen. I mean, I do think the pen has pitched over their heads a little bit, and the starters will go to the bullpen come October for sure. I would have liked another reliever, but ultimately, yeah, like if we didn't get a reliever, we didn't get a catcher. If we just did get the catcher, I think like I would be able to be like, I wouldn't be hyped or nothing, but I would have been like, all right, fine. Damn, where does Garcia fit when Stanton comes back? Well, Garcia will be the DH or the first baseman / DH when Stanton comes back. And then Stanton, if he indeed does come back and everything goes as planned, then he would just be a pinch hitter off the bench, which is fine. Again, Garcia rakes against righties. And then against lefties, you'll have Goldschmidt still be the first baseman. Rice will play every day, lefties and righties. Garcia against righties will help out a lot. And Ramos versus lefties will help out a lot. And then Stanton, will just be a pinch hitter. So that way we don't have to rely on him coming back. But yeah, I want to hear some details on just what the how did Tyler Stevenson not get traded? I don't even fucking care for Tyler Stevenson. Now I can go back to being like, oh, who gives a damn about him? But it's like how does that not happen? Brex, I want to hear from Cashman too. I don't even know if whether from Cat. Yeah, word. I want to hear from Cashman. I want to hear some like inner details about like, what were the Yankees? Were the Yankees trying to pry Jeffers away from the Twins? Were the Yankees like what was the conversation like with Cincinnati, who didn't trade Tyler Stevenson for some reason, even though he's a free agent at year's end and they're out of it? See, Hugo, I hear what you're saying. Our pitching is so good that we, by default, will have a chance. We could beat the Dodgers. But we could. You don't feel great about it. You could beat them. On pretty much every prospect, and besides Lane. But yeah, no, I'm with you, dude. I'm with you. I hate being top heavy again, and that's how we got humiliated in the ALDS last year. Well, no, we got humiliated in the ALDS last year because Max Fried gave up 7 runs in the ALDS, and Luis Gil was our game 1 starter. If you give us this rotation last year, instead of Luis Gil pitching, you have Garrett Cole. I mean, if Max Fried is ass again against whoever playing the LDS. No, Johnny, it's not crazy talk, dude. It's not crazy talk. Don't be silly. I don't know why you're laughing in all caps. You're normally a cold dude, but don't play with me, dude. No fucking way they're beating LA. No, by default, with their pitching rotation, they will be able to. Not will, but they will be able to. Am I expecting it to happen? No. Nope. Exactly what Troll said. You could beat the Dodgers, but you also could increase your chances of beating them if you have a real catcher or just improve the team more than they did. The lineup, well, honestly, at this point, what the Rays did, and it's not impossible to see the Yankees still win the AL East, but I'm concerned about it. I want 1 year where I feel the lineup 1 through 9 is solid. Every postseason there's automatic out, whether it's Verdugo, Volpe, or now Wells. Yeah, I mean in this era for sure. You won't have that this year. 2019 we had that. That was a long time ago. So what was up with the relief pitching? Cash would never go after. Yeah, like that's the thing. I want to know like what the deal was. Johnny, I love you too, dude. Like you're an OG around here, and I'm not trying to give you attitude or nothing, but like you cannot say I'm coping. Have you ever seen me like this in my life? Like I'm fucking depressed, dude. I know, Fabrico. Well, I mean, I think they did more than us, but in terms of like today they did. I really wanted to get another reliever too, by the way. Like that's also very disappointing. The catcher is what's like shocking here. It's like how the hell did that not happen? But also too, like we should have gotten a reliever. Yeah, like if this is what you consider me to be coping, bro, I must really irritate you other days because like I'm fucking. You ever see me like this, bro? I appreciate you guys so much, and the stream itself today was awesome. And the call-ins and all that was cool. I know, Slimmy, me too, bro. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? It was just the one guy. It was just Captain Johnny Bravo, who's pissed. Johnny's a good dude. Anyways, we got a game tonight. Yeah, we're not going to be live for it. I'm just going to kick back and relax, I guess, and watch it. Things do suck right now, yo, but in the end, they suck because we didn't get a catcher and we didn't get a reliever, but Garcia was a good trade. Ramos will help. We're really banking on, I mean, Judge and Stanton and Bellinger. See you in September. Our postseason rotation is really damn good. So, let's go back to what we've been doing, yo. Watching some ball. That's what we're going to do. Go back to watching some ball and see what the hell happens. It is indeed baseball. Season is not over. But I am obviously pretty bummed, and I consider this trade deadline to be quite disappointing. But hey, let's win a ball game tonight, chat. Yankees Cardinals, Cam Slitter versus Michael McGreevy, I believe. And yeah, go Yanks. And that's all we got today, chat. Appreciate you guys so much for tuning in. Reminder to leave a like if you haven't already. But yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow, Tuesday morning, for another episode of the Morning Yankees Show. We'll be live, sometime in the morning to further discuss this, maybe with a full night's worth of sleep, discuss tonight's game a little bit. Just want the Yankees to win, yo. So, next time I see you guys will be tomorrow morning. Till then, have a great rest of your day. Hang in there. We'll be all right. We'll be all right. It's baseball. It's a beautiful sport. And then we'll go from there. Here's to a Yankees win tonight, chat. Love you guys so much. I'll see you next time. Let's go, Yanks.